Hi, good afternoon from the Georgia WeatherNet 24/7 Storm Center. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southern Randolph County until 1:30. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 9 miles southwest of Cutbirth, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. So this is part of the cell we've already tracked and already dropped a tornado in Alabama near Abbeville, Alabama. Then it looks like it lifted. It lost its intensity as it moved past Fort Gaines. And just as it crossed into Randolph County, started to pick up that definition once again. So that's what happens with these storms. Sometimes they completely fall apart, and then sometimes they just pause for a little bit and then get back the momentum again. So that's the case here. I'm looking at some of the upper scans of our radar, and this is pretty much the way that it's been looking. We have to go up a few thousand feet into the atmosphere, but we're showing this rotation just over Coleman. And since we're looking at the upper levels, this is tilted back to the southwest just a little bit. So really the center of the rotation is going to be right over Coleman. Let's see if we have any indication of debris. I don't, so not necessarily seeing this tornado on the ground, but it could drop a tornado over Coleman in Randolph County. That's the southwest corner of Randolph County. So you need to be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. If you know anybody in the Coleman area or southwest Randolph County, you need to get them to their tornado safe place right now. Let me zoom out, show you what we're looking at. This is southwest Georgia, west of Albany, getting into Randolph County. And the rest of the state, we do have quite a bit more thunderstorm activity. Take a look at the composite radar. You can see there's a lot more going on. We're just looking at the high-res radar in southwest Georgia coming out of Fort Rucker to give us a good view of that storm. So pretty small cell, but still showing that definition, still showing our inflow here, and then showing that rotation right over the Coleman community. And that's why we have the tornado warning in effect. Cutbirth, you are in the warning polygon. It's going to pass just slightly to the south. Could make it to the bypass, 27, just south of town, where it rejoins 27. So want you to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place. And in Cutbirth, certainly south of town, down 27, and then also State Highway 216. Let me call out some more roads here so we can give you a better idea where this is. So this is going to be close to Bass Store Road that comes into 266 at Coleman. I want you to be ready to go in your safe place. County Road 55 that connects 27 with 216. There's County Road 17. There's Carnegie Villoa Road. That is in line with the storm as well. Let's put a track on this. Should be reaching Highway 27, US 27, in about 6.5 minutes or so, so about 12:55. And then if it holds together, which it likely will, we'll continue toward the east, heading toward Edison Highway, crossing at about 102. And we'll just go ahead and look way down line here. Shellman is on the eastern edge of Randolph County, and if it holds together, about 45 minutes away. So this storm is moving at about 20 miles per hour, so pretty slow-moving storm. A couple of things to note with the slow-moving storms. Number one, the good. You've got plenty of opportunity to get in your tornado-safe place. Plenty of time. We're calling these out with lots of notice. But the bad side is you're going to get heavy rain for a longer period of time, so possibility of some flooding. And also one of the negatives is if there is rotation within that storm, if you have a tornado in there, if the storm is moving slow, that doesn't disrupt that rotation so much. Sometimes we see the storms moving at 55, 60 miles per hour, and they can just sort of outrun themselves in a way, and it's hard to keep that rotation going, keep that core rotation going if they get moving really fast. So with these slow-moving storms, does have an opportunity to keep that rotating core going for a longer period of time. Let's take a look at, we're in the upper levels here, so we'll go back down to the surface and also take a look at the possibility of some hail, and a little hail core just to the southeast of Coleman. That is no surprise there at all. So we could be seeing, could be quarter-size hail associated with this storm. and starting to lose a little bit of that definition again, not showing that inflow as strong as it was. But this storm is kind of cycled down once and then cycled back up again, so could continue to do that. So let's just keep an eye on that. And, boy, I hope we don't go all the way to 130. But, yeah, this is a long duration for this tornado warning just because of how slow that it's moving. So we look out to the west. We have this big cell here that's moving back into western Clay County, heading toward Fort Gaines. That's going to be producing some heavy rainfall. We do have some gusty wind out ahead of that. And then back into Alabama, one tornado warning that is it's going to be southwest Henry County. And if that one holds together, we're going to be watching out for northern Early County, possibly getting close toward Blakely. But that's a ways to go, and that cell could dissipate before we get there. And this is a monstrous cell here. Look at this one east of Clayton, Alabama, and Barber County. That one's going to be moving toward Eufaula. Could be heading into Quitman County or Stewart County. And that looks like it has a bit of a hook in there as well. Look at that. So pretty good inflow. We could be seeing a little bit of rotation here. Let's just take a look at the velocity. Broad rotation, but it is there, so maybe the rotation's a little bit too broad for them to call that a tornado-warned storm. But that one's going to be one we're going to keep an eye on for at least our friends eastbound of that in Quitman and Stewart County. So tornado warning for really the southern half of Randolph County. Cutbirth is in there, Carnegie, Coleman, not quite the Shellman. But if the storm holds together, it will be moving very close to Shellman. And it looks like the rotating portion of the storm is going to be moving out of Coleman and really east of 266 west of US 27. So please be in your tornado safe place in Cutbirth, certainly at the bypass at 27, and then south where the bypass joins back up with 27, and then south of that all the way down to about Carnegie. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Can't say that enough. Just want you to get that ingrained anytime you're in a tornado warned area. So I think we already put a track on this particular road. That's County Road 55. And up to the north here, if we can get a hold of it, County Road 17. Both of those roads intersect with US 27. And that's where the storm is going to be moving over the next few minutes. And let's kind of take a look at this storm track. And looks like it should be crossing Edison Highway in a little over 9 minutes. So just a couple minutes after 1 o'clock, we'll be heading toward Edison Highway. And if it holds together, we'll be in Shellman in about 40 minutes. I'll put the storm track on south of the Cutbirth bypass. That's going to be just outside the polygon, but let's see if we can estimate it as close as we can. About 11 minutes before the storm reaches the southern end of the Cutbirth bypass. All right, it's 12:53. This is the Georgia Weather Net with live severe weather coverage. Tornado warning is in effect for most of Randolph County, the southern half anyway, including really Cutbirth is in there, and then south down into Carnegie and Coleman. Storm is moving out of Coleman right now, but is just continuing to push through southern Randolph County. So we have that in effect until 1:30. And we have a tornado watch in effect. Let's go ahead and put that overlay up. New severe thunderstorm warning. We'll talk about that in just a second. But let's take a look at our severe thunderstorm, or a correction, a tornado watch. And that's going to be in the purple area there, all the way up to Heard County to the north, down to the southeast to Eccles County and Lanier County. So Valdosta, you're in, Cairo, Blakely, Albany, Camilla, Columbus, LaGrange, Americus, you're in the tornado warning, or tornado watch, rather. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for a tornado till 7 o'clock this evening. And let's take a look at our severe thunderstorm warning while we're here and live. And this is going to be for Muskogee County, including Columbus. This one just issued a few minutes ago. This is also for northern Chattahoochee County. This goes until 1:30. And that storm is moving east at 40 miles per hour. So this one moving a little quicker. And you can see this is spread out a little bit more. So this is hitting a little bit more stable air compared to the extremely unstable air that we have in South Georgia. So heavy rain now moving through Columbus. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. and that is going to stretch all the way through Muskogee County. Pretty much all of Muskogee, except for up in the Fortson community, is under the severe thunderstorm warning. And northern Chattahoochee County, pretty rural area there in the northern part of the county and up in the northeast corner under the severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll get back down south here, take a look at our tornado warned storm in Randolph County. Coleman, you're going to be in the clear, although some heavy rain moving in, part of a different cell coming in from the west, moving east. So that rain's coming down, but the main concern that we have now is between US 27 and State Highway 266. And then we'll continue to move across 27. Going to be moving across 27 here actually now. Our current radar scan is, let's see what time that was. 2 minutes ago. So yeah, this is going to be right over US 27 and heading toward the Edison Highway south of Cuthbert and heading toward the eastern portion of Randolph County. And if this storm holds together, just want you to be ready and prepared in Terrell County. Could be moving toward Dawson and Sasser and southern and central portion of Terrell County, if it holds together. But this storm has been hanging in there for quite a while. It really popped up around Abbeville, Alabama, dropped a tornado just west of Abbeville, and then lifted as it headed toward Fort Gaines and the state line. Once it moved into Georgia, it still had pretty good structure, but we didn't have any indication that it dropped a tornado anywhere in Georgia. And then it began to redefine itself once again, just sort of hit a little bit more instability and got going. It looks like it kind of broke free of that other cell it was competing with down to the southwest. So that's why it got a little bit stronger once again and why we have that tornado warning. And just looking at some other notes here, trying to find some other storm reports that we have. No tornado damage reports associated with this cell, as I mentioned, and that still remains, still not showing anything. Number of wind damage reports up around Dodge County. So we're moving more toward the middle of the state. And some pretty significant storms that moved in to that area. And still looking at a lot of little individual cells. Actually, let's just kind of look at this cell in Pulaski County. And I'm going to get a better radar shot of this. We'll get back to the tornado warned storm in just a second as soon as we get a new scan. But let me look at this one. Get a little better view here. Yeah, see the very small cell. But again, what this shares is that inflow notch, so we know that this storm is rotating. It's a small one, but these are going to be the storms we're going to be watching out for throughout the day today. When they get that little notch, we look out to the west here around Pinehurst. That's another one that's got that little notch in there. So these storms could go severe fairly quickly and could start spinning up tornadoes as well. But as for right now, no warnings on those storms up in Pulaski or Dooley County. But the one we have here in Randolph County, that one is a tornado warned storm, getting a little bit ragged as it moves south of Cuthbert. And so we're going to continue to keep an eye on this. 1:30, we got another 31 minutes to go if this storm holds together, and this, or hopefully this warning is canceled a little sooner than that. But we're going to stay right here with you and keep you up to date. Going to zoom out, give you the big picture. We'll overlay the composite radar so you can see what's going on around the state of Georgia. A lot of activity coming into northwest Georgia now. Rome with heavy rainfall, down into Aragon, Lindale with heavy rain up in Floyd County. And we have a pretty big cell here starting to move in from Alabama, coming in from Fruithurst, Alabama, and moving in toward Bremen and Buchanan in Haralson County. That's a pretty decent cell right there, so we're going to keep an eye on that one. Could start seeing some severe thunderstorm warnings for the northern part of the state as well. And then zooming out and looking at southeast Georgia, quite a bit more stability up around Statesboro and north in the Jenkins County, up in the Burke County, so just some rain up there. I think we're going to keep our severe weather at a minimum for a while, for at least from Augusta down to Statesboro, but that could re-energize itself as we move through the day today. And then looking down toward the Georgia coastline, we see some thunderstorms stretching in, looks like from Waycross out to Brunswick. But the most activity going on right now, southwest Georgia, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for pretty much all of Muskogee County, northern Chattahoochee County. That's the yellow polygon. And we'll switch back over to the high-res radar so we can get a good view of that. And there's a new tornado warning now. That's going to be for Chattahoochee County and possibly northern Stewart County. We'll get the info on that here. Just a second. All right, so... All right, National Weather Service out of Atlanta issuing this one, tornado warning for southern Chattahoochee County, northeastern Stewart County until 1:45. This is what we're looking at right here. Severe thunderstorm capable producing a tornado located near Fort Mitchell Activity Center. It's about 12 miles west of Cusseta, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So possibility of a tornado with this storm and quarter-size hail. Again, this storm moving east at 35 miles per hour. So this one moving just a little bit quicker than the other storms, but still slow enough that I think it's going to hold on to the shape and the intensity. Take a look at the velocity. Yeah, there it is. That is a really strong couplet right here. Look at this. My goodness. So this is just inside Alabama, but closing in very quickly into southwest Chattahoochee County. This is a serious storm. Let's take a look at the debris tracker, and I'll put this in motion. Not showing any debris yet, but this thing could drop a tornado at any second. That's some really, really strong rotation. That's the strongest rotation we've seen so far this morning out of any of the storms. So please be in your tornado safe place. If you are in Renfro, Cusseta, even in Brooklyn, northeast Stewart County, Louvail in northern Stewart County, be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And so let me just mark what we're looking at here. This is going to be the main danger of the storm. This is moving east, moving into southern Chattahoochee County. And we'll call out some roads where we're going to be most concerned. Let's see if we can get some of these roads popping up here, maybe. All right, there's River Bend Road. There's Sunshine Road. And just looking a little bit further in, Blue Ridge Road. And I'll give you a timing on all that, maybe. Let's see if we can get the... All right, having a little issue with the track. So let me look at one of our other computers here. Just hang with me just a second so I can give you a time. All right, we're going to set with the warning. And all right, so this is going to be crossing the state line basically now. Over the next couple of minutes, we'll be crossing into extreme southwest Chattahoochee County. And we'll be moving toward US 27 south of Cusseta in about 15 minutes from right now. So at about 1:19 is when that will be really right at Cusseta and south is what we're looking at as far as the arrival of this storm. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity again. That is a very, very strong rotating column of air right there, mesocyclone. So if we're seeing any tornado, it's going to be squeezed somewhere around this area, right at the state line, crossing the river, moving into extreme southwest Chattahoochee County. So this is going to be worth going back and forth and just looking at the debris tracker. Still not showing any signs of debris. But this storm could drop at any moment. Could drop a tornado at any moment. So southwest Chattahoochee County, extreme northern Stewart County. Need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Let me zoom out and put it in motion. So just show you what we're talking about here. Look at these storms. These are fierce storms. Cellular in nature, but they are part of what we call a multicellular complex. So this is a big vat of storms basically pouring in from Alabama into southwest Georgia. All right, let's go back and take a look at our tornado warned storm down in Randolph County. So this is going to be just south of Cuthbert, moving northeast, heading toward eastern Randolph County, be moving toward Shellman, and we're showing this not as defined as it was before, and we're showing quite a bit of rain now that's getting pulled into that inflow. So that's going to help continue to weaken this storm, and we may get this expired a little bit sooner, but we'll see. Do have a new tornado warning now. This is going to cover portions of Clay County and Early County. We've been talking about this storm that's been moving in from Henry County, Alabama, and it has put together a hook, and you can see it right there. There's your inflow. There's your pendulum. Got our forward flank downdraft. We've got the rotation just like this. So this is still in Henry County, but this is going to be moving toward northwest Early County and into southern Clay County. So National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Henry County, Alabama, south central Clay County, Georgia, northwestern Early County until 1:30. Doppler radar indicating that severe thunderstorm is moving east at 40 miles per hour, and that's about 9 miles southeast of Abbeville, Alabama. So let's take the drawing off the board here. This is another fierce-looking storm. And let's take a look at velocity. Yeah, we're showing some strong rotation with this one as well. And we'll check on the debris. Yeah, I'm not really showing any signs of debris yet. So we'll keep checking back on that one. And as we time this out, this is going to be crossing the state line in 8 minutes. And so that's a pretty rural area there in northwest Early County. I think that this is going to stay fairly well to the north of Blakely. But Blakely, you are in the tornado warned polygon, so just be go ahead and seek shelter. You don't want to be in an automobile. You don't want to be in a manufactured home. You want to be in a site-built building or home, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And Bluffton, you're just outside the polygon, but you are really in line to see this storm. If it heads your way, or it is heading your way, if it stays together, it's going to be there in about 26 minutes from right now. So again, crossing the state line in extreme northwest Early County at about 1:15, and heading toward Bluffton at about 1:32. And let me call out some roads here in Early County. So Hudspeth Road in northwestern Early County. Of course, this is Highway 39. We've been talking about Highway 39 throughout the morning. And some of these roads we've probably already talked about. Mount Calvary Road, you're going to be in line. And let's put the track on this. Going to be at Mount Calvary Road in about 15 minutes. Highway 39 in about 11 and a half minutes from right now. So if you know anybody in northwest Early County, southern Clay County, make sure that you get the message out to them. Send them a text, give them a call, and let them know that there is a potentially dangerous storm that could be producing a tornado moving their direction. Tornado warning until 1:30. This covers the southern portion of Randolph County. That cell continues to cruise to the northeast. Coleman, you're in the clear. Carnegie, you're in the clear. But it's starting to move in closer towards Shellman, just south of Cuthbert on the Edison Highway. And then we also have the big storm up to our north of all this, which is still in extreme western Georgia there, south of Columbus, moving toward Cusseta. And you are in the tornado warned polygon, Cusseta, Renfro, you're in there as well. Let's take a look at another look at the velocity. There's that strong rotation. My goodness, that is a really, really, really strong rotation. Not necessarily tight rotation, but it is very strong rotation. We can see the speeds of the wind going to the radar and coming from the radar. Let me look at some of the upper levels. And yeah, that is pretty deep core. So that's going up pretty high into the atmosphere of that rotating column of air. And that itself is not a tornado, but that's what can spin up the tornado. So when we see those reds and greens close together, we know that the storm is rotating, and the first thing you have to get a tornado is a supercell, mesocyclone, the rotation, and then you get those tornadoes spinning from that. Just go ahead and visit the debris tracker again and make sure we're not missing any debris. All right, not seeing any debris thus far, but still showing that strong rotating column of air now inside Georgia in southwest Chattahoochee County, really right along the Chattahoochee-Stewart County line. So even if you're in Louvail or know anybody in Louvail and Brooklyn, it'd be a good idea to just go ahead and be in that tornado-safe place right now. But certainly Cusseta down the Renfro is going to be in line for this storm as it continues to move toward the east. Let's put this in motion and zoom out a little bit so we can get a better view. And there you go. That storm moving pretty good. 35 miles per hour was the last check. That sounds about right. Looks about right anyway. So that is just cruising right through the Chattahoochee-Stewart County line, just grazing the northern portion of Stewart County. Let's zoom out. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. This is going to be for portions of Carroll County as well as Haralson County. And that's a pretty sturdy cell right there. And that's going to be producing some significant hail over Mount Zion. Let's take a look at the hail tracker. There it is. All right, so just to the west of Mount Zion, that's actually going to be kind of the top of that storm. So we could be seeing some hail moving into Mount Zion here shortly. But heavy rainfall there, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for most of Haralson County, the northern half of Carroll County, and that goes until 1:45. So that'll be moving in really Carrollton, certainly north side of Carrollton is going to be experiencing that cell very soon. So bring your cars in if you can, get it under some sort of a surface because there's going to be some hail with that storm without a doubt. 3 tornado warnings that we have here in the state of Georgia. We'll go from north to south. First of all, southern Chattahoochee County, extreme northern Stewart County. That goes until 1:45. And that one has a really strong rotation signature. Let's zoom back in again. Yeah, it's still hanging in there. Pretty broad, but very, very strong as it continues to move toward US 27. And as promised, we'll continue going north to south. Our 2 tornado warnings that we have in southwest Georgia. The one that we've been talking about forever, it seems like, for Randolph County. So right here, this storm and that cell just continues to come apart. So I'm not sure if they're gonna hold on to that until 1:30 or not, but we'll just wait and see. This one is going to hold on for a while because that cell is still very much in the form it needs to be to drop a tornado. Let's just put it that way. You got this strong inflow there pulling in that warm, moist air. Right here is where we're going to see rotation, if any at all. Still in Alabama. Still have a little ways to go. Going to be moving into Georgia over the next 5 minutes into western Early County and southern Clay County. And let me clear off some of these roads here and get rid of my drawings. So for the rest of the state, we'll wait for another scan on this, and then I do want to show you the tornado watch that we have in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. Tornado watch is in effect all the way up to Heard County, all the way down to the Georgia-Florida line, and to the southeast to Valdosta. And that goes until 7 o'clock this evening, our tornado watch. That means conditions are favorable for a tornado, and I think we're going to get a bunch more tornado warnings over the next several hours. And really, the atmosphere has got a ways to go. It's really going to be cooking up later on this afternoon from about 2 o'clock. We're getting close to 2 o'clock now, but 2 until about 6 o'clock this evening is where we're going to be seeing a lot of activity in southwest Georgia, in and around Albany, and then all the way down to Bainbridge, Cairo, Valdosta. So we'll turn this off and get back to our current storms. We'll just go north to south once again and take a look at the radar imagery. We'll load that up. We should have a fresh scan, and we do. And still showing that strong rotation now, moving little bit more into Georgia, heading toward US 27, just south of Cusseta in southern Chattahoochee County. Very, very close to the Stewart County line. And let me check out the debris tracker on that. Not showing any debris. That's a good thing. And as we go down to our south a little bit more, heading into Randolph County, that storm continues to move north and actually moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And that's going to be east of Cuthbert, moving toward Shellman. New tornado warning just now issued. This goes until 2 o'clock. And this is going to be for northwestern Randolph County and Quitman County until 2. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Eufaula, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Got the potential of a tornado for this storm, quarter-size hail. This is a dangerous storm, going to be near Georgetown at around 1:20. Other locations include Benevolence, Springvale, Wades, Hatcher, White House, Wire Bridge, and Crossroads. So if you're in that area or know anyone in that area, make sure that they are in their tornado-safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. You can't be in a mobile home. You can't be in a car. That's the worst possible place you can be. You're better off in a ditch than to be in a mobile home or a car. Got to be in a site-built home, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And I'm telling you, if you're in a two-story house, the difference between that second story and the first level is unbelievable. I've looked at thousands of storm damage photos and reports, and I can tell you that it is a lifesaver if you can be on the lowest level. So please get there right now if you're in any one of these tornado-warned polygons. Just looking here. So again, our latest warning is going to be for northwestern Randolph and Quitman County. And I'm going to zoom out to the southwest region here, put this in motion, and just so you can see where these storms are moving, where they're coming from, and where they're going to. And while we do that, let me get this information posted to social media and to our radio partners. All right, that storm now that's moving into Quitman County, coming in from Eufaula, that's going to be radar confirmed tornado. And stand by just a moment. Let me get this information out to our radio partners. And starting to get in some more damage reports in as well. So going to pass that along to you momentarily. But let me just get this information out first. All right, again, I appreciate you being patient with me here, just taking care of several things. Want to make sure we have our video going as well as our social media so we can reach as many people as possible. All right, we got that taken care of. So this map is really starting to light up now, and we knew this was going to happen just looking at all the modeling this morning and looking at the instability, looking at the tornado parameters. This is going to be a very active day, and we're not done yet. This is going to go through the evening hours, and we're even going to have storms overnight tonight as well. So this warning polygon that we're looking at right now, this is going to be a radar-confirmed tornado, and that was located over Eufaula. And, yeah, that's a big, big notch. I'm actually going to have to turn off the warning polygons for just a moment so we can get a better view of this. And just turn this off momentarily. So there you go. You can see our notch right here. And if we take a look at the velocity, we are showing that rotation there really right over Eufaula, just slightly to the east of Eufaula, crossing the river now, moving into Quitman County, Georgia. So that's why we watch what happens in Alabama, because most of the time it ends up heading our way at some point. And with these storms But really continuing to build up the momentum, we're really gonna start to see some activity now firing up. So let's go ahead and put the warnings back up again. So radar confirmed tornado warning until 2 o'clock for Quitman County and northern Randolph County. So this is going to include Springvale and Benevolence. Georgetown, you are right under the gun right now. Georgetown is right across the river from Eufaula. And so that's where we are seeing the rotating portion of the storm. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Let me take a look at the debris tracker. Maybe that could be some debris. Let's take a look at... Let's line this up. That could be debris. Let's see if it matches up. Yeah, it does. It sure does. So that's likely going to be debris, and that's why this is a radar-confirmed tornado, and that looks like that has hit the ground just south of Eufaula and crossing into Georgia. So this may be our first tornado that we have on the ground, confirmed by radar, moving into Georgia so far today. All right, let's just keep moving on down to the south. We have now overlaying tornado warnings. This is where things start to get a little bit complicated, but going to do the best that we can. We have a tornado warning that's going to be covering the northwest corner of Early County, not quite to Blakely, until 2 o'clock. Now, we do have a tornado warning over Blakely until 1:30, so this is as a result of two different cells. Let's see if we can talk about all this. So, first of all, this cell is prompting our tornado warning until 1:30. I think that's going to stay north of Blakely but head toward Bluffton. We have another cell that's out in Alabama that's south of Newville, and this is going to continue to push in toward western Early County and could be making its way toward Blakely if it holds together. And let's put a time on this. If it holds together, we'll be in Blakely in about 30 minutes. So you have plenty of time. We'll be crossing the state line in about 19 minutes from right now. This is a big cell, and it's not competing with any other cells, it doesn't look like. So I think this one holds together a little bit longer than the other ones and could be making its way into Georgia. So a good plan there to have that tornado warning in effect for western Early County right up to Blakely. But then we also have that tornado warning just that covers Blakely for the cell that's inside Early County near the Clay County line. But again, I think that one's going to dodge Blakely altogether, but is moving toward Bluffton. And as it holds together, it looks like it's going to, should be in Bluffton in about 10 minutes. So we could get an extension of that warning there. So a lot of activity going on in southwest Georgia. Just want to mention very quickly the severe thunderstorm warning up in Carroll County and affecting Carrollton. But that one is not showing any major rotation, so we're going to leave that one alone for right now. Get back down to the storm that showed some very strong but broad rotation. Let's see how this is looking now. Yep, still showing that rotation in there, but very broad, south of Cuseta between US 27 and US 280. And let's see if we have any debris. We don't. Let's get back to our storm where we do have the debris. This is going to be our radar-confirmed tornado. And yeah, I think we are showing a little debris just south of Eufaula, now moving in south of Georgetown. So this could still be on the ground. Yep, still showing the rotation there. Or it may have just lifted as it crossed the northern part of the reservoir and the river, moving in toward Georgetown and Quitman County. But that is prompted our tornado warning until 2 o'clock for all of Quitman County and northwest Randolph County. Need to be in that tornado safe place right now. I know that this looks like spilled paint all over the board, and there's boxes and polygons and colors and all this going on. The main thing to know is if you're in one of these warning polygons, you don't have to worry so much about what cell is prompting this. Just know to be in your tornado safe place. And if you know anybody in these areas, send them a text, give them a call, and let them know that these are some very dangerous storms. Our tornado parameters have been extremely high, highest we've seen so far this year. And that's why we're under that level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk for today, and we have the potential of significant tornadoes, those EF2 and greater tornadoes. They call out some roads here. Lower Lumpkin Road will stretch out to the east, County Road 29, starting to get into Randolph County now. County Road 28, Old Lumpkin Road. So we go from Lower Lumpkin to Old Lumpkin Road, all in the path of this storm that could drop a tornado. And let's get the timing on some of these areas that I called out. So Lower Lumpkin Road, about 12 and a half minutes or so from right now. Take it to about 138. County Road 29 at about 148. And then getting out to US 27 at about 202. Just north of Cuthbert. All right, so it's got a new scan. Let's take a look at the velocity and debris tracker. All right, not so sure if this is still kicking up debris or not. We may still have a little bit of lofted debris from earlier. All right, new tornado warning, and we're going to pause for just a second to get this out to our radio partners. This is moving closer into the Albany area. We have a tornado warning that is in effect until 2:15 for southeastern Clay County, western Calhoun County, and northern Early County. Possibility of golf ball size hail, as well as the potential for a tornado with this storm. So bear with me just a moment as we get this posted to our social media sites. Again, I appreciate your patience. We're just here talking about the weather and making sure you know where things are and taking care of quite a bit of business all at the same time. And that allows us to get the word out to everybody possible. We're on YouTube right now, Facebook, the radio stations in the Albany area with coverage as well. So we're going to stay right here with you until these storms pass through, and it's going to be a long day. It's only 1:27, and I feel like I may already be losing my voice, but we're going to be with you through the afternoon hours and into the evening hours as well. And this is just a jumbled up mess. I know this is hard to look at, hard to decipher what's going on with all these tornado warning polygons, but this is because we have multiple cells here that's prompting these warnings. So I'm going to do my very best to tell you where these storms are. So first of all, tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado. It came out of Eufaula moving through Georgetown, and this is going to be for all of Quitman County, northwest Randolph County, including Springvale and Benevolence. And this goes until 2 p.m. Down to the south of that, tornado warning until 1:30. This is for most of Randolph County, the southern half. This storm is pretty much gone as it is moved north of Shellman, so I don't think we're going to have to really worry about this much anymore. That's going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes. We have another one off to the west going to expire in 2 minutes. That's basically been replaced by this tornado warning that we have until 2:15. That covers southeastern Clay County, western Calhoun County, northern Early County. That includes Edison, Dickey, Arlington, Bluffton, Bancroft. You are in this tornado warning, and this one is also producing some significant hail out, going to be in the really north of Blakely, almost up to the Clay Early County line. All right, tornado warning in effect until 2 o'clock. This is going to have the southern edge of Early County, including Luke, as this cell moving in, starting to head toward Haleburg, Alabama, and we'll be crossing over the state line near Haleburg, and that's west of Blakely, and we'll be continuing to move east, and this one is going to hold together, I do believe. That's probably our strongest cell that we have to look at right now in southwest Georgia. And we can't forget our tornado warning. That is now, that storm is moving south of Cusseta. This one had some very strong but broad rotation. Still there, strong but broad rotation. And not showing any signs of debris on that one. So this storm, I think that rotation may be just a little broad to be terribly concerned with. But still, if you're in the Renfro community and along 280 between Cusseta and Renfro, be in your tornado safe place right now. And then off to the east of that, heading toward Marion County and northern Webster County, that storm's going to be moving your direction but producing some heavy rain. I think we're going to see lightning, heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail in there, but just not so sure that rotation is going to be tight enough to drop a tornado anytime soon. But could tighten up, and if it does, I will let you know about it. So all this activity going on in southwest Georgia and kind of cleaning up the map a little bit. Now that we're past 1:30, we have cleared off several tornado warnings, but we still have several left. So let's go back up and go north to south. Again, tornado warning in effect until 1:45 for southeast Chattahoochee County, extreme northeast Stewart County. Radar confirmed tornado warning until 2 o'clock. This is for Quitman County. Morris, you're out now. A lot of Quitman County has been dropped off from this particular warning. But just above Springvale and Benevolence in Randolph County, you're still in the warning. And let's take a look at the velocity. Not showing a whole lot there. And debris tracker. I'm sorry, that's... Okay, not really showing much in terms of debris on that. I do think that kicked up something around Eufaula. But look at this. Still got the notch there. So we're still going to be concerned with this portion of the storm. And if we time this out, it's going to be heading over toward US 27 in about 11 minutes. So just be ready for that. Severe thunderstorm warning is stretching in to portions of Clay County, including Fort Gaines. That goes until 1:45. We'll see if that gets upgraded. Tornado warning until 2:15. And this is going to be for southeastern Clay County, the western, really half of Calhoun County, and northern Early County. And this one's got the potential of some significant hail. And we see that big hook right there. Could be drawing in some of this moisture, which could help it collapse. But as for right now, this storm is rotating, and right there is going to be your main area, just east of Highway 39. And that is moving toward Indian Mounds Road, and will continue toward US 27 toward Bluffton. Tornado warning until 2 o'clock for western Early County, which includes the community of Luke. And this is what we're looking at here. Big inflow notch. Let's take a look at some of the upper levels and see if this is bounded. Wow. Look at this. This is going to be a big hail core right there. So, big hail core moving toward Haleburg, Alabama. And if that holds together, that's going to be moving into northwest Early County. All right, let's get back to the surface and see what we have here. Lots going on. Just stay with us. If we call out your county, I'll make sure I get back and talk about it. As I mentioned, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Part of that has been canceled, but still impacting portions of Carroll County and just the extreme southeast corner of Haralson County. That's going to be moving in toward Douglas County, starting to move into the southwest metro Atlanta suburbs. And if we get any spin on that, we'll start talking about that, of course. But our main concern are our tornado warnings here in southwest Georgia. And we'll just visit each one. By the time we get down to the bottom, we get a new scan, so we can go ahead and take a look at our velocity. Yeah, there's that rotation still there. This is strong rotation, but very, very broad. So I think this is going to be allowed to expire when we get to 145. Looks like it's going to be outrunning the polygon. And maybe, let's see, do we have... No, probably not. I was just looking kind of more in the core of the storm here if we had anything going on, and I don't think that's going to be anything to be concerned with. Right over 280, just southeast of Cusetta. Just some heavy rain with that. Yeah, this storm is still looking pretty gnarly right here. Look at this. Inflow notch right here. We got our pendulum right here. So this was our radar confirmed tornado. Let me see if we can get the upper levels. Yeah, we're showing some spin in the upper levels. Not a whole lot here at the surface. So maybe we'll keep this one off the ground as it continues to push eastbound through through northern Randolph County, right around the Stewart County line. So this is starting to move out of Quitman County, moving toward Randolph County, above Springvale. And there's a new sweep. So Springvale is right in here. So here's your hook. And so we're just seeing this storm kind of move in this direction. So that's just going to graze Springvale. Benevolence is right here. You're going to be in line for this storm if it continues to hold together. And so far, it still looks pretty ominous. And boy, this is a big old cell right here. The only thing this cell right here that we're looking at, the only thing it has working against us is it's going to be pulling in some of this moisture right here, and that is going to kind of start to close off that inflow. But for right now, that's not happening. Still a great big hook right here. So let's take a look at the velocity, and this is going to be some very broad rotation, but it is rotating. This storm also rotating. You can see the reds and the greens together. I don't see any signs that we have a tornado on the ground. I don't think that's debris. Probably seeing some hail contamination there. Certainly looking at hail. We can look at that. Look at these hail cores. My goodness, that's some really serious hail just above Blakely, heading toward Bluffton. And I'll look at one more thing, our echo tops. So this shows you how high these storms are. So that's what starts producing that hail. You get those hail particles that start out small, and then they just keep getting kicked up over and over again until finally gravity takes over, and they drop down the earth. So 55,000 feet. If you're in an airplane flying, you're around 35 to 38,000 feet. This is even higher than the airplanes go. So these storms are shooting right up to the stratosphere, and that's why we have the significant hail associated with this moving through Early and Clay County. All right, so let's see. Let's go back and look at... All right, we have one person in the media that's calling out this little dot right here. Let's see how this lines up with our velocity. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be any sort of debris. But we check it out together. That's one good thing. When during these severe weather events, we're connected with other media sources. We're connected directly to the National Weather Service. EMA managers are all in here. And so we're able to see what's going on and kind of give each other some things to look at to make sure that we're not missing anything. Because when you get this many warnings going on at one time, it does get very hectic for sure. Severe thunderstorm warning is going to basically replace and continue out that tornado warning that we had for that storm that moved through just south of Cusseta through Chattahoochee County. So this is going to go into Marion County and the extreme southeast corner of Chattahoochee County. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 2 o'clock. The storm moving east at 25 miles per hour. So Buena Vista, Putnam, Brantley, Christopher, Tazewell, Drainville, Renfro, Doyle. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Expect 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and the possibility of hail. So that's at least some good news that the spin has stopped on this storm as it's moved through southeast Chattahoochee County heading toward Marion County, but still severe thunderstorm nonetheless. Let's check out our radar confirmed tornado here that is pretty much out of Quitman County altogether now and is in Randolph County. And let's take a look at, I have to look at some upper levels here. And just for my research, let's take a look at this area and see how this lines up. Yep, so that's still looking at some rotating updrafts in northwest Randolph County, and that is continuing toward Benevolence, which is right here. So we'll be crossing US 27 here over the next couple of minutes, and we'll see if that gives any signs of tightening up anymore and possibly dropping a tornado. And this is a pretty ugly storm down to the south. We do not have any radar confirmation that we have a tornado on this, but the storm is capable of producing a tornado, and it's definitely producing hail moving in toward Bluffton and probably dropping some around Bancroft as well. But this is going to be for southern Clay County, the western half of Calhoun County, and northern Early County under this tornado warning until 2:15 and tornado warning until 2 o'clock for western Early County, including the community of Luke, which is right here. So you can see Blakely is no longer under the gun for a tornado warning. This cell is to the north of Blakely. This cell, I think, is going to stay just north of Blakely if it holds together. And but we'll keep an eye on that. Don't want to give an all clear before it's too soon. Just be on standby in Blakely. And I know that the tornado sirens have been going off, if you can hear them. I'm not a fan of the tornado sirens at all. I would rather you have a weather radio, or make sure you have those wireless emergency alerts turned on your phone. And that's a much better way to get those warnings, especially in the middle of the night. People sleep right through the tornado warnings, get the whipping wind and the heavy rain on the roof. You won't hear it, even if the tornado warning's siren is right next to you. So having a way to actually receive the warnings, that's a good thing, because they don't do you any good unless you know that it's happening. It is 1:40. This is the Georgia Weather Net. I'm meteorologist KJ Allen. This is not all the activity going on. I can put the composite radar up here and we'll light it up. You can see thunderstorms are in northwest Georgia now. Some fairly heavy rain in the north metro Atlanta suburbs. Had a pretty decent cell. It's kind of stretched out there through Carroll County heading toward Douglas County. Not severe at the moment. We'll see if that fires back up again. All of our severe weather is going to be concentrated here in the southwest corner of the state. So we'll go back and look at the high-res radar so we can see this in great detail. And you see all these cells that are all popped up. They all look similar. They're all taking on that supercell characteristic. And so these are all threatening cells. Just look at all these little things out here. See all these? None of them are severe at the moment, but all of them could go severe. And that's the challenge on a day like today, is to try to pick. It's like trying to figure out which popcorn kernel is going to pop first. There's just no way to know. We know they're going to pop, but what order they're going to pop in, it's absolutely impossible to know. And maybe in 100 years from now, we'll have the technology to do that. But if anybody on TV or radio or on the internet tells you they can tell you exactly where the storms are going to fire up, go find somebody else to listen to, because they are not telling you the truth. So with that, we do know the general areas, and let me overlay the Storm Prediction Center. This is one of the best tools that we have, and you as the general public has at your fingertips to look at these convective areas. So the Storm Prediction Center, they put this out every day, and we can go 3 days in advance. And this is today's outlook. So level 4 out of 5 risk. That's the red area, moderate risk. Level 4 out of 5 risk for southwest Georgia, including Albany, Blakely, Americus up to Columbus. Level 3 out of 5 risk from LaGrange over to Macon, Statesboro, Savannah, Waycross. And then level 2 out of 5 risk for Metro Atlanta. And just so that North Georgia is not left out, they have the level 1 out of 5 risk up in Hiawassee, Blue Ridge, and Clayton, up in the North Georgia mountains. So severe weather could happen anywhere through the day today, through the afternoon and evening hours. And this map takes us till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And then how does it look tomorrow? Well, tomorrow is going to be a little quieter for a good part of the state, but still level 2 out of 5 risk of severe weather for South Georgia from Albany, Camilla, down to Bainbridge and Cairo, and Thomasville. Level 1 out of 5 risk covers most of Middle Georgia and parts of South Georgia as well. And then skipping ahead to Friday, still have that level 1 in South Georgia, but we should see some sunshine in parts of the state. So just wanted to show you that, and that's one of those things that you can look at to know how much you need to pay attention to the weather throughout the day. So let's take a look at all of our storms that we have on the board right now. Our tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire at 1:45, but the severe thunderstorm warning takes its place, moving into Marion County, Buena Vista, and almost to Schley County. Down to the south, tornado warning until 2:15. We've had portions of that one canceled, so Quitman and Randolph County, we have a portion of that has been canceled but continues for Early County. So I'm trying to see, is this one the one that's going to go away? Well, we'll get back to that. Let's look at this. Wow, this is some strong reflectivity, setting another record for the day. Got the 68 dB. Yeah, that's some very strong reflectivity. So that's going to be some severe hail that's crossing into Early County from Henry County, Alabama. So one estimate here showing possibility of 2-inch in diameter hail. That's from a different radar site. Let's take a look at what this one has. That's our probability. Let's get the estimated size. Yep, so 2-inch. Could be seeing 2-inch diameter hail. So this could be getting close to baseball size hail. Moving in from Alabama into western Early County. That's going to be affecting Blakely. Wowee, that is really going to be a big hailstorm right there. So roof damage for sure. That could break windshields. And that's going to be a big concern with this, in addition to the possibility of this one spinning. So what we're looking at right here, some broad and we'll call it moderate rotation on this particular storm. Yeah, this lines up with the reflectivity. So not strong rotation. It's not necessarily tight enough that we expect a tornado on the ground at the moment. And just looking at the debris tracker, got nothing there. But hail is going to be a big, big concern with this one as it moves toward Blakely. Let's take a look at some streets. And let's see if we can get right here. That's Freeman Road. So that's the one that comes pretty much right out of the Blakely bypass and it heads west. There's Howard Landing Road. Take a look at this road up here, River Road. Maybe we can grab another one here, Odom Creek Road. So that's where we have some significant hail falling right now. Wow, that is quite a core. We see that black coloring there, so that just shows the reflection coming back the radar site. It is just running into big solid ice chunks. And up in the upper atmosphere, could be larger than baseball size hail, but by the time it reaches the ground, we could be seeing hail maybe the size of baseballs. We'll watch out for the storm reports and see what we get. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lee, Randolph, and Terrell County. And there you go. So this does cover all those county seats, Dawson and Leesburg over in Lee County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. And let me get the text on this. So, yeah, hail damage also expected with this storm. And could see $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust as well. So in Dawson, Leesburg, third time's a charm. I love Leesburg in South Lee County. Great place to be. Albany, northern Albany there is going to be in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. Sasser, Smithville, Braunwood, Forester, Martins Cross Road, Century, the Dawson Municipal Airport, obviously, in the severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So we'll get this posted for our weather partners down the line as well. And while I do that, I will just kind of give you a little bit of a break from the chatter here, and we'll put this in motion so you can see where these storms are moving. You see all those severe thunder or those tornado warning polygons that were all there and then disappeared at 1:30, and that helped us keep track of things quite a bit for sure. All right, so our latest severe thunderstorm warned area, that's a pretty big area, and that's covering a lot of real estate. That's got that eastern portion of Randolph County, most of Terrell County, and the western half of Lee County, including Leesburg and the South Lee area. You are in that, and just a little bit of northern Dougherty County, right to the county line for that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 2:30. And already looks like picking up a pretty good hail core. I'm just looking at one of my other radar sites. And let me zoom in on this. And let's take a look at, there's a hail core there heading in towards Shellman. So that's maybe could see some 2-inch in diameter hail on that one. Another big hail core there moving through eastern Randolph County right there, heading toward the Terrell County line. So Terrell County, get ready for the potential for some pretty significant hail moving your way. All right, let's visit our 2 tornado-warned storms. Take a look at our velocity, and you can see it. You don't need a meteorology degree to see this. Right there, you got some broad rotation. Right here, you have some rotation. Then what we do is we line it up with the reflectivity to see if it matches, and it does. There you go. You got your inflow here. Right there, you got a little inflow as well. It's just very broad rotation. They both look just about the same, too, when you put them side by side. So this and this, very broad, but certainly something to keep an eye on. That could tighten up a little bit and could drop a tornado, so that's why we have that tornado warning. Until 2:15, southeast Clay County, western Calhoun County, north Early County, and then our tornado warned storm out to the west of that, moving into western Early County. Now, my friends in Albany want you to know that these storms are coming in, and they're moving fairly slowly. Going to take a little while before they start moving into western Dougherty County and into Albany itself, but it will be moving that way. Now, do we continue to see the rotation? Can't tell you that for sure. I think when you have these 2 competing supercells side by side, they tend to kind of weaken each other just a little bit. So we're hoping that that may be the case as that storm continues to move toward the east, and maybe we'll get all the rotating mess out of its system before it reaches Albany and Dougherty County. But just know it is starting to knock on your door and is moving that way. Let's put a storm track just so we can get an idea. I mean, we're still almost an hour away. As slow as these storms are moving, and if you got in your car and drove from Arlington to Albany and you're driving 20 miles an hour, that's a long trip. And that's basically what these storms are doing. They're moving between 20 and 25 miles per hour. So we do have a ways to go before they end up making their way into Dougherty County. All right, just scanning for just really not getting a lot of storm reports. Been getting numerous reports earlier this morning out of Dodge County, some wind reports. And we've had some tornado reports coming out of Alabama, out around Abbeville, Alabama, but nothing in terms of wind or tornado reports coming out of southwest Georgia as of yet. I would be surprised if we didn't hear something out of Eufaula and or in Quitman County in Georgia, because we did have it looked like a tornado was on the ground around Eufaula just as it was crossing into Georgia. So we're going to keep an eye out for any storm reports coming out of that way, and I'll pass it along to you as soon as I hear anything. Time is 1:53. This is the Georgia Weather Net. I'm meteorologist KJ Allen. Thank you for joining us on Facebook and on YouTube. We have our live stream going on YouTube as well. You can subscribe to that channel and get updates anytime we have these severe weather outbreaks, and it's going to be a long day. So understand if these storms are not in your immediate area, they may be there soon enough, especially in South Georgia, Middle Georgia. So this is going to stretch to the afternoon, evening hours, and even storms through the overnight hours. Unfortunately, it's hard to get a really great timing on all these different waves of storms. The Weather Service, the meteorologist in charge there this morning said it perfectly. He said it's complicated, and it sure is. But the main thing is, once you're in the clear of the storms through the early afternoon hours, we're not done yet. We still have another several rounds to go as we move through the afternoon, evening hours. And again, it looks like a line of storms will move through metro Atlanta even overnight tonight and down into middle and south Georgia. So a lot going on. You can kind of get a little bit more information from my morning video that I put out at around 7 o'clock this morning to find out what's going on with that. But let's visit all of our warnings right now from north to south. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 2 o'clock. Actually, has this been canceled? I think this has been canceled. We'll wait just a second and see. And let me go through. That's going to be Atlanta. Let's see. Okay. So, yeah. So that one's gone. So still a pretty pretty strong thunderstorm there, but not severe. So we'll take that for sure. That one has been canceled. This one's still good to go, though. Severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Randolph County, most of Terrell County, western Lee County until 2:30. And this storm is just now crossing into Terrell County. We have a hail core on that, possibly producing inch in diameter hail, could be a little bit larger. And that is moving toward Dawson. And if it holds together, we'll continue moving right toward Leesburg in Lee County. Tornado warned storm. This is going to be for western Calhoun County, northern Early County, southeast Clay County. And we're still watching this inflow notch right here. Let's see what the rotation looks like. Yep, still showing that broad rotation just to the northwest of Arlington. And we're still showing the broad rotation right here, west of Blakely. This storm is starting to outrun the warning polygon, which is set to go until 2 o'clock. We'll see what happens with this. I think if that rotation stays as broad as it is, that will probably get replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe in just the next few seconds. Let's just see what the Weather Service has to say about that. But I do think Blakely and possibly Damascus and Early County could get under at minimum, a severe thunderstorm warning as a result of that storm, because it is producing some significant hail, and we have been showing some rotation with that, although it has been broad. So let's just see what the Weather Service does with that. I know they're keeping their eye on all these cells, just trying to figure out which one's going to pop next. And so we'll just hold it right here. And we'll be live until either that tornado warning for 2:15 expires or they cancel it first. But there will be more to talk about through the day today. All right, time is 1:57. Just kind of looking through any more storm reports. Yeah, nothing. And if you see any storm reports, or if you have a storm report, if you see storm damage and you have a report, one of the easiest ways to do is just tag the National Weather Service in Twitter. You can also give them a call. Just make sure you wait until the storm is passed, till it's safe to do so. They don't want you calling in the middle of the storm and putting yourself in danger. But those storm reports are very, very helpful in just determining how strong the storm was and where it came from, where it's going. So they're good. It's good information to have for sure. But everything has been pretty quiet. So yep, now a new tornado warning. So yeah, they're going to extend that out. Tornado warning for Early County. I was hoping they'd go with severe thunderstorm, but it looks like that rotation is still enough to be concerned with. So this does cover Blakely, and this goes until 2:45. Tornado warning for central Early County. Should be in Blakely at 2:05, so another 7 minutes to go. Arlington around 2:30. Other locations include Old Damascus, Rock Hill, Damascus, Cuba, Rowena, and Rock Hill. So this is a storm capable of producing a tornado. We haven't seen any signs that it has dropped a tornado yet, but we have been watching this rotation right here. So you can see it's moving out of the old polygon and moving into the new, and that is moving into Blakely. So if you're in Blakely, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And Damascus, also you need to be in there as well. And really that polygon takes us right up to Arlington. So between Damascus and Arlington, along the Joe Bryan Highway, need to be in your tornado safe place. Or if you know anybody in that area, please let them know. Let me zoom out to show you what we're talking about here. Southwest Georgia, yeah, we're starting to get complicated again with multiple tornado warning polygons, but one of them at least is going to pop off the board here in about a minute. So we're just watching these two cells, and they are similar in a lot of ways. We have this one right here. We have our other cell moving into Blakely. Both of them showing some fairly broad rotation. Actually, the one north of Arlington now is, it's starting to tighten up just a little bit. Let's take a little closer look. Yeah, there we go. Getting a little bit stronger gate-to-gate shear on this storm just above Arlington. So right here is our concern. We can overlay that with the reflectivity, and yep, everything lines up. This is where you'd be seeing the rotation, and if we have any tornadic activity, going to be right here, just a mile or two north of Arlington. Let me call out some roads. And let's see, this one in particular, well, going to have to turn off the telestrator. So Thomas Grove Church Road. Obviously, here's Highway 216. And maybe we can get this one, County Road 80. All right, so let's clear that off. So that's where we have the potential of a tornado or a storm that could drop a tornado just north of Arlington. And then also watching this cell here, big rotating cell moving into Blakely. Tornado warning for Clay and Early County has been canceled. I'm trying to think, was that the one that was supposed to go until 2? Okay, so they canceled at the same time it was to expire. That's fine, no problem. We know it's off the board. But our tornado warnings continue for northern Early County, as well as extreme southeast Clay County. Although Clay County is going to be in the clear on this storm that moved just south of Bluffton, but Calhoun County, Arlington, you are, and just north of Arlington, you are under the gun right now. We do see that rotation on radar, and that has tightened up somewhat. Let's take a look at the debris tracker, see if we have any debris, and we'll put this in motion. Don't see any debris at all. So that's good. And there's our update of the polygon. So, yeah, again, Bluffton, you are all in the clear. Clay County, no problems at all for you anymore for this particular round. Again, more rounds to come as we move through the day today and into the evening and overnight hours. But I want you to be in that tornado safe place right now in Arlington, north of Arlington, up to Edison, right along the Edison Highway. And then Morgan, you're not in the tornado-warned polygon, but that storm is going to be moving very, very close. And we'll put a storm track on that. It's going to be moving just south of Morgan in about 11 minutes. And if it holds together, we'll be moving toward Leary in about 19 and a half minutes. So, again, let me put the time on there. So at about 2:23, heading toward Leary, if this storm holds together. These two cells are getting bunched up very, very close. There's cell 1, there's cell 2, both of them with rotating cores. Both of them could drop a tornado, but they are getting so close that eventually this forward flank is going to start to interfere with this inflow and should start to cut this storm off. Should. Now, weather will do things to surprise you, just to keep you humble. So I'm not going to call this one quits yet. We're going to keep watching this, especially as it's defined. Now, our southern storm has nothing to really interfere with it, so that's why it's going to continue to hold together, at least for the next few minutes, as it moves across Blakely. Let's take a look at the velocity. Still showing that broad rotation, but it's there, right over Blakely, and no debris. So we will just keep hoping that that will not drop a tornado, because if it did right now, it would be right over Blakely, right on top of Blakely. So it's possible we'll get by without a tornado dropping out of this particular storm, but just know that there is that chance there. It's right above you. You don't want to go outside and look, but if you did, there's basically a rotating column of air just passing right over the top of Blakely. And let's see if we can get this cleared out of here. Should be through town in about 7 minutes. And if it holds together, we'll be moving toward Highway 45 in about 26 minutes from right now at about 2:30. And should be moving out toward Baker County in about 32 minutes. And we'll see if that gets extended into Baker. Could see an extension into parts of Calhoun County as well as a result of both of these cells. Our severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for eastern Randolph County, even though for the most part it's out of Randolph, now in Terrell County, moving toward Lee County. And the possibility of some hail right over Dawson right now, and you can see that's beginning to light up a little bit more, so a little bit stronger reflectivity just over Dawson. So I think for sure we're seeing some hail falling on that. Hopefully it's not bad, but certainly had a very big hail core a little bit earlier when we were tracking that storm as it was coming together. Let's zoom out, reset things a little bit. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up around the Heard and Troup County area. This goes until 2:45. And this has the possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. LaGrange, you're in there, Hogansville, Harrisonville, Mountville, Hillcrest, and Louise. And, yep, another really strong reflectivity coming back just north of LaGrange. So right there, let's take a look at the hail tracker, and that's offset just a little bit just because the storm is tilted. So we're looking at the base, so probably the hail's coming down right here along US 29 north of LaGrange, but the top of the core is going to be offset just to the west a little bit, and that's what actually keeps the storms going. If they're tilted just a bit, that allows for a lot of development. Just the opposite when it comes to tropical weather. If you have a hurricane that gets sort of tilted, it just starts to fall apart and get shredded. But with these thunderstorms over land, a little bit of tilt will go a long way. Otherwise, they just kind of, the downdraft ends up cutting off the updraft, and that's, no good for thunderstorm development. So southwest Georgia, severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. We'll just really call it for Terrell and Lee County at this point. The main bulk of that storm that prompted the warning has moved out of Randolph County, but we do have another cell that's below severe limits in southern Randolph County, so still some heavy rain coming down there. Let's take a look at our tornado-warned storms. Oh, yeah, that rotation is still there, still showing the bright red right in north of Arlington. And that's going to be out around State Highway 45, hail core just over 45 near Morgan. And then we have our rotating storm right over Blakely. That's pretty broad rotation. The most concerning storm I'm seeing right now is going to be northeast of Arlington. That's where we have the strongest rotation. And let's take a look at the structure of this thing. Yeah, again, inflow is still there. It doesn't seem to be phased by all this rain coming off of this cell, but it is impacting the storm somewhat. It's getting drawn in, but we still looking at that pretty good inflow notch. And with that strong rotation, we have now extended the tornado warning out to the east, and this is going to now reach into Dougherty County. So the eastern portion of Calhoun County and western Dougherty County, not quite to Albany, but western Dougherty County, you are in the tornado-warned polygon. That takes you out to 8 Mile Road. So really 8 Mile Road and west is going to be your tornado warned. Let me just sketch or draw out 8 Mile. This is 8 Mile right here. See if we can get a hold of it. Maybe. There you go. So that's roughly the boundary. Yep, the polygon goes a little bit past 8 Mile, but if you are west of 8 Mile Road in Dougherty County and eastern Calhoun County, you need to be in your tornado-safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And if you're in Albany and down toward the airport and toward Putney, you need to be on standby, because if this storm holds together, I'm not 100% convinced it will, but I'm not 100% convinced it won't either. If it does hold together, it will be moving in toward Albany, toward the airport, south of town, and Putney. Over, let's just see if we can get a time on it. Possibly could be moving that way in about 45 minutes or so. All right, let me... bear with me just a second so we can get this information out for our radio partners and social media. All right. All right, got that done. All right, so tornado warning. This is the latest one now. Eastern Calhoun County, western Dougherty County. until 2:45 with that rotating storm that is just, I've got another scan on another radar that's showing that a little bit closer to Morgan. So, yeah, this is really, really close to Morgan. So, Morgan and Leary, I want you in your safe place. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Let's take a look at the velocity. And so here it is. Yeah, this thing is really, really close to Morgan's right here. So this is going to be continuing in this direction, and it's going to be very, very close to Morgan. Certainly if you're south of Morgan, heading down Highway 153, be in your tornado safe place right now. This is Highway 153 right there. We'll go back to reflectivity. Let's take a look at this storm. Oh, my goodness. All right, so this is our storm just east of Blakely. And this has got a, as I mentioned, this storm is not competing with another one. So there's your little pendulum right here. There's your inflow. Big rotating storm, just like this. So our main concern is going to be right in this area. Let's take a look at the velocity. Yeah, that rotation has tightened up significantly. Not showing any debris, but that may start to pop up next. So this is a nasty one. It is just through downtown Blakely. So if you're west of Blakely, everything is going to be clear on this particular storm. But east of Blakely, the bypass along State Highway 200 and Highway 62, Bancroft, south of Bancroft, and even out to Damascus. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. This is a nasty storm. Look at this. So this storm is going to be certainly capable of producing a tornado if it hasn't already. So the rotation is pretty tight and very strong. This is very, very strong rotation. And I would not be surprised if this drops a tornado at some point. We may end up getting this radar confirmed soon. But as for the moment, doesn't look like it's dropped a tornado. But if we're going to keep an eye on that, the Weather Service will also be watching that. And if they see any signs that has dropped, then we'll see that polygon turn purple, and that'll go confirmed. But for right now, this is a storm that's capable of producing a tornado, and it is very, very capable. Let's just put it that way. And right over Blakely, east of Blakely, and stretching out along State Highway 200. Okay, time is 2:12. We're going to see our tornado warning out in the western half of Calhoun County drop off. That's basically been replaced by our latest warning that's covering really the eastern two-thirds of Calhoun County, and the western, we'll call it third of Dougherty County. Doesn't quite reach to Albany, but if this storm continues, it could be in Albany in about 45 minutes from right now. So this could be about 3 o'clock as it moves in toward Albany, and mainly looking, well, this is really making a beeline right toward town. I was going to say mainly looking south of town, but I think even north is going to be a concern if this storm holds together. And the only reason that it wouldn't, as I've been talking about, I'll just mention it again, is that this inflow could get cut off by the cell down to the southwest. And if that happens, this storm's going to fall apart fairly quickly. But for right now, it's holding its own and continuing to pull in air just like this from the south, pulling in that southern flow of warm, humid air. So I recognize we may be on the radio as well, so I'm going to just try to describe everything as best that we can using the maps. If you're able to get on the YouTube channel or on Facebook, you can see what I'm talking about, but also understand maybe not everybody has that option. So I'm going to describe everything as best I can, knowing that maybe some of you may not be able to see the maps that we're talking about. And besides, looking at the maps, they are very, we'll call it confusing, to put it nicely, because there are so many cells going on and a lot happening here. So I'm going to do my very best to just explain this as clearly as possible. We'll get back to those tornado warned storms in just a moment. Just going to revisit our storm up in Carroll County, or I'm sorry, up heading toward Heard County and moving toward Coweta County. And this is in northern Troup County. This is southwest of metro Atlanta, but big hail core over Hogansville right now. It's going to be moving up toward Grantville and that northwest corner of Meriwether County around St. Mark's, looking at some possibility of some hail with that storm. But that is not showing any signs of rotation, so we'll just revisit that again as time goes on, but that's set to go until 2:45. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Lee County and Terrell County until 2:30. That storm right over Dawson right now, that also is producing some pretty serious hail. We can expect some damage out of that. Tornado warning until 2:45 for the western portions of Dougherty County, roughly west of 8 Mile. I know it does cover a little bit east of 8 Mile Road, but if you're west of 8 Mile Road, for sure you're in the tornado warning polygon, and eastern Calhoun County, including Morgan and Leary. And it looks like the rotating portion of that storm is right over Morgan right now. Rotation has weakened somewhat. New scan of radar confirming that. And I think maybe what we've been talking about with that inflow getting cut off, that may be starting to happen right now. So hopefully that will continue we'll see a downward trend in that particular storm before it gets to Dougherty County. But we're going to keep watching it. No signs of weakening on our storm moving through Early County. And just east of Blakely now, this particular scan is showing east of Blakely. So Blakely, you're in the clear. Got another cell that's off to the west here that's going to bring some rain in, but that's not really showing anything severe. Our main concern is going to be right just to the south of Bancroft. And we're showing strong rotation along Highway 200. Pull up some roads here. See if we can grab a road, maybe. There we go. County Road 35. We have the Giles Hightower Road. This is where the rotation is currently occurring, nearing Mays Ford Road and traveling along Five Bridges Road. Again, around Five Bridges and Georgia 200, now in eastern Early County. So Blakely, you're going to be in the clear, but that storm is still showing the potential of dropping a tornado near Bancroft and should be passing to the south of Arlington. Damascus should be slightly to the north of you, but still be in your tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, and in a site-built building. Can't be in a mobile home. I know there are lots of mobile homes between Damascus and Arlington. You got to be in a site-built home, site-built building, gas station, a Dollar General. Yeah, plenty of Dollar Generals around there, and it's going to be a safer place to be than in a car or in a manufactured home. All right, just checking out the velocity here on our storm between Morgan and Leary, and that is continuing to show some downward trend. And let's hope that will continue in that direction. All right, picking up a storm report out of Early County. Got a report of golf ball size hail in Blakely. So no surprise on that. So that was part of that storm that was spinning. So we'll take a hail report over a tornado report for sure. So just getting word out of Blakely now of golf ball size hail that occurred about 10 minutes ago in Blakely, in Early County, southwest Georgia. So still no tornado reports at the moment. Let's take a look at the debris signature. And that may be debris. Let's see. Let's line this up. All right, yeah, that has gone to a radar-confirmed tornado. This is going to be debris just to the southeast of Bancroft. And that lines up with the debris ball perfectly. And that also lines up with our velocity. So there you go. So we do have a radar confirmed tornado. We'll wait to see if we get any visual confirmation. But that is a fairly large, I don't know how strong of a tornado that's going to be. On the EF scale, there's no way to really know that. We can kind of get an idea sometimes on radar, and sometimes it can throw us off a little bit. So we won't worry about getting in the weeds on that. But we do have a debris signature on radar right now over Mays Ford Road. And just to the west of that, County Road 23. And I want us to look down line a little bit here to Winds Lane and over to Arlington. South of Arlington, this storm is moving your way. This is a tornado that's on the ground. Clower Road, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. These are some of the roads that the storm is moving toward. It is currently just to the southeast of Bancroft and moving to the east at about 25 miles per hour. All right, so we've stepped this up a notch. Radar confirmed tornado warning now, and for eastern Early County. So I've talked about exactly where this debris signature is. Let's take another look. Yeah, there it is. This is going to be debris. Probably going to be leaves, could be some tree branches. It's a pretty large debris core, so that's why, we just have some very broad rotation with this. So we're just kicking up quite a bit of debris with this particular cell, and we can see on our reflectivity the debris ball as well. So radar confirmed tornado, and that latest scan looks like it's still there, still on the ground as it continues moving closer to Arlington. It's going to be moving toward Old Damascus Road, Clower Road, County Road 168, mainly staying above County Road 35. Hail is also going to be a concern as well with this storm. Let's take a look at the hail core, and that's a big one. Possibility of 2-inch in diameter hail just on the backside of this storm as it continues moving again around the Bancroft, just southeast of Bancroft, and to the northwest of Damascus. All right, let's zoom out just to give you a picture of what all is going on. Severe thunderstorm warning has been extended now as we go into now South Metro Atlanta. This is for northwestern Meriwether County, northeastern Troup County, and southeastern Coweta County. And this will go until 3 o'clock, possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail with this storm that is near Grantville moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So pretty quick-moving storm on that one. Not seeing any rotation to be concerned with. All of our rotating cells are down in southwest Georgia with our confirmed tornado in eastern Early County. Blakely, again, you're in the clear. I know there's a pretty decent hailstorm, and I hope I gave you as much warning as I could about that hailstorm coming into Blakely. And now getting reports out of there of some pretty significant hail that moved through. But now the rotating portion of the storm with the debris signature still showing up, is going to be well east of Blakely, southeast of Bancroft, south of Arlington, around Mays Ford Road, Old Damascus Road, Clower Road, moving up toward Highway 1. Let's see, what do we have? What is it, 216? That's 216 that just goes south of Arlington and intersects there with 62. So this is what we're looking at, the debris ball still intact, still showing the inflow. And this is a very, very strong storm that is producing a tornado. And I'm waiting for some more information now. So, yeah, this has now been upgraded to a considerable damage potential. Debris has been lofted over 10,000 feet, according to the National Weather Service. So this is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Arlington, 9 miles east of Blakely, moving east at 35 miles per hour. And we've been looking at that debris signature, and it continues to get larger. Well, it just got a new scan, so let me take a look right there. This is going to be our debris signature. It's still showing that rotation, still showing that debris ball. It's all lined up, and this is dangerously close to Arlington. So if you are in Arlington and certainly south of Arlington, know anybody in that area, make sure they're in their tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. We are going to have damage, and we'll see the extent of that here shortly. So Mays Ford Road, again, Giles Howard, Hightower Road along Highway 200. We're going to start collecting some damage reports here soon enough. And I'm just kind of looking at, it looks like it dropped right around State Highway 200, around Giles Hightower, and then moving to the northeast. And that is just going to be very, very close to Arlington, just south of town, but close enough. And remember, these storms, they can wobble a little bit, not necessarily going to stay on the exact straight line. So Arlington, you're under a tornado warning that was issued because of a different cell. We may get another warning. I'm sure we're going to get another warning issued here soon enough to just reestablish where this cell is going. This is a massive, massive supercell and a very large debris signature. So considerable damage is the tag from the National Weather Service, and extremely dangerous storm. This is the worst one we've seen so far today, and I'm afraid to say we may see more just like this as we continue through the afternoon and into the evening hours. So just resetting the map here. We'll go back to that storm in just a moment. And it looks like our radar is going to drop out, but we'll get it restarted. So just bear with me just a moment. It's been really working hard for us all day today, no doubt about it. So there we go. We got the radar restarted again. And with the amount of data that it's been collecting, there's no doubt that it deserved a little break. So we gave it a break. So here we go. Lots of stuff going on across the state of Georgia. Strong thunderstorms all the way up into metro Atlanta. Severe thunderstorms in the South Metro, down toward Greenville, LaGrange, and then southwest Georgia. We have the rotation going on there. It's getting a lot of these storms spinning up. The wind shear is very, very high. A lot of instability. And we had what's called a cap, an inversion cap, and that generated a lot of energy. And that's why we didn't really have a lot of rain south of Albany, down into Moultrie and Camilla until now, because we had a decent enough cap that held a lot of that energy in. But just like shaking up a bottle of Coke, you have a cap on it, you shake it up. What happens when you take the cap off? It really, really explodes, and that's why we have really this explosive convection going on in southwest Georgia. It's been waiting pretty much all morning to do this, and here we are. Just checking through some more storm reports. Troup County, report of 1 inch in diameter hail. And we had a report of a tree down in Troup County as well. And just received word that may be a person struck by lightning in Troup County. So let's keep in mind that we have multiple hazards going on here. The tornado is obviously one that gets talked about a lot. Hail is serious, especially when it gets up in the 2 inches in diameter. Straight line winds, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, getting up in the hurricane force, that can do significant damage. And lightning is a huge, huge hazard as well. And it appears that someone has been struck by lightning, and we hope that they'll be okay. We'll keep an eye on that one. So let's take a look at the debris tracker again, still showing significant debris as this storm moves closer to Arlington. It looks like it's going to pass slightly to the south of Arlington. I mentioned Old Damascus Road and Joe Bryan Highway. Joe Bryan Highway is that road that connects Arlington to Damascus, and that's where the storm is going to pass over. The debris ball is starting to kind of broaden out a bit, so I think this may be some leftover debris from moving across eastern Early County. But debris still being lofted nonetheless. All right, Baker County, just want you to be aware this storm's going to be moving very close to the northwest corner of Baker County and then moving up toward Calhoun County. And our tornado-warned storm that's moving out of, let's see how we're doing here, moving into Dougherty County. That looks like that's starting to come apart somewhat. It is. All right, this is starting to cycle down quite a bit with the storm that's northeast of Leary, still moving toward the northeast. It's going to be moving toward Albany, but I'm not sure if it's going to hold together. So as that continues toward Gillianville Road, west of Albany, I think we're going to continue to see this storm start to lose some of its shape, but still going to be a very strong thunderstorm nonetheless. And this debris ball continues to be troublesome. Let's take a look. All right, so the debris tracker is showing this less in a round shape, but we're still showing the round shape on the reflectivity. So we still have some debris being lofted up there, not 100% that it's still on the ground, but it could drop again right there south of Arlington. And nearing, again, the Joe Bryan Highway, Highway 168, and heading up toward Quail Country Road there in extreme northeast Early County, right where Early and Baker and Calhoun County come together. That's really where we're picking up some pretty heavy reflectivity and possibility of some hail. But our main concern as far as any rotation is concerned is still going to be south of Arlington, about 2 miles south of Arlington, and moving northeast. All right. All right, another hail report coming in from Grantville, Coweta County, 1-inch hail. And, another hail report out of Troup County and Louise with 1-inch hail. So, several hail reports coming out of extreme South Metro. Well, Troup County, I don't know if you want to call that Southwest Metro Atlanta. Some people would. Some people would prefer not. We'll just call it Troup County and leave it at that. Tornado warn. You see we got the flashing purple polygon, so that means radar confirmed tornado, and with that large debris signature, we do know it was on the ground. We do know it created some damage. We're going to wait for the damage reports out of Early County, and as soon as we get it, pass it along to you right here on the Georgia Weather Net. But a dangerous storm continues to move through Early County, really starting to move toward the county line. This scan that we're looking at is a little bit old. Let's see, when did this come out? 3 minutes ago. So we're about 3 minutes behind. We'll get a new scan here shortly. But it looks like the storm is really starting to move toward southern Calhoun County. So we'll see what gets extended there. For right now, we still have that tornado warning in effect until 2:45 for Calhoun County, western Dougherty County. That's as a result of a different cell, the one that's continuing to track toward Dougherty County. And our cell that we're keeping an eye on that had the debris tag is continuing to track in the eastern Early County. So let's see what we have here. I think we have another warning coming out. Yep. So tornado warning for Baker, Calhoun, Dougherty, Early County until 3:15. That's going to pop up on the map here momentarily. This is a dangerous tornado. It's confirmed on radar. And actually, let me update that. The Weather Service calling this an extremely dangerous tornado. And it is located near Arlington, about 11 miles southeast of Morgan, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. It's called a PDS storm. Take cover now if you are in this warning polygon, which I'm hoping will show up on this screen. If not, I'm going to have to draw it up there. So just let's give it another few seconds, and I'll give you some of the locations in this storm. Going to be in Leary at around 2:55. Also going to be heading toward Patmos, Bermuda, Milford, Ivy's Mill, Commissary Hill, Crestview. This is a large, extremely dangerous, and potentially deadly tornado on the ground right now. And there's the polygon that just popped up as it is moving into Baker County. It's going to be just in extreme southern Calhoun County, and we do have the southwest corner of Dougherty County in this tornado warning polygon. And hold tight with me just one moment. This is one I definitely need to make sure that this is on social media, because this is our first PDS storm of the day, particularly dangerous situation. And when the Weather Service issues those, they don't do that lightly. Using that language is reserved for exactly that, for very dangerous storms, and this is considered one of those. So without a doubt, this is not one you want to ride out and just see what happens. If you are in Milford, El Modal, even Leary, south of Leary, between El Modal and Leary, along Highway 37, extreme southwest Dougherty County. I know there's just not a lot down in that southwest corner of Dougherty County, but if you know anybody, let me zoom in a little bit closer. Highway 62, south of Highway 62 in southwest Dougherty County, you are under the tornado warning. So you need to seek cover right now. This is a very dangerous storm. Let's take a look at the debris tracker again, and still showing some debris. So again, this is probably still on the ground if it's still lofting that debris. And we can see that debris ball associated with that comma shape. Inflow is right here. Storm is circulating around, and this is where we're going to see the tornado. Southeast of Arlington, looks like about 6 miles southeast of Arlington, moving toward the east, moving into northwest Baker County. Newton, you're not in the tornado warning polygon. This storm is going to move to the north of Newton. The rain is starting to pick up in Newton right now and is going to continue to pick up, and some gusty winds. But Milford, you are directly in line for this. And north of Milford, heading up toward Leary. So moving up Milford Road, County Road 52, between Milford and Leary. Got to be in your tornado safe place right now. This is a very dangerous storm. Let me zoom out to give you a picture of what we're looking at. Southwest Georgia, getting into the Albany area. The storm now moving into Baker County. It's going to be moving into South Calhoun County, really right along the Baker-Calhoun County line for a while as it continues moving northeast. Let me put a storm track on this. I know that that's helpful to look at, even though there aren't a lot of communities here to point out, but I'll do my very best. I mean, really, the storm's right on top of Milford right now. I'm going to take this track. So Milford, the rotating portion of the storm is going to be to you in just about 6 minutes or so. And then crossing into southern Calhoun County, get down just south of Leary in about 14 minutes. And then we'll be moving into Dougherty County at about 3:08, so about 28 minutes. So time to prepare. And if you're in Albany, and certainly south of Albany, the time to just be on alert is right now. If this particular storm reaches all the way in the south of Albany, South Dougherty County, it's going to be about 50 minutes to an hour away. So there's still time to just stay weather aware and stay alert as this storm is moving that direction and could remain a tornado threat. Let's take a look at the velocity. Rotation is still there, a little bit more ragged than it's been, and the debris ball is starting to level out as well. So it's possible that this storm has lifted, but it's still a very dangerous storm and has been on the ground. So we got to take this one very seriously if you're in Leary, Milford, and El Modal. All right, severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Meriwether and Troup County. So that's up a little bit further north, but continues for Coweta County. And as I mentioned, we've only had one storm report so far. That was in Blakely, and that was for hail, but no wind damage or tornado damage reports so far. Keeping an eye out on that. Flood advisory for Lee, Randolph, Terrell counties until 4:30. So just the multiple rounds of rain and heavy rain at that's been moving through has now caused a flooding issue for Lee, Randolph, and Terrell County. So we had between 1.5 inches and 2.5 inches of rain over the past hour. That's a lot of rain in a short period of time. So Dawson, Sasser, Shellman, Leesburg, Oakville, Yeomans, Graves. Just watch out for some flooding, especially in some of the low-lying areas. And some creeks and rivers could be cresting as well fairly quickly. And if you encounter water, remember the rule, don't drown, turn around. You don't want to drive through it. Just a few inches of water can carry a car away. If you think about it, you think, well, your car is heavy, but the tires only make so much contact with the road, just a few inches of contact. So it doesn't take very much water below that to move a car and lift it and get carried away. And we just hate to hear about people losing their lives due to driving in the flooding, and that's completely preventable. All right, so let's see. We just got buzzed here. Let's all right, just checking over all of our notes, make sure we're not missing anything. Okay. Sorry about that. Just looking through all of our notes. Just we're chatting with the Weather Service, emergency management agencies around the area, and then also just got information here that another watch is going to be issued, and this is probably going to cover Metro Atlanta and down into Macon. So could see another tornado watch issued here over the next little bit. And keep you informed of that once it gets released, if it does. So while we got you here, let's take a look at the velocity. Still showing some rotation, and there's a new sweep. Pretty ragged rotation, but still very impressive storm structure with our inflow. We got our rotation. This is where we would have any sort of debris, which is now going to be about 10 miles to the southeast of Arlington. Just above Milford, going to be getting pretty close to Leary, and just riding the county line between Calhoun and Baker County. So if the storm holds together, should be moving in toward Dougherty County, well, over the next probably 20 minutes or so, 21 minutes, we'll be moving into western Dougherty County. Severe thunderstorm warning is probably going to be up in Metro Atlanta. Let's see what we got. Yep, we got another severe thunderstorm warning. Just touch on this quickly. This is for Henry County. Severe thunderstorm near Flippin, around McDonough, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust with this storm. So McDonough, Stockbridge, Hampton, Lovejoy, Locust Grove, Blackville, Luella, Ola, Eagles Landing, the racetrack. Yep, you got the severe thunderstorm warning in your area right now, and that looks like is that moving toward the southeast? Let me put this in motion. Yeah, that is kind of moving southeast, so that's moving toward Jackson, not quite there, but could be moving into Jackson here momentarily, but still not seeing a lot of spin with those storms up in the northern part of the state. But boy, these storms in South Georgia, they're spinning like crazy, and look how they all they're starting to look alike. Got your inflow, there's an inflow, little notch right here. So these storms are pretty identical. So we're going to watch out the storm to the north, moving through western Dougherty County, heading toward Terrell and Lee County. Did have a tornado warning tag on it earlier, but that was allowed to expire. But our cell that we're looking at here, this supercell that is bringing a rotating updraft over Milford, moving toward Leary, is still a significant storm and still has that capability of producing a tornado. So should be moving out of the warning polygon box. Let's see. Yeah, pretty close. It's supposed to expire at 3:15. Should be moving out by about 3:10. If it holds together, be moving into South Dougherty County in the next 45 minutes. So let's watch that. Could be about 3:30 or so before that storm moves in south of town, the airport area down to Putney. Just be on standby at about 3:30. Of course, we'll get the warning out to you well before then if this storm continues to look threatening. And still showing the rotation on there. I think we're going to be sticking with this one until pretty close to 3:15, if not all the way up to 3:15. Keep in mind, tornado watch is in effect for all of southwest Georgia. Put that graphic up on the board and turn off the radar for just a moment. And that goes all the way up to Heard County and covers all of southwest Georgia, including Albany, Blakely, Cairo. Valdosta is in there as well, Vienna, Columbus, with that tornado watch until 7 o'clock this evening, and a pretty good chance we're going to get another tornado watch, probably going to be in this area. Don't want to jump ahead of the Storm Prediction Center or the National Weather Service, but there's just some talk about extending out that watch into the Macon area, up into the Lake Country, and possibly into some of the South Metro Atlanta communities. So let's just wait for that. If that happens, it'll probably be in the next half hour or so. See if we get another tornado watch. So let's get back to the live action here and get back to our storm in southwest Georgia. Still showing that impressive structure. There's a new sweep coming in, and let me see. I don't think this is going to be debris, but let me just line it up and see. Probably not. So I don't think we have debris showing up at the moment with this particular scan. Again, just now slightly to the east of Milford, south of Leary, about 4 or 5 miles south of Leary. Very close to the Calhoun-Baker County line. And this is going to be edging in closer to southwest Dougherty County. Tornado warning has been canceled for Early County. Tornado warning remains in effect for Baker, Calhoun, and Dougherty County. The confirmed tornado located near Leary, as we've been talking about, near Milford, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So still looking at this storm capable of producing a tornado, going to be over the very rural parts of southwestern Dougherty County. As you know, once you get out far west in that southeast corner, there's not even a lot of roads out in that direction. So hopefully that will stay away from anybody and any homes or structures. Going to be moving through northwestern Baker, southeastern Calhoun County, through Ivy's Mill, the El Modal Wildlife Management Area, Milford, and Patmos. And so if you see any storm damage, you can contact the National Weather Service directly or contact whatever law enforcement agency is over your area. So if you see any storm damage in Early County, which there probably is going to be, contact the Early County Sheriff's Office. In Baker County, Calhoun County, Dougherty County, you contact your law enforcement agency there locally. If you don't have the contact info for the Weather Service, law enforcement can get that information, then they can get that up to the Weather Service, and then we can kind of put together the puzzle pieces as to where the storms were and the amount of damage left behind. So we're just kind of sitting and waiting out our tornado warning here as this storm continues to push toward the east, about 35 miles per hour. Really starting to clear Milford, just south of Leary. And want to talk about a few roads in Baker County. And we can pull these up. Hang on just a second here, and we'll start this up. And so there's Milford Church Road. So we got a little rotation right now. Not saying there's a tornado on the ground, but if there's one going to drop, it's going to be in that area. And there's the El Modal Highway. And we're looking up at County Road 40. That's extreme southeast Calhoun County. All right, latest sweep of radar showing some pretty dense reflectivity. So this is going to be a sign of hail. Remember, this storm is going to be tilted a little bit, so the hail is probably reaching the ground just to the east of El Modal. But we can go up and look at the hail core, and yep, there it is, tilted off to the west on the other side of El Modal. So this is a big old storm and lofting the hail very high up into the atmosphere. Could be reaching 63,000 foot echo tops. That is really impressive. 63,000 feet. So these are some really, really tall storms. The deep cores, and that allows the hail to form and just get dangerously large. So going to be looking at another hail threat here with this storm as it continues to cruise through north central Baker County. Newton, I know it's raining pretty heavily in Newton and maybe seeing a little bit of hail in Newton as well. I think that the main hail core is going to stay to the north of Newton and continue tracking over toward Pretovia Road and on its way out to Highway 91, the road that connects Albany to Newton. Going to see that hail core pass over. And let's see if we can get a timing on this. Probably going to be in about 12 minutes from right now. I know the track said 22 minutes, but that's from the rotating portion of the storm. I'm looking at the hail core, which is about 10 minutes ahead of the rotating section. So be ready for some more hail to be falling in northern Baker County. All right, let's zoom out, take a look at what we have going on. Just 2 warnings on the board at the moment. Severe thunderstorm warning in South Metro Atlanta. This is going to be near McDonough. Up in Henry County. This storm moving to the southeast, going to be moving down toward Jackson County, Butts County. So be on the lookout for that. That one could be producing some hail and just a scattering of some strong thunderstorms in Americus, Montezuma, and all the way down into Leesburg, Albany with a decent thunderstorm. So hopefully this is going to help stabilize the atmosphere somewhat, but still got a ways to go, and this atmosphere has been getting recharged fairly easily. Severe thunderstorm warning for Clayton County, Fayette County, Henry County, and Spalding County. So back up to the South Metro Atlanta area. That should pop up here momentarily. That goes until 3:30 this afternoon. Doppler radar indicating actually several thunderstorms, one specific over Lovejoy, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So Fayetteville, Jonesboro, Stockbridge, Hampton, Lovejoy, Woolsey, Sunnyside, Lake Spivey are all under this severe thunderstorm warning until 3:30. There's the polygon. That's just kind of complementing the other severe thunderstorm warning that was issued a little bit earlier. But again, a possibility of, what do we say on that hail? Quarter size hail? Well, 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And strong straight line winds there with that storm. That's in South Metro Atlanta. Let's get back to Southwest Georgia. Our confirmed tornado. Just looking through all of the tools, still showing some rotation on this right in the area east of Milford. And this is going to be sitting right on top of Highway 37. And not showing any signs of debris. So I think that this tornado has lifted. We still have the rotation there, so we still have the possibility that this could drop another tornado. We know that it already has, and it could again. Let's just keep an eye on this until at least 3:15. Let's see, flood advisory. Yeah, getting several of these flood advisories coming out now as well. And flood advisory for Terrell County, up in the Lee County, including Dawson and Leesburg. So the multiple rounds of heavy rain is going to be causing that flooding. And I mentioned a little bit ago that between 1.5 inches and 2.5 inches of rain have fallen in some parts of Southwest Georgia already within an hour period. So that can certainly cause flooding very quickly with that amount of rain moving through. I appreciate you watching the Georgia Weather Net live on YouTube, live on Facebook. You can like the Facebook page. Also follow and subscribe to the YouTube channel for updates anytime. And just now seeing a few of the notes on here. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see all the comments that come across, and we've had some folks talking about Troup County, and we've had several storm reports up in Troup County, and luckily I don't think we've had any tornado damage reports. But again, in northern Troup County, northeast of LaGrange, up around Loganville, Grantville, which Grantville's in Coweta County, but near the Troup County line is where we've had several storm reports, hail reports, wind damage reports, and not receiving any words of any reports of any injuries. But we do know that there have been quite a few hail reports and wind damage reports up in that direction. So, again, I know somebody asked me about that a while ago, and I apologize. I'm just now getting back to you, but just going through lots of information here. Another report in Coweta County, 1 inch, quarter-size hail in Sonoy in Coweta County. That was at Seavey Street and Warner Way in Sonoy. So we continue to track our supercell that produced a tornado, had significant debris signature on it. So we know that it did drop and cause some damage. Let's see if we can track that again. Probably not going to be able to go back that far. Bear with me. Yeah, so that was really east of Blakely. The storm started to rotate very close to Blakely, but I think it passed through Blakely, and the biggest issue that we had in Blakely was hail. We had 1 3/4 inches, or 1.75. So what do we call that? Golf ball size hail in Blakely. And then the storm started to rotate around Bancroft, and we had a pretty significant debris signature on that as it moved toward Arlington. And now the storm is well off to the east, now moving into northeast Baker County, starting to move in toward Dougherty County. And once again, we're going to restart the radar. And give it a fresh set of eyes. And here we are. So there's that big hail core that's now moving into southern Dougherty County. See, maybe we can get some roads on here, maybe, if they're in the database. All right. So I may have to do some of these roads by memory. So we know Tarva Road in southwest Dougherty County got the possibility of some pretty significant hail. And that is going to be right here. So outside of the tornado warning polygon, but hail is going to be a big factor. Maybe seeing some hail out in extreme southeast Calhoun County as well. Mount Pleasant Church Road, County Road 40 in that area with the possibility of some hail. Watching out for this inflow notch. That's where the storm is being fed. That's why the storm has continued to hold on to its structure for so long. It's had a pretty uninhibited inflow notch. And you can see it's just tracking really due east now, heading through northern Baker County, beginning to head toward northern Mitchell County, toward DeWitt and Baconton. Camilla, just going to be really on the bottom edge of this supercell. So expect some rain, some wind going to be moving through, but our main concern is still going to be in the northern part of the cell, as it is just moving right along that Baker-Dougherty County line, heading toward North Mitchell County. And again, moving in toward Putney, DeWitt, Baconton will be in line. Currently not under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning yet, that far down, but that could get extended. Tornado warning now for Dougherty, Lee, Turner, and Worth County. Doppler radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Albany, moving east at 35 miles per hour. And there it is. So this is part of that cell that prompted a warning a little bit earlier. And it has reorganized. And that's not the first time we've seen a storm get its act back together again after we thought it was gone, and then it comes back again. So that's going to be the case with this storm. So this does cover Albany, although it looks like the main portion of the rotation is northeast of Albany and moving into the northeast corner of the county. So let me get this information out to our weather partners. And while we do that, I'll put the radar in motion so you can see the direction these storms are moving. All right, we'll get closer in on this storm in just a moment here and show you what we're looking at. So pause the radar, get back into north. Wow, yeah, this is really starting to really squeeze out of Dougherty County, moving into South Lee County. And if we take a look at the velocity, showing the rotation, it is right over Albany. But then looking at the reflectivity, yeah, this is moving pretty much into Lee County. So heading up Highway 91, east of US 19. And a lot of homes and businesses there in South Lee. So this is in the South Lee area of Lee County, moving northeast of Albany. But Albany, you are in the warning polygon, but just know that storm is starting to track to the northeast of town and moving into South Lee County. Northeast Dougherty County, you're in there as well. And now we have an extension of our tornado warning of the big storm that we've been talking about. I've been talking about Putney and DeWitt and Baconton, and you are now going to be in a tornado warning as well. That's part of that confirmed tornado. The polygon will show up momentarily, but this is for southern Dougherty County, northeastern Mitchell County, northeastern Baker County until 3:45. That storm near Newton moving east at 40 miles per hour. In addition to the tornado, we have quarter-size hail possible with this storm as well. And the polygon will be coming up any second now. But I just wanted to get that information to you as soon as I got it from the Weather Service that tornado warning will be extended into southern Dougherty County. And there it is. Looks like it's going to go right up to around the airport, not quite the downtown Albany, but Putney, DeWitt in Mitchell County, Baconton in Mitchell County, you are in the tornado-warned polygon. So get to a safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, in a site-built home or building. A mobile home, a car will not do. You've got to be in a site-built building, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, and then you'll get through this storm. We'll get through it together. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this as it tracks through southern Dougherty County, right along northern Baker, and then heading into northern Mitchell County. Taking a look at the velocity, rotation is there. It is existent. We're still showing the inflow notch on this storm, still a very well-defined storm, not showing any signs of debris, so that's a good thing. This storm did kick up some debris, did drop, and it was a very large debris ball. And when you see a debris ball of that size that we were looking at a little bit earlier, that's an indication that some pretty large objects were lofted. So could be some roof shingles, could be parts of homes. We'll find that out after we get some storm reports in. And speaking of which, just got one in around the El Modal WMA. A train spotter there did spot a tornado in Baker County, right there in the wildlife management area, just north of El Modal, east of Milford. I'll tell you what, let me take that circle off, and that won't do. All right, sorry about that. Let's get back down to southwest Georgia. Now I know what that button does. We won't press that one again. So let me get a better track here. All right, so the storm report we had, the train spotter, identified the tornado right in this area. So that's about where the El Modal WMA is located, and that's where that tornado was spotted. So that's going to be not only confirmed by radar, not only confirmed by the fact that we had a debris signature, but also confirmed by a train spotter in that area. So we'll find out over the next couple of days of how strong that tornado was. And it could be a big one, just based on the size of that debris signature that showed up on radar. Severe thunderstorm warning up in Fayette County has been canceled, but remains in effect for Clayton, Henry, and Spalding County until 3:30. And a severe thunderstorm warning now down in the Valdosta area. This is going to be for Brooks, Lanier, and Lowndes County until 3:45. And that is right on top of Valdosta. How about that? Radar indicating this storm moving east at 35 miles per hour. We do have the capability of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. So expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees on this. Locations, obviously Valdosta, because they're right there. And then on I-16, from exit 16 to 22, Stockton, Kinderloo, Bremerton, Naylor, all in line for this storm, as it is going to be moving northeast, really going to be traveling right along Highway 38 and US 221. So Valdosta really getting hammered with a severe thunderstorm, and that severe thunderstorm warning going until 3:45. Let me zoom out. I know folks drop into the stream at different times, and they want to know about their area. If I'm not talking about your area, there is probably nothing severe going on, but we will take just a second and look at what's going on around the state. And yeah, there are showers and thunderstorms pretty much everywhere except along the coastline, and there's a little spot up in North Georgia that's pretty quiet, up in Banks County and Jackson County, but everybody else seeing something going on, and a little cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings in South Metro Atlanta. And this is covering, let's see, we have portions of Henry County in there. Yeah, Butts County, that's been issued here recently. That's not a surprise. Spalding County and Clayton County, all in that big mess of severe thunderstorm warnings there, and it looks like the latest one goes until 3:45. No spin on those storms, so not really big concern for tornadoes up in the Atlanta area for now. That could change as we move through this evening and overnight tonight. But as for right now, our main tornado risk has still been in southwest Georgia, and that's no surprise. Let's turn on the high-res radar again. I just wanted to give everybody a big picture in case you're wanting to know what's happening in your particular neighborhood. again, just know that I'm going to be focusing on where the severe storms are. And right now, it's in southwest Georgia. So tornado warning on this confirmed tornado as it continues to move out of Dougherty County. Moving out of Baker County into Dougherty County. This is the southern storm that we're talking about. So this is going to be right along that edge, starting to move toward Hard Up Road, Blue Springs Road in southern Dougherty County. Hard Up Road continues on down into Baker County, if you're familiar with that area, and starting to get into a little bit more populated area there in northeast Baker County. And that's where the storm is located right now. Possibility of 2-inch diameter hail. See the dark colors on radar. That shows the intense reflectivity coming back. So that's a pretty significant hail core that is appearing right now along the Dougherty-Baker County line. And then our main threat is obviously going to be with the rotating portion of the storm. And we'll take a look at the velocity, and yeah, that rotation is still there, which lines up with that hook. So still showing a lot of potential for this storm to drop a tornado. Not showing any rotation or any debris at the moment, but the storm is rotating and could drop a tornado. So our tornado warning on the backside of that, set to go to 315. Everything's clear. That covers northern Baker County. But that is either going to be allowed to just disappear at 315, or they may call that a little bit early. We'll see. But the main concern is going to be our new warning polygon, which covers northeast Baker County, extreme northern Mitchell County, and southeast Dougherty County, including Putney. All right, so tornado warning remains in effect. Just getting this in from the Weather Service for portions of Dougherty, Lee. Let's get back up to that warning we're talking about. There you go. Dougherty, Lee, Turner, and Worth County. The severe thunderstorm near Turner City, moving east at 35 miles per hour. And so this is about 10 miles out of Albany. So Albany itself, downtown Albany, out on Slappy Boulevard, you are in the clear. All right, no problems right now on Albany, in the city of Albany, the downtown area. But we move northeast Dougherty County, and then heading up in the portions of Lee County and northern Worth County, and even the extreme western portion of Turner County. You got this cell that's moving your way. And if it holds together, Ashburn, you're not in the warning polygon in Turner County, but if this storm holds together, it's going to be to you at about 346. Going to be down in Coverdale at about 336, it looks like. Doles in about 10 minutes from right now, and it looks like it's making a direct line toward Doles. So you need to be in your tornado safe place if you're in northern Worth County in the Doles community or anywhere around there. And then our other cell that we're watching, that looks very, very ugly. It's got a big hail core in it, so for sure some hail is going to be coming down just northwest of Baconton, but even Baconton could see some. And Putney, that hail core is coming your way. So look out for some significant hail coming in. Some reports coming out of Henry County, South Metro Atlanta, with about 1,500 customers without power, trees, power lines down there. And the Henry County Emergency Operations Center recorded 65-mile-an-hour wind in Henry County. Report out of Walton County with half-inch size hail. So still looking for some storm reports in South Georgia. And again, only one visually confirmed tornado report coming out of the El Model WMA in Baker County, and that was from a train spotter. It looked like a tornado came through there at about 2:54, and that lines up with what we were looking at on radar for sure. So no other damage reports thus far. Hopefully that debris signature that we were looking at was limited to mainly trees and some leaves. Severe thunderstorm warning down in the Valdosta area has been canceled for Brooks County. That's out on the west side. Ooh-wee, that's another big hail core right there northeast of Valdosta. So that warning remains in effect for Lanier County, Lowndes County until 3:45 as that storm continues to track toward the northeast. 2 tornado warnings around the Albany area. One moving northeast of Turner City, heading up into the northern part of Worth County toward Doles. I think it's going to stay pretty much southeast of Oakfield. But Oakfield and Warwick, you are in the tornado warning polygon. So just know that that storm is close by, and if it wobbles just a little bit, could be up toward Oakfield and Warwick before you know it. But other than that, Doles, you need to be in your tornado-safe place right now. And looking at South Dougherty County, Putney, got to be in your tornado-safe place. At least be ready for the significant hail that's about ready to start falling from the sky. DeWitt and Baconton in Mitchell County in your tornado-safe place as that storm capable of producing a tornado continues to move your way. We'll put this in motion. And hanging on to that strong hook, and that rotation is still in there. Still holding strong. Going to be in DeWitt at about 3:26. The time now is 3:16. And just looking at Putney, going to be to you at about 3:28. So about 10 minutes to go, a little more than 10 minutes. Get yourself where you need to be. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And we'll ride the storm out and give you the all clear. And we're just about to get the all clear in northeast Baker County. I mean, it's still right over that northeast corner of Baker County, up around Blue Springs Road, where that comes in, and just to the east of Hardup Road. And let's see what we got here. Okay, no other storm reports coming in. Still looking to see if we're going to get another watch issued for South Metro Atlanta and the Macon area. That was looking pretty promising that was going to happen. But as for right now, just a tornado watch for southwest Georgia and then up to Heard County to the north. And I can pull up that information just to show you where that is and turn off the radar for just a second. So the pink area, so Heard County, LaGrange, down to Columbus, Americus, Albany, Tifton, Bainbridge, Cairo, Valdosta, Thomasville, Blakely. You are Leesburg, obviously, Dawson. You're in that tornado watch until 7 o'clock this evening. So those conditions are still favorable to spin up some of these storms into a tornado. And as I mentioned, we may get a tornado watch that covers South Metro Atlanta in the Macon. Not sure how far east they're going to send that one, but it's pretty good chance that that's going to happen. And so if so, of course, I'll pass the word along to you right here on the Georgia Weather Net. If we're live, I'll tell you live as it happens, and if not, then I'll get that information posted right away. So let's see, have we lost radar data? May have out of Fort Rucker. Let's see what we got. All right, so not getting, we'll go back to the composite radar data. We'll deal with this for just a little bit and see if we can get the high-res radar back going again. Tell you what, we're going to restart the radar one more time. let's see what we got. I think we may have, I think we just may have lost some of the radar data. There we go. Got everything back out of the radar we were using before, but that's fine. These storms, as they continue to move toward the east, we'll just go with Valdosta radar for now. That'll give us a good shot from the southeast and look at these two storms with a lot of detail. So our two tornado warned storms. One is the one to the north, really right over the Doles community, continuing to track toward the northeast, going to be heading toward Highway 33 in northeastern Worth County. And really Highway 33 comes close to Turner County, the Turner County line. And that tornado warning does extend into Turner County, does cover Coverdale. Doesn't quite make it to Ashburn, but western Turner County, you're in the tornado warned polygon. And then our confirmed tornado warning as that continues to push into southern Dougherty County. And I think that hail has probably arrived to Putney by now, and hail in DeWitt. And still showing some fairly ragged rotation, but the rotation is still there. And this storm is starting to lose some of its definition. So hopefully we'll get this taken off the board here very soon. Otherwise, tornado warning remains in effect until 3:45 for southern Dougherty County, northeastern Baker County, and northern Mitchell County. And Baker County, you're just about in the clear. Another scan or two, and we'll just clear Baker County completely and keep our eye on the Mitchell-Dougherty County line, specifically down in the Putney community and DeWitt, and moving into southeast Dougherty County. Pretty rural area there, a lot of farmland in southeast Dougherty County, but still some homes and important people live there, so we want to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. But City of Albany itself, you're not in a warning polygon. Things are pretty quiet right now. We see some more cells that are going to be moving in from the west, and that's going to continue through the afternoon and evening hours. But for right now, we have the all clear for Albany, and really western Dougherty County is clear of anything threatening. But it's going to be southeast Dougherty County, right over Putney, with the storm there that is rotating and could drop a tornado. Time is 3:21. This tornado warning is set to go until 3:45. We also have a tornado warning up to the northeast. This cell moving through northern Worth County. And this is set to go until 3:45. So still pretty slow-moving storm. Let's see how fast this thing's going. About 35 miles per hour. And if it holds together, it will be continuing on in toward Turner County and possibly crossing just north of Ashburn up toward Dakota, and continuing to cruise to the northern part of Turner County. But hopefully this thing will start to break up as well. Several severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. Let's take a look at Atlanta radar to look at these. We'll get a good shot of these storms in the South Metro. And so this takes you down into Butts County and Jackson. Some of those other warnings have expired a little bit earlier. So the only one we have current right now is for eastern Spalding County, southeast Henry County, and Butts County. And so that does cover Jackson, Flovilla, Locust Grove. But McDonough, you're out of it right now. Everything's pretty quiet. That warning has been allowed to expire a little bit early, and Hampton is also in the clear as well. But still a severe thunderstorm rolling through southern Henry County, now moving into Butts County. And so we have that severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45. All right, let's pick another radar here. May get a good shot out of Jeffersonville. Let's take a look at what we got. Nah, not as good. Let's go back to Valdosta. And this one should look great once it loads up. All right, there we go. So still showing the defined inflow notches on these storms. Still showing that they're going to be rotating. And if we line this up with the velocity, we can see that, the reds and the greens are close together. So these are still rotating storms. They still have the capability of dropping a tornado. So going to hang on to this tornado warning, both of them, until 3:45. And just got this update a minute ago from the Weather Service. A tornado warning, still going to be in effect for Baker, Dougherty, Mitchell County. And this storm near Baconton, moving east at 40 miles per hour. As already mentioned, the severe thunderstorm warning up in Henry and Spalding County has been canceled, but continues for Butts and a small portion of Newton County. We already talked about that, so we'll just continue to keep our eye on our 2 tornado warnings here in the Albany area. Albany itself in the clear, but it's just kind of surrounding Albany, northeast of town, and then the supercell that's south down in the Putney area, just east of Baconton. And that has now been dropped to a standard tornado. That was marked as a confirmed tornado, as it did drop a funnel and formed a tornado. We had a debris signature on that. And watched that as it moved out of Blakely through eastern Early County up toward Milford. And we know that we had a report of a spotter that saw it in the El Modal WMA, Wildlife Management Area. So that's why that tag stayed on there for a while, because it did have the tornado debris signature on it, and certainly did drop a tornado. But it's been a while since that occurred, so we're back down to our standard tornado warning, which remains in effect for the communities of DeWitt, Baconton, and northern Mitchell County, Putnam, and actually all the way to the Acre community in eastern Dougherty County. You're under the tornado warning polygon as well, taking you right up to the Worth County line. And we'll see if this gets extended into Worth County. If so, we'll be watching out in Bridgeboro and Gordy. Even Sylvester could be downstream from this storm if it holds together. But the last few scans, we're starting to see this break down somewhat. Not as impressive as it once was, but I'll tell you, this storm has held on for a long time. Been talking about this one, seems like for an hour. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom out. Looks like, what did we just have? Something just dropped off there. Tornado warning for Dougherty and Lee County has been canceled. All right, so that big polygon that we have has just been trimmed down a little bit. Now it's still for Turner and Worth County. So this storm about 12 miles north of Sylvester, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So we'll see what gets extended down range there if we get into Araby or Ashburn. But for right now, we're just looking at a pretty rural area, well, somewhat rural area in northern Worth County, and extending into western Turner County. So once again, northern Dougherty County, that northeast corner of Dougherty, and then Lee County, you're in the clear. That storm has cleared you. But the southeast corner of Dougherty County, that's a different cell that we're talking about. And that looks like that's transitioning just through Putney right now, looking at a hail core down to the southeast of Putney around Gravel Hill Road, possibility of 1 inch in diameter hail. Let me draw that. Gravel Hill Road right in here. So we could be picking up some hail anywhere in this area. Let's flip back and take a look at velocity. Yeah, that rotation's getting pretty ragged. Now, I say that, but one thing that the Weather Service is going to factor in is the fact that this storm, it did produce a tornado, so it's not that it could have, and we've been watching it all day and nothing happened. We know that it has dropped a tornado, so that's going to be a factor that the Weather Service is going to consider as far as what to do about Worth County. If we see the tornado warning extended into Worth County, that's simply because of the history of that cell. And if we don't see a warning at all, or we see a severe thunderstorm warning, that's just an indicator that it's been such a long while since it has spun up a tornado. And we're also seeing the structure of the supercell start to deteriorate somewhat. And so that could be it. So not going to try to guess what the Weather Service is going to do, because if I do, I'll guess wrong. So we'll just wait and see what they have to say about it as this storm is continuing to transition through southeast Doherty, heading toward Worth County. All right, it's 3:29. Still have about 16 minutes to go on both of these tornado warnings. Just a little update on the one to the north. That is now just for northern Worth County and western Turner County. And still showing some spin on this. We may have tightened up just a little bit over the Doles community. Let's take a look at the velocity. So this particular scan, there's your velocity. Doles is right here. That's the intersection that's considered Doles. But so we're showing that rotation still prevalent. And I was just looking at another radar site, and it shows even a little more rotation. So I think we're going to be hanging on to that tornado warning for a little bit longer. And if you're in the north and northeast, really, Worth County, really east of 313, you need to still be in your tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And in Turner County, western edge of Turner County, Rocky Mountain Church Road, Sun Story Road, County Road 88. You just need to be in your tornado safe place as well. And I think this is going to stay north of the Jefferson Davis Highway through Turner County. It's going to be pretty close. So for the most part, in Turner County, north of Jefferson Davis Highway, all the way up to the Crisp County line, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Now, Ashburn and Sycamore, you're not in the tornado warning at the moment, but that could get extended out a little bit more. And if it does, that could cover Ashburn and Dakota, possibly Sycamore, but we'll just take one step at a time. All right, so not a whole lot of updates here at the last couple of scans of radar. Still showing the broad rotation, fairly weak rotation, but it's still, well, we'll call it moderate. I don't want to say weak rotation. We'll call it moderate rotation and fairly broad on both of these cells. Could be enough to keep us going until 3:45. And may get this called a little bit sooner. We'll see. But look what's knocking on our door. Coming in from Eufaula once again with a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this is going to be in Alabama. This is not going to be for Quitman County, not yet anyway. But this could be this could go severe for Georgetown and Quitman County. Looks like a pretty good reflectivity coming up over Georgetown or just south of town right now. So that could be another one there popping up soon. We'll zoom out and tell you what, let's take a look at composite radar again so we can get the big picture of what's all happening around the state. So our severe thunderstorm warning for, this is primarily Butts County. I think it's got a little piece of Newton County in there as well. Yeah, a little tiny piece right up in, that's Newton County. But primarily Butts County, including the city of Jackson with that severe thunderstorm warning. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings starting to move in from Alabama up around, starting to move toward Franklin, Georgia, up in Heard County. Could see some warnings extended in there. And some pretty heavy rainfall coming down in Atlanta as well. Nothing severe at the moment. And severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for portions of Lowndes County. And that does cover Valdosta, pushing up toward the northeast up into Lanier County. And some pretty decent cells there. So just giving you the big picture. I know people tune in and want to know what's happening in your town. But like I said, if I'm not talking about your community, then we don't have a real severe threat at the moment. But it's these two cells that we continue to watch in the Albany area that we can't lose track of, because these are pretty important, because both are still showing some rotation. Haven't seen any debris signatures on either cell for a while anyway, so that's good news. And we have another 11 minutes to go for both of these tornado warnings. And we'll just see what the plan is from the Weather Service. Once we get there. So let's see. So another round coming in from Alabama. Been talking about that. By about 4 o'clock, we're going to see a line moving in into really northwest and west central Georgia. That should be here in about 25 minutes. And that's going to be bringing in some damaging winds. We'll zoom out. We'll talk about that a little bit. So let's see what we got. Yeah, this is just such a complicated storm system. You know, we're seeing storms come in waves, but they're still staying fairly cellular. One batch of storms or an MCS will kind of throw off the path of the other one. So, yeah, the best word I heard this morning from the meteorologist in charge of the National Weather Service office in Atlanta was it's complicated, and that is certainly the case. These storms are, we know that they're here. We know that they're going to be pushing through the day today into this evening and overnight tonight. We know many are going to go severe, and some will spin up tornadoes, but to get an actual timing, it's just pretty much impossible because as I mentioned, one batch of storms can kind of throw off the trajectory of the next batch, and they come in a different angle, and so that's kind of what we've been dealing with all day today with these storms. But we have these two, we'll just call them twin cells because they look like twins that we're keeping an eye on. And there you go, tornado warning has been extended, so that's the first of the northern twin there. So that is going to go and cover Ashburn and all the way into Fitzgerald. So this is going to be for the rest of Turner County pretty much. I think we're going to get a little bit of Irwin County. Ben Hill County is going to be in there as well. So northwestern Irwin County, Turner County, northwestern Ben Hill County, and north central Worth County under a tornado warning until 4:15. Doppler radar indicating that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Ashburn moving east at 40 miles per hour. If you are in this warning polygon, seek shelter now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. You can't be in a vehicle. You can't be in a manufactured home. It's the worst place to be. So this is going to be near Ashburn at about 3:45. Other locations include Louisville, Amboy, Rebecca, Dakota, Sibley, Arp, Abba, and Queensland. So this, how fast is this storm moving? At least I know I just mentioned it. Is it 35? 40. All right, so this is moving east at 40 miles per hour. So starting to pick up a little bit more speed compared to the storms we've been monitoring since this morning that were going 20, 25 miles per hour. This one's actually getting a little bit more speed on it. So this will be crossing I-75 at Ashburn and should be moving across the interstate in about 5 or 6 minutes. Going to be in Rebecca at 3:59. And as I mentioned, it's in Ashburn right now, so really no reason to time it out because it's there right now. And we'll take a look at the velocity. Yeah, well, 1 or 2 minutes away from actually being in the middle of Ashburn. So still got a little bit of time to get ready for this storm moving in, and then it crosses I-75 just north of Ashburn. And the Weather Service is going to do the same thing with our southern cell of our twins here. Tornado warning has been extended into southeastern Dougherty County, southwestern Worth County until 4:15. So that storm near Putney, been near Putney forever, and it continues to move east at 35 miles per hour. So this storm will be near Sylvester at about 4 o'clock. Also, if you're in Powelltown, Acre, Livingston, Terrell, the community of Terrell, that is, Gordy, Sumner, Tempe, Parkerville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. So Sylvester, this is this is moving right at you. Put a track on this. So 3:56 for Sylvester, Pulliam, which is right nearby, about 4 o'clock. Sumner at 4:05. Tai, you're not in the warning polygon, but if it holds together, going to be knocking on your door about 4:13 or 4:14, somewhere in there. And then Tifton is also going to be down range as well, but if it holds together, we'll be in Tifton by about 4:27. So both of our tornado warned storms are both going to be extended. And let's see if we can get maybe a little better radar shot here. We should be able to get Jeffersonville. Give us a little bit more detail. We have used almost every radar site available to us in and around Georgia so far from this morning until this afternoon. And that's fine. We'll just use the one that has the best shot. Once we get out of range of one, we can go right on to the next one, which is the thing to do. So 2 tornado warnings. We have pretty much all of Turner County. Got the northern corner of Irwin County, not including Irwinville, but the northern extreme corner of Irwin County. Ben Hill County, including Queensland and Fitzgerald, under a tornado warning until 4:15. And then our warning down to the south, which covers pretty much all of central Worth County. That covers Gordy and Sylvester and Shingler, under a tornado warning until 4:15. So let's get the timing on this particular cell into Sylvester. You've got until, 3:56. So that timing remains the same. So still a few minutes to go to get in your tornado safe place. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. So showing that rotation. And take a look for any debris. All right, we do have a debris signature, it looks like. Before we call it out, let's do the work. Yep, that's a debris signature. So that's going to be a confirmed tornado. And this is northwest of Ashburn. So Weather Service will get caught up on that one here in just a moment, and we'll upgrade that particular tornado warning to a confirmed tornado. So that's going to be a tornado on the ground. We'll go back to the velocity near Ashburn, northwest of Ashburn. And let me see if we can draw some roads on here. So there's Oak Grove Road. There's McNair Road. Ireland Road. Warwick Highway. So all in that area. This is where we have a tornado on the ground and a debris signature as evidence of that. So there it is. Let's see if we can draw a couple more roads here. So this is a dangerous storm, County Road 83. This is probably still McNair Road. The debris actually started back around Charlie Lamb Road out to the southwest. But if you're in line of this storm, you need to take cover right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And we have an extension here of the tornado warning. This is going to be for southwestern Wilcox County, southeastern Crisp County until 4:30. Possibility of the tornado there and quarter-size hail. So if you're in Rochelle, Araby, Double Run, Antioch Church, and Owensboro, seek cover right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. All right. Severe thunderstorm warnings just popped up. We talked about that storm coming in from Eufaula. So now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to cover Quitman County and it looks like into Randolph County. All right, so I'm going to zoom out for just a moment. We're going to put this in motion. I'm going to take care of some of our social media posts, and we'll be right back with you. We want to follow that storm with the debris signature up near Ashburn, now heading toward Dakota. And I'll get right back to that in just a moment. But we just want to make sure all of our partners downline have the latest information here on our latest warnings. And this will give me a moment just to take a sip of water, too. So, again, we'll be right back with the coverage in just a few seconds. All right, it's 3:44. This is the Georgia Weather Net with live severe weather coverage. We're looking at South Georgia with looking at 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and now 3. Now that we're at 3:45, we're now at 3 tornado warnings. And the most significant is going to be in Turner County, showing rotation on the storm just slightly northwest of Ashburn. So if you're in Ashburn, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. And we did see some debris, and I think it's still going to be showing up. Let me match this up with the velocity. Yep, that matches up perfectly. So still showing the possibility of some debris just to the west of US 41, west of I-75. This is going to be crossing I-75, and may be able to get a traffic cam shot of that. Maybe. I know that there are traffic cams in Ashburn itself. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's... don't have anything. Yeah, they don't have any traffic cams there on I-75. And the one camera I'm looking at, not sure if I can even pull this up for you or not. But you can't see anything. It's just completely rained out, fogged out. That heavy rain, it's impossible to see. You can barely see a Dollar General store sign, but that's about it. So I'm not even going to bother with getting that pulled up on the stream here because there's really nothing to see. So I was hoping to have a shot from I-75 because it looks like this tornado is going to cross I-75. So very important. If you know anybody that's going to be traveling in this area, or you know they're in this area, to let them know to sit tight and let this storm pass, because this did show a debris signature. And so I think we do have, at least for a little bit there, that tornado was on the ground. Also, some hail is going to be falling, looks like just to the east of I-75, heading up Highway 159. All right, let's see what we got. Severe thunderstorm warning, I already mentioned, for Clay, Quitman, Randolph, and Terrell County until 4:30. And the tornado warning continues for Crisp and Wilcox County. And that thunderstorm that looks like that dropped a tornado there in the Dakota area near Ashburn, and that is moving east at 40 miles per hour. All right, so just looking through some of our posts here. So somebody asked about Dublin a long time ago. Again, sorry, I'm not able to see all the chat. Remember, if I'm not talking about your community, there's probably nothing severe going on. All right, so, somebody asked about Dublin. How's Dublin? Well, there's nothing happening in Dublin. It's just raining. But our severe weather is in southwest Georgia. So we have the tornado warning over Worth County. Sylvester, you're in the warning polygon. Let's take a look at the velocity. We are still showing the rotation just to the west of Sylvester. And there's the latest sweep coming in. Rotation is still there and still showing a pretty decent inflow notch on this storm. So still have to take this one seriously. We're going to keep an eye on this until it expires at 4:15. And the tornado we talked about, that's finally gone confirmed. We confirmed it a little while ago with that debris signature. Now the National Weather Service upping this to a radar-confirmed tornado. Near Ashburn, crossing I-75, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So our tornado warning, now confirmed tornado warning for Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner County, and this goes until 4:15. We have the warning that was added just to the north of that. That goes until 4:30. That covers extreme southeast Crisp County, near Arabi, and southern Wilcox County. Does go right through Rochelle, but it's mainly going to be south of Rochelle and covering most of southern Wilcox County. So confirmed tornado now. And just got another update here. I think this is going to be from a spotter. Yep, we got a spotter out on Highway 41 north of Ashburn that confirmed the tornado 5 minutes ago. So we saw it happen in real time on radar. That's what's so great about some of these radar tools. We can see the debris lofted. Now we have visual confirmation on that from a train spotter that saw that just north of Ashburn on Highway 41. So no reports of damage yet, but a report that a tornado did touch down. And it could have crossed I-75. I mean, that was so close to I-75. You just go back and look at, that's very possible. If we go back a frame, so, within the last 5 or 10 minutes, that could have been. So we'll continue to monitor that. But Rebecca, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. All of northeast Turner County. This is a dangerous storm. It has produced a tornado, has been identified on radar and visually spotted. Also in western Ben Hill County. Fitzgerald, I think this is going to pass just to the north of you, but if you're in Fitzgerald, just go ahead and be in your tornado safe place in Queensland, and certainly north of Fitzgerald, all the way up through the rest of Ben Hill County, all the way up in the Wilcox County. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now. So yeah, this storm is still pretty ugly. Still showing some rotation, and I don't think we have debris. If we do, it's going to be something that's left over from the earlier touchdown over on the other side of Highway 41. All right, so let me just kind of expand out our view and turn off the radar and just show you what we're looking at here across the state of Georgia. Multiple thunderstorms all over the place. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect around east of Valdosta, now heading up toward Clinch County. Lanier is part of Lanier County in there, it looks like. So that goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. We have our multiple tornado warnings we've been talking about. Severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that crossed over from Eufaula, moved in through Georgetown and Quitman County. So that is for Quitman County as well as Clay, portions of Randolph and Terrell County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. We'll watch out for any spin on that one as well. And that's it for Georgia, but we're watching that for a couple of more severe thunderstorms in Alabama trying to move in, so we could see some more severe thunderstorm warnings along the Alabama-Georgia line. Let's get back to the high-res radar and take a look at our 2 tornado-warned storms. The most important is going to be the one up to the north, which is moving north of Ashburn, moving toward Rebecca. This is northeast Turner County. And with that tornado debris signature on that, that was a confirmed tornado. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now, which is going to cover Albany, it looks like. And there it is. Ooh, that's a big one. So that's it's got a lot of real estate on it. So this is going to be portions of Calhoun, Dougherty, Lee, and Terrell County until 5 p.m. with that strong thunderstorm that is between Edison and Arlington. So that's going to be moving toward Leary. This is about where that cell that spun up a little tornado we saw a little bit earlier, traveling along a similar route anyway, maybe just a little bit to the north of that earlier route, but that'll be heading above Leary and then starting to head toward western Dougherty County. And if it holds together, will be making its way into Albany And see if we can get a track on that. It should be in Albany at about 4:35. We'll be in Leary at 4:08, crossing into western Dougherty County at about 4:18. All right, and let me zoom out just a little bit here and put this in motion. And then get our social media taken care of. Yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning that came in from Eufaula. Pardon me, wrong keyboard. Producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half dollar size hail. So another big hail-producing storm moving in through Early County, moving toward Albany. And boy, what a amazing job the National Weather Service office, specifically in Tallahassee. They have just been really, really busy since the late morning hours and right now, and there's still a lot more to go. So they've just been issuing these warnings left and right and staying on top of everything. What a great job. A few warnings coming out of the Atlanta office as well. And the other offices, Charleston, Jacksonville, they'll have their turn at it as we continue through the day today and into the evening and late night hours tonight. All right. Let's see what we have here. Did that tornado warning... Okay, I think that just got edited a little bit. Yeah, so tornado warning remains in effect for it's going to be Central Worth County. They just lopped off a little bit of that down to the southwest. It's no longer in the threat area. We're still showing the possibility, some rotation there, and a possibility of a tornado over Sylvester. This continues to move northeast through Sylvester, heading toward Shingler and into east central Worth County. So Sylvester, you still need to be in your tornado safe place. And this storm just continues to stay ugly to the north. It's now out of Ashburn, but continuing to move toward Rebecca, now out of the Dakota area as well. So really we're between Ashburn and Rebecca with the biggest probability of the storm. So right in here, this is where our rotating couplet is. And I don't think that's going to be debris. Yeah, things aren't really lining up exactly. So it's possible this shouldn't be on the ground at the moment, but could drop a tornado once again. It already has on the west side of Highway 41, just above Ashburn, and it could drop another tornado again. That is a strong thunderstorm right there. And so we're hanging on to that tornado warning. All right, we have a new tornado watch that has been put out. Let's see if the graphics have updated on that. All right, not yet. And we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's see, the tornado watch is going to cover, let's see, is Bibb in there? No, it's going to cover part of the Macon Metro. No, wait a minute. Dodge and Telfair. Okay, so this has been extended to the east a little bit more to Dodge and Telfair. So not as big of an extension as we thought it was going to be. We may get a completely new tornado watch come out before all is said and done. But as for right now, you can kind of, let me draw it on here for you. So right here, Dodge and Telfair County has been added on to the tornado watch, which goes until 7 p.m. All right, and I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and clear all the layers off. And we'll get that posted up to social media. If you'll bear with me just a moment. All right. All right, so just going to take a brief break here just to get this posted to all of our social media sites, and we'll be right back in about 30 seconds with more live severe weather coverage from the Georgia Weather Net. Okay, back now on the Georgia Weather Net. It is 4 o'clock, top of the hour. Let's reset things and see what's going on around the state. Plenty of thunderstorm activity all over the place. So most of our severe weather is in the western part of the state. A lot of this storm activity, as it moves toward the east, moves into a little more stable air. The air is pretty stable in the Augusta area, along I-20, and then up in the North Georgia mountains. So that's why our thunderstorm, our severe weather has really been limited in that part of the state. Now, we have a lot of instability in southwest Georgia, and then a lot of instability coming in from Alabama out toward Carrollton, down the LaGrange, and Columbus. So severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 4:45. This is for portions of Carroll County, Heard County, Troup County, Meriwether County, and Coweta County. So that goes until 4:45, and we're going to see multiple lines of thunderstorms move in on that one. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect until 4:30, and that is for Quitman County and Randolph County and a small portion of northwest Terrell County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5 p.m. This one really stretches out, and this covers portions of Calhoun County and all of Dougherty County and southern Lee County. Southeast Terrell County is in there as well. So that's part of a cell that's just cruising through the city of Morgan right now and is making its way toward Albany. We'll just put a little track on that, and that should be in Albany at about 4:37. That one's not rotating. I'll tell you what, since we're in on this area, let's go ahead and take a look at the high-res radar and see if we have any rotation on this. Yeah, it's still a cell to keep an eye on, but not showing any significant rotation on that storm going through Morgan. So for right now, that's going to stay a severe thunderstorm warned storm. Tornado warning remains in effect for central Worth County until 4:15, as that storm has moved through Sylvester, and we're going to have to get a better view here if we're going to see any rotation. This one may be a little hard to reach. All right, one more try. Yeah, Sylvester is just kind of out there pretty far from a lot of the radar sites. And let's see what we got here. Yeah, still showing some broad rotation on that. So tornado warning remains in effect until 4:15 for central Worth County. Gordy, you're in the clear, even though you're still in the polygon, but Sylvester, still just stay weather aware. West side of Sylvester, I think, is going to be clear here momentarily, and Shingler, heavy rain and some hail falling in the Shingler there in Worth County. And we have our radar confirmed tornado. Had a debris signature on that. That looks like that's losing a little bit of its luster. Still has some form, as it is moving just to the south of Rebecca, looking at heavy rainfall in Rebecca right now. But the main area of concern as far as rotation is going to be in this area south of Rebecca, continuing to move toward the east at about 35 miles per hour. And our tornado warning that was issued after the fact, just basically to extend the area out a little bit more for that same cell. That is for southeast Crisp County, although that area is in the clear now, and southern Wilcox County. And you're going to see the northern part of this storm move through southern Wilcox County. Rochelle, you're technically in the warning polygon, but I think it's going to pass to the south of Rochelle. And that particular polygon has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning as well. So the tornado located near Ashburn, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So that came in about 4 minutes ago. So, yeah, that storm is moving near Ashburn and moving well to the east. So, yeah, it's a little bit older information that just got in there, but it just popped up. So there you go. So South Georgia, and then with that large storm system up toward Carrollton, between Carrollton and LaGrange, heading over toward Peachtree City with a severe thunderstorm warning. That's what we currently have on the board right now. And with that, I'm going to have to take a quick break and update all of our radio partners with their afternoon weather. So that's going to take a couple of minutes. So we'll be back with more coverage at about 4:10 right here on the Georgia Weather Net. So stand by, and we'll keep the radar up on the screen. If we have a new warning to pass along, I'll break in and bring that to you right here on the Georgia Weather Net on Facebook and on YouTube. All right, we're back here on the Georgia Weather Net a little bit earlier than 4:15, but we do have another tornado warning to tell you about, just issued by the National Weather Service. Tornado warning has been issued for northwestern Irwin County, northeastern Turner County, and Ben Hill County until 5 p.m. Radar indicated just a radar indicated rotation, possibility of a tornado and quarter-size hail. And this is going to be in Fitzgerald at around 4:25. And we got okay, there we go. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's what was popping up there in the background. So a severe thunderstorm warning also being issued. That's actually going to be some good news out of that cell moving out of Worth County. This is going to be for Irwin County, southern Turner County, northern Tift County, south central Ben Hill County, and east central Worth County until 5:15. This storm about 7 miles north of Tai, moving east at 35 miles per hour. There's a possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar size hail with this storm. So this is going to be over Fitzgerald, Ocilla, Mystic, Panetta, Coverdale, Harding. Also, Fitzgerald is covered by this as well in the upper northeast corner of this particular warning polygon. But again, severe thunderstorm, we have to take it seriously. Those strong straight line wind gusts and the hail, that's very important. But the good news is this was not extended into a tornado warning. We did have the tornado warning on this as it moved through Worth County, but this has now been, we'll call it downgraded. We'll use that term very loosely, but this is going to be a severe thunderstorm storm instead. Now, tornado warning has been basically extended for this cell that moved through Ashburn. It did have a tornado that dropped. We saw the debris signature. We had an eyewitness account of that out on Highway 41 just north of Ashburn. So this is going to continue to be a tornado-warned storm as it is moving. Looks like it's going to be just the north of Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, you're in the warning polygon because it looks like the storm has kind of made a bit of more of a due east move instead of moving toward the northeast. So it is a good idea to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place in Fitzgerald, certainly in Queensland, be in your tornado safe place as this storm is really just going to be moving right through Ben Hill County. And the obviously the northwest corner of Irwin County is in the tornado warning polygon as well. That's going to be moving through northwest Irwin County here fairly quickly. And then, again, continuing right through the middle of Ben Hill County. Should remain out of Wilcox County, but we'll watch that just to be sure. Severe thunderstorm warning, kind of changing gears, changing location just a little bit, getting back up in the southwest metro Atlanta area, up around Coweta County, Heard County, Meriwether County, Troup County. Got a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:45. And tornado warning now issued for Telfair and Wilcox County. So let's go back down and check that out. And this is really just going to be a continuation of the existing cell that we're talking about. This is not a different cell. What this is these counties, Wilcox, Telfair, they're served by the Atlanta office. And then when we go down into Ben Hill County, they're served by Tallahassee. So they can't overlap each other. They have to issue separate warnings. So we have two warnings here issued, but it's essentially for the same storm. So this, kind of keep that in mind as we're tracking this storm. Moving east of Rebecca, moving toward Queensland, and it looks like there's just enough of a threat moving up into Wilcox County and then southwest Telfair County that the Atlanta office has gone ahead and issued that warning just to give it, as you can see, let me draw it out instead of trying to explain it. You see it's a box, but within that box you got a little bit of a border here because of the two weather service offices. So just explain a little housekeeping to you there, but ultimately we're tracking the cell that is about 10 miles east of Rebecca, moving east, should be crossing north of Fitzgerald, going to be moving near Queensland, actually going to be moving right over Queensland, it looks like. And so you need to be in your tornado safe place if you are there in Queensland and Ben Hill County. And then also nearby, just across the border up into Wilcox County, you need to be in your tornado safe place. And southwest Telfair County, not quite the Jacksonville, but pretty close. And that severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of that, we've been calling that the twin cells, it looks like the southern cell is actually going to dissipate quicker than the northern cell. And that's not one of those things you would predict. You would think in weather, well, first of all, that southern cell is not competing with a lot. Looks like it has a lot of air that's able to be drawn into that and can do its thing. The northern cell has a little competition, and you would think further south you go, a little warmer it is. So not by much, but just enough that you would think you'd have a little stronger development out of that southern cell, but that's not always the case. And here's one of those situations. So here's a strong hail core on this latest sweep of radar that is, again, getting close to Queensland. Still to the west of Queensland is over here, but we're looking at this strong hail core. And if we take a look at the estimated hail size, and this is going to be about right. The storm is tilted a little bit. That's the indicator we could be seeing 3-inch size hail. How about that? So that is some significant damaging hail moving through northern Ben Hill County. Get back to our reflectivity. Yeah, that is really something. So that's going to be causing some roof damage there for sure, and could crack some windshields. Rotation is still there. I'm seeing some rotation here, and let's see how that does line up with our reflectivity. So that is going to be getting pretty close to Fitzgerald. I don't think it's going to pass right through downtown, but it's going to be pretty close as this storm continues to track toward the east. So certainly around Sharp, Luke, Lower, Rebecca Road, passing over Highway 90. You got US 129 there that goes right down through Fitzgerald, so really above Jack Allen Road and then north. That's going to be our main concern in Ben Hill County, but still you need to be in your tornado safe place if you are in Fitzgerald. And get ready for that hail if you're in Queensland, and right now falling out of the sky west of Queensland up around Highway 215 with that big monstrous hail core. That is really something. So tornado warning. Essentially this is one warning. It is two because it's coming out of two different offices, but both go until 5 o'clock for the same cell. So this is pretty much all of Ben Hill County. We have extreme northwest Irwin County, but we'll put you in the clear. If you're above Irwinville in Irwin County, you're okay. That storm is going to continue to move on to the east and move out of your way. And we're looking at the extreme southeast corner of Wilcox County and southwest Telfair County. Going to be stretching over there to Highway 117. Not quite to Jacksonville, but if you head out of Jacksonville up 117, heading up toward Rhine, that whole area is going to be in the tornado-warned polygon. So just know that storm could be holding together and moving into extreme southwest Telfair County. But really no other cities to talk about that are in the warning polygon area. So this is going to be a big hail-producing storm. And again, showing some of that rotation. Let's mark it on the map again with the new sweep right there, just dangerously close to Fitzgerald. And not showing any debris. Yeah, I don't think we have any debris on this, so I don't think that this has touched the ground. But we are still looking at that strong inflow, looking at a big hail core right here, and then this storm just wraps around all this. So this is where we have our tornado risk, about 5 miles northwest of Fitzgerald, continuing to move east, 35 miles per hour, so is the current speed. All right, we have a new tornado warning that is coming out here, and this is, okay, we're back down into the Albany area once again. Let's get back down into Albany. And so that was our severe thunderstorm warning that has now been upgraded to a tornado warning. And this is going to be for eastern Calhoun County, Dougherty County, northeastern Mitchell County, and northeastern Baker County. This goes until 5 p.m. Doppler radar indicating that severe thunderstorm could be producing a tornado and ping pong ball size hail moving moving east at 40 miles per hour. It's near Leary, just northeast of Leary. So Leary, you're just kind of out of the main area right now. Really, this is going to be crossing over into Dougherty County and from Calhoun County. But Albany, the Marine Corps base, you are in the warning polygon. East Albany, Putney, Turner City, going to be seeing this storm moving in at about 4:55, as well as Albany. And again, the Marine Corps base at about 5 p.m. Also, Radium Springs, Walker, South Albany, Bermuda, the airport south of Albany, Holt, Williamsburg in the tornado warn polygon. And that goes until 5 p.m. So you need to take cover right now if you are in this warning area. And going to get this out to our weather partners down the line. So yeah, things firing up again over the Albany area. Severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. That's about to expire, so that one is not. We're not going to worry about that much. But that storm, we got a couple of cells there. One moving toward Shellman, the other still over Cuthbert, moving through Randolph County. But yeah, this is a nasty storm, and those cores are getting even more intense with each scan as this moves into Dougherty County. And this one is probably going to affect Albany, unlike the last couple ones. Let's get back in here. I'm going to put this in motion while we get this information out to our radio partners. Time is 4:24. Very active weather day today. Got a flash flood warning now issued for pretty much all of Lee County, including Leesburg. So no surprise there with all that rain and multiple rounds of rain moving in through Lee County with that flood warning in effect. All right, so serious storm here that we're watching moving into western Dougherty County now. I'm going to pause the motion again. Yeah, this has got a lot of strength. Let me mark our rotation here and line this up with the reflectivity. This is a pretty ugly storm. Not only ugly in just that it's a strong storm, but we're not seeing as much of a strong inflow notch on this. So this one either stays the course or we start to see some rapid weakening on this. Right now, I'm going to probably say it's going to stay the course for a while until it at least gets south of the airport and toward Putney and Dougherty County. So very important that we stay on top of this one. Albany, downtown Albany, you are in the warning polygon. You need to go ahead and seek shelter right now. It does look like the bulk of the storm and the portion that has most of the rotation here is going to pass down to the south. But once again, I have to put Putney back in the tornado safe place. I know this is the second time, but this is another storm that we need to take seriously. And again, hail is going to be a major concern with this storm. If you didn't get hit by hail on the last one, then it's probably going to be coming for you on this one and could be seeing hail up to 2 inches in diameter. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15. This remains in effect for Central Worth County has been canceled on that, but this is going to remain in effect for northern Tift County and Irwin County, including Ocilla. So strong thunderstorm there, and we're showing a little bit of an inflow notch on that. So do we get this to spin up? We're going to watch it and see. I'm seeing some rotation on that. So right in this area. So we'll watch that and see if this gets upgraded to a tornado warning. It's possible. So just be on standby. In Ocilla, in western Irwin County, and Irwinville, severe thunderstorm at the moment, but that could spin and cause some more problems for us. And our tornado warning on this big massive storm now moving east of Pensy Road, heading over toward Highway 11, again around the Queensland area, northern Ben Hill County. So that remains in effect, that tornado warning until 5 p.m. Severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, Quitman County, Randolph County, and Terrell County until 5:15. So I don't think that's popped up yet, but that's going to be coming up in just a second. And so 60-mile-an-hour wind gust possible on that one. We do have baseball-size hail reported. That's not a surprise in Dougherty County. Looking at that core on radar, I don't dispute that one bit. Baseball-size hail reported on Calvary Road in Dougherty County, Red Store Crossroads area. So that was reported just a little while ago. Actually, that was with another cell, but we could be seeing similar size hail with this particular cell as well. So, wow, that's a big one. Baseball-size hail reported out on Calvary Road in Dougherty County. So if you see, if you have any storm damage reports, trees down, power lines down, hail, strong winds, whatever it may be, or if you spot anything that appears to be a tornado, you can contact local law enforcement or the National Weather Service directly. They'll take that report, and it's very, very useful to receive those reports, and helps us with our coverage for sure, and helps us down the road with studying how these storms operate. So let's zoom out, take a look at the big picture. Most of our activities in South Georgia, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's still in effect, and for another 16 minutes for portions of Heard County and Troup County, also into Coweta and Meriwether County. That goes until 4:45 with that big cell over Hogansville. Another little cell jumped out in front of that just south of Rocky Mount in Meriwether County. But for now, they're not going to call that severe. But our cluster of warnings remain in effect here in southwest Georgia. And this is a lot to pick apart, but we'll do our best. Our most important storms we're looking at are our tornado warned storms. So let's go ahead and look a little bit closer. And still showing the rotation. Looks like just on the north side of Fitzgerald. You know, and that lines up with the reflectivity. Not showing any debris. So let's see if we can keep it that way. But north, just to the edge, as I mentioned, this is going to be very close to Fitzgerald. Highway 129 goes right through town, and we're just, basically looking at it crossing 129 right about now. Our radar sweep is about a minute old, so this has progressed slightly to the east. These aren't moving very quickly, but this is moving toward the east and looking at this big hail core well north of town. So part of that warning has been dropped off, and that's no surprise, so we can give the all clear out so I guess that's going to be the Irwin County portion. So, yeah, no surprise there. So northwest Irwin County, we called you clear a while back ago. No problems at all. And then out in northwest Ben Hill County out toward Rebecca, that's in the all clear as well. But still looking at the potential of a tornado here just above Fitzgerald, continuing to move toward the east. And then that hail up around Queensland, now moving east of Queensland. Severe thunderstorm warning. Still going to call this severe thunderstorm, even though we've got a little bit of a hook on this particular cell just to the east of Chula, moving into Irwin County, western Irwin County. Severe thunderstorm, but stay alert on this one. This one could get upgraded. And then back to our tornado warned storm in Dougherty County. Take a look at the velocity, and this is pretty ugly. Let's see if I can get a better shot here. Maybe out of Fort Rucker. Let's see how this looks. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So that rotation's still pretty pronounced. And then we try to line this up with the debris, not showing any debris necessarily. We are getting some hail contamination off of this storm. And if we look, maybe we can go up into some of the upper levels here. Yeah, this is a tall storm. So that's why we have the significant hail, because this storm is reaching up very, very high into the atmosphere. We can actually measure that. There we go, 62,000 feet. So That's about twice as high as a commercial airliner flies. They cruise at around 35,000 feet or so on a long flight. So this is up over 60,000 feet up into the atmosphere, up into the stratosphere, really. And we can actually take a look. Let me just take a look at our visible satellite imagery and turn off radar for just a second. And I'm just looking for what we call overshooting tops. And not with this resolution, not really able to see that. So, all right. So we'll get back to the radar. We're in South Georgia, well, I was going to say southwest, but now we're starting to get over into south central Georgia as well, heading over toward the Fitzgerald area with that tornado-warned storm. And then our storm that is moving through Dougherty County, now really in the center south portion of Dougherty County. It's got its eyes on Putney once again. Second big storm to go through Putney in the last hour or so. And I was just looking at some of our lightning data as well, picking up a ton of lightning strikes with this storm. So that's another big threat. We had a report of a person struck by lightning, and I believe that was up in Troup County a little bit earlier this afternoon. So we're hoping that person's going to be okay. But that's one of the dangers of being outside when these storms are rolling through. And I'm just counting about 50 or 60 lightning strikes with this particular cell here as it moved in from Calhoun County into Dougherty County. So be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Albany, especially south of Albany, airport area, and on south, in the Putney, and all the way down to Baconton, into Mitchell County, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. Calhoun County, you're going to be in the clear, and we're probably going to get this polygon updated here in just a second to take Leary out. Leary and eastern Calhoun County, you are all clear, and there it is. Well, it just popped up on my other radar, but we'll see it change here momentarily. But Dougherty County, you are still in the tornado warning polygon, and Albany, technically you're in there. I think that this storm passes just slightly to the south of Albany. Severe thunderstorm warning canceled for Calhoun, Lee, and Terrell County, but remains in effect for Dougherty County. So that's that overlying severe thunderstorm warning that's basically been upgraded to the tornado warning that goes until 5 o'clock. So again, Leary, you are out of the tornado warning polygon. Still under the severe thunderstorm warning polygon, Morgan and Leary, but not seeing a whole lot going on out there other than this one little cell that's just trying to feed off whatever leftover energy is left up there in the atmosphere. And with these big cells that came through, there's not a whole lot left at the moment, but we've been watching the atmosphere recharge itself very quickly. So you can see, okay, the severe thunderstorm warning polygon has also been cut off there. So Calhoun County, nothing going on as far as severe weather is concerned, just that one cell over Morgan, but you are in the clear as far as the severe and the tornado warnings. All right, let's revisit our storm. Actually, we're going to have to kind of go back and forth on our radar sites because we're sort of getting out here in no man's land. As far as radar service is concerned, not as far as beautiful parts of the state and where important people live. That's certainly not the case, but we do have these lulls with radar coverage. We have some really great radar coverage in South Georgia, out from Bainbridge over to Valdosta. Excellent coverage. You can just choose whichever one you want. But then you get into some of these areas, and the best you can do is seeing about 7,000 to 8,000 feet down toward the surface. And a lot of things can happen below 7,000 to 8,000 feet, including tornadoes that can drop, from 2,000 or 3,000 feet up in the air. So anyway, that's what I mean by kind of a no man's land and radar territory, but we're doing the best we can. Still showing that rotation now northeast of Fitzgerald. Still watching out for any storm reports out of Fitzgerald. Nothing yet. But that was part of that same cell that did drop a tornado further out west, out in Turner County and Ashburn. But no reports if it dropped anything in or near Fitzgerald. Still has that capability, still showing the inflow notch, still showing the rotation. And so that's why you still need to be in your tornado safe place in really eastern Ben Hill County, now moving toward the Telfair County line, southwest Telfair County. I think things are going to be pretty much done in Wilcox County, and we may get that canceled here pretty soon. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see. Okay, so the one up in, we'll have to zoom out for that. So up in Coweta, Heard, Meriwether, and Troup County. This one right here, that has been canceled early. So we will not worry about that. So all of our severe weather, take a look at, my goodness, take a look at this line. And let me turn off the, let me go back and grab the composite radar. Actually, let me turn that off too for just a second. And take a look at this line right here of just like continuous severe thunderstorm warnings, and then right at the front of that, around Albany, is that tornado warning. So back to the radar, and we'll put this in motion, and look at that line just developing. And so that's also going to be a big flood issue as well, because we have what's called training, where it just looks like a train of severe thunderstorms producing some very heavy rainfall. And so that's going to create a big flood risk as well. But, yeah, that's really something. I mean, that's just a continuous line from just above Jackson, Mississippi. That's going to be up around Philadelphia, Mississippi, all the way to Albany, Georgia, with just continuous severe thunderstorms. How about that? All right, let's get back to business here and take a look at what's going on in Dougherty County in Albany. And tell you what, we're going to do a quick restart on the radar. And this radar has been doing its job today, no doubt about it. Doing an excellent job getting this data in quickly. We get this in just the moment that it's released from the radar sites from the National Weather Service, and we can get it out to you. So let's take a look at this storm. New sweep here, still showing a decent hail core. I think we're still going to see some, still looking at the rotation. And this is getting pretty close to Albany. Still think it's going to stay south of downtown, but we're looking at that rotation as it is tracking just right along, that's Leary Road, and moving up close to Newton Road, Highway 91. So the rotation right along Leary Road and continuing to move toward the east. Let me put this in motion for you, and so you can see that west to east motion. A little hard to see zoomed in close like that, so I'll zoom out. So hail, going to be moving into town, maybe just staying slightly south of town. But the rotation going to be moving toward Putney. And we'll be moving there, moving toward Highway 19 in just a little over 9 minutes. And if this storm stays together and stays on track, we'll be heading east toward the Worth County line by about 5:01. So not looking at any direct hit in downtown Albany. This is going to be staying south of town and looking like some hail will be falling at the airport. And the possibility of that storm dropping a tornado will be very, very close to Putney, just maybe slightly to the north of Putney and then going up toward Albany. But you still need to be in your tornado safe place anywhere in the warning polygon. That does include Albany. That includes the logistics base Putney, DeWitt, Acre. You know where I'm talking about. And this hail, now we got a new hail marker on that band right there, indicating possibility of 3-inch in diameter hail. Now, that's probably going to be more in the upper levels of the atmosphere, but once it falls, we already had a report earlier in Dougherty County of baseball-size hail. Could see that once again with this particular cell. These are really, really tall, towering thunderstorms shooting way up into the stratosphere. These are major storms. And you add that rotation to it, and that doesn't help things at all. So that's why we have our tornado warning in effect. Tornado warning now issued for Irwin County. Is this going to be a new one? All right, let's see what this is for. Okay, so this is gonna replace this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is coming out here shortly. Tornado warning for Irwin County, with the possibility of half-dollar size hail. And this storm moving east 35 miles per hour. And we should get the polygon popping up here in just a moment. This is going to go until 5:30. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Mystic. And that's about 7 miles southwest of Ocilla. There's the polygon. And let's take a look at that. Again, we've got to swap radar sites here, and we'll go take a look at Jeffersonville radar, and this should look very clear. There you go. So inflow notch right here. I think we're going to see our rotation there. Let's confirm that with velocity. Yep, there it is. So rotation just southwest of Ocilla. This is near the Mystic community, and a possibility of some large hail with this as well. Looking back at the reflectivity, there's plenty of opportunity for some hail here moving into Ocilla. So I think Ocilla is going to see some pretty damaging, significant hail. The rotating portion of the storm, it's going to be dangerously close to Ocilla. So once you're in your tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, and that is going to be arriving in Ocilla at 4:54. So a little less than 10 minutes to go on that. If the storm holds together and continues on out of Irwin County and heads into Coffee County, we'll be in Ambrose at about 5:19, Bushnell at 5:25. So tornado warning in effect until 5:30. This is going to be for southern Irwin County, including Ocilla. And that is going to be pretty close to Ocilla, so take this one seriously. Another tornado warning now issued until 5:15. And this is going to... Is this coming out of... I think Jacksonville is now getting in on the case, I think. Hang on just a second here. Let me... Maybe the first we've heard out of them. Yep. So this goes, this is for North Central Coffee County. This is a part of that same cell that all the Weather Service offices are getting in on here. So cell is located near Jacksonville, Georgia. This issued by the Jacksonville, Florida office, but Jacksonville, Georgia, which is 14 miles north of Broxton. And we have the possibility of quarter-size hail and a tornado with this storm. And so this is mainly rural, northern, and north central Coffee County. But this is a dangerous storm. You need to be in your tornado safe place if you're in Pridgeon and north, all the way up to the Telfair County line. Be in your tornado safe place right now. Lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. You know the drill. All right, so this is all part of this same cell. As I mentioned, we have 3 Weather Service offices that are responsible for this area, so that's why we have 3 different warnings that have been issued for the same cell. But we've seen some rotation on this, and it's been fairly persistent, so pretty good idea that we still have this tornado warning in place, and it's being extended out. All right, Megan, thank you so much for your for your comment. Got that just a few minutes ago. I'm not able to get all of the comments, unfortunately, but I get everything that I can. And I know a lot of folks want to ask about their specific location and what's going on here, what's going on there. Just know if I'm not talking about your area, then there's nothing severe going on. So you can see in North Georgia, even in Middle Georgia, things are fairly, well, quiet as far as severe weather is concerned. And we do have some thunderstorms there moving east through Macomb and through Milledgeville, heading out towards Sparta and Sandersville. But then South Georgia is where everything's happening. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, we just have this line of thunderstorms moving in from just around Philadelphia, Mississippi, cutting right through, looks like around Demopolis, Alabama, down through Montgomery, and then east around Eufaula, obviously, and then moving into Georgia. So this long line of severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings are just pretty much connect the dots. New severe thunderstorm warning now has been issued for southeastern Lawrence County, southwestern Treutlen County, northeastern Wheeler County, northwestern Montgomery County. This goes until 5:30. Possibility of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and penny-size hail with this storm. This is radar indicated. So Soperton, Mount Vernon, Glenwood, Ailey, Terrytown, Lothair, Cedar Grove, Lowry, Barnhill, and Kybee. It's all in this severe thunderstorm warn polygon. Again, goes till 5:30. And let me see if we have any rotation on this at all. Maybe. Right in here, we're going to watch this. That is pretty broad and pretty weak, and this storm is not showing a lot of the signs we're looking for to go tornadic, but there's enough there that we're going to keep visiting that and make sure that nothing crazy happens with that storm up there in Lawrence County. But we already have a couple of storms with some rotation, so that's why we have our tornado warnings, and we're going to get back to that because I'm not seeing anything really frightening at the moment. But back to Albany and Dougherty County, and still showing pretty strong rotation now, approaching Putney. As I mentioned, Putney, you're in the line of it, and that hail core is going to be passing just to the north of Putney and through very close to Albany. Hopefully won't hit the car dealerships up in the northwest corner of Albany. I don't think this one will. It's going to be pretty close, though, but I don't want your car to get hit either. So if you're able to get under a substantial structure of some sort, you may need to clean your garage out really quick if you're between Putney and Albany in Dougherty County because, that hail core is right on top of you right now. So we're going to be watching downstream here, heading into Worth County. So Sylvester, just be on standby if this storm holds together. Probably going to at least get a severe thunderstorm warning out of this just with that hail core. I'm not showing that inflow notch as strong as it was, so maybe we're going to get this storm to stop spinning. Still showing some rotation on it, but I think we're going to maybe cut our tornado risk back a bit as we head into Worth County, but we'll just see. And I know the Weather Service, they're waiting to see as well. Let's see what's going on. Then we get up into northwest of Albany, over toward Randolph County, Terrell County, Lee County, still that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:15. Did want to mention our tornado watch while we wait for a new scan to come out. Our tornado watch remains in effect until 7 o'clock tonight, and we have a new watch that's been issued. Now, I do want to mention that Telfair and Dodge County, they got added to this, and now we have a new tornado watch that's going to be covering southeast Georgia all the way to the coastline. Savannah, Brunswick, St. Mary's, Kingsland, and Darien, you're in there. Waycross, Douglas, Jessup, Valdosta, you're over in the other warning or the other watch area. But this is going to take us until 10 o'clock tonight. So tornado watch in effect for southeast Georgia until 10 o'clock. So I'll tell you what, if you're okay with it, I'm going to take just a moment here to update our graphics so that our radio partners now in southeast Georgia can get this information. And to do that, I'm just going to have to clear everything. And again, you're kind of seeing how the sausage is made here at the Georgia Weather Net, which is fine. I'm glad you're along with me, and we can update this together. So just hold tight, and we're going to update our graphics. So we have our tornado watch until 7 p.m., and this is going to be southwest Georgia and really right up to Heard County, getting pretty close to metro Atlanta. And then we have our new tornado watch until 10 p.m. And this is going to be for southeast Georgia and coastal Georgia. And there we go. All right, so back at it. Let's get the composite radar up first, just to give you a view of the entire state, since kind of got off track there for a second. Check out northwest Georgia, getting all clear, and things are starting to settle down in that direction. Still some very stable air in the northern part of Georgia with that rain. I mean, we're still seeing a few thunderstorms in there, but compared to South Georgia, that's got a lot of stability. So our severe weather risk is pretty low once you get above I-20. Now you get below I-20, this is where we have some strong thunderstorms. Our storm that is most to the north, furthest to the north, is our severe thunderstorm that is over Lawrence, Treutlen, Wheeler, Montgomery County. But that itself is south of I-16. So really everything is in South Georgia. And even with that rain in southeast Georgia, Statesboro down south toward the coastline, there's still going to be enough instability in there to kick up some strong to severe thunderstorms, and some of those could spin up and become tornadic storms. So I'll put this in motion for you, and I'm just finishing up my update here on our additional tornado watch. So we'll say the additional tornado watch for southeast Georgia until 10 p.m. All right, appreciate you sticking with me and just getting everybody up to date so no one is left out. If you're watching the video, that is great. I'm glad to have you. If you are following along with our severe weather updates through Facebook, on YouTube, that's great as well. And just want to get our update. We have radio affiliates in southeast Georgia and the Statesboro area, so I want to make sure that that everybody's up to date. Okay, there we go. So let's get back to tracking our storms. Looks like that core is just continuing to intensify in Dougherty County. We'll take a look at the high-res radar here and see what it looks like. You may need another site. I think we may have. There we go. Still showing that strong hail core. This is just going to be southeast of Albany. I'm zooming in super close here, and you can see the black mark there in the middle of the purple. So that's a strong hail core that is crossing Highway US 19. 300 just southeast of town, and not showing as much in terms of the rotation. So it's possible this storm started to collapse on itself just a bit, but still enough rotation that it looks like we have a new tornado warning that's been extended into Worth County. So just like that happens. You know, there's still the rotation there. And the atmosphere is right to keep these things spinning, so pretty good idea from the National Weather Service to go ahead and extend this out. So tornado warning for eastern Dougherty County, southwestern Turner County, northeastern Mitchell County, and Worth County until 5:45. Doppler radar indicating that tornado-producing storm just over Putney, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Possibility of ping-pong ball-size hail with this storm as well. That's mainly going to be on the north side of the cell. So if you're in Sylvester, it's going to be to you at 5:20. Pullen at 5:25. Other locations include Scooterville, Radium Springs, Bridgeboro, Anderson City, South Albany, Tempe, Parkerville, Minton, and Bridgeboro. So that's covering a big chunk of Worth County. Worth County is a big county, land size, and this is covering what we would call the southern end and the central part of Worth County, including Sylvester. So be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And we will continue to track this storm that's capable of producing a tornado and also capable of producing some very large hail as well. All right, going to check out our cells that we have. Now, is this one new? Let me see when this one came out. Tornado warning. Let's see. Okay. Now, all right, this has just been updated. So our tornado warning continues for eastern Irwin County, still including Ocilla. The primary portion of this storm is very close to Ocilla. It looks like we may have a couple of mesos that may be trying to spin here. One over Ocilla and one just south of Ocilla. So either way, eastern Irwin County, you're still under the tornado warning until 5:30. And then that warning that's got everybody talking, Jacksonville, Tallahassee, and Atlanta, near Jacksonville, Georgia. That is scooting toward the east. It looks like it's picking up a little bit of speed, and that's pretty much cleared Ben Hill County altogether, and also Telfair County. So that polygon, well, that's going to expire at 5 o'clock in 1 minute anyway and go away, as well as the one out to the west. But we still have our tornado warning in effect for northern Coffee County. That's going to be from Pridgeon northbound all the way to the Telfair line. And that is really riding right along the line. We may see another warning come out for southern Telfair, so we'll keep an eye out on that. But that tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15. All right, just getting our latest information regarding the tornado warning down in Worth County, getting that out to our radio partners. And there it goes. So that's this one right here. That's a big one. Worth County is a big county. So eastern Dougherty County, extreme northeast Mitchell County, but I think that area is going to be pretty quiet here up around DeWitt, and then into Worth County. So that includes Bridgeboro, Gordy, Sylvester, Shingler, and Coverdale. You're in the tornado warning polygon until 5:45. Let's take a look at the velocity on this. There you go. Yep, this thing is starting to turn. As it moved out of Putney, we're seeing the rotation there. We got the inflow. This one's pretty serious, so we're going to keep a close eye on this storm as it is moving into extreme southeast Dougherty County and moving into Worth County. So this is the county line, and there's this little notch right here that Dougherty County lays claim to a little extra of Worth County, but we won't talk about that. So Dougherty County is over here on this side, Worth County on this side, and you can see the storm is starting to just move right on in. And looking at the main, yeah, that's some decent rotation. So let's track this out. Go back to the reflectivity here. The rotating portion of the storm looks like it's going to pass just to the south of Sylvester. It's going to be moving toward Gordy, which is right here. Going to be in Gordy at 5:12. And continue moving east toward Highway 33. Should be Highway 33 by 5:18. If it stays on track, we'll be in Tai Tai by 5:33. That's Tift County. And for right now, Tift County is not involved in this tornado warning. But if it gets added, I will certainly let you know. And if this storm stays together like this and we continue to see that rotation, it's very likely that could happen. Let's reset. It's 5:02. This is the Georgia Weather Net. All of our severe weather is south of I-16. This is South Georgia, so middle Georgia. Looking at a line of some respectable thunderstorms here. Some of these are strong to significant, but nothing severe. In middle Georgia and North Georgia, not a lot going on at all. Matter of fact, things are getting pretty quiet in northwest Georgia, and skies are actually clearing up in that direction. But South Georgia, not at all quiet at all. And as I mentioned all day today, this is really going to be the hot spot. I mentioned between 2 and 6 p.m. Now, even after 6 p.m., we're going to hang on to that weather risk. We have the tornado watch in effect for southwest Georgia till 7. Now for southeast Georgia till 10 p.m., and we have more thunderstorms going to be moving in overnight tonight. And the modeling has been changing pretty drastically throughout the day today because the storms that we're experiencing are actually sort of changing the flow of the storms that are coming in behind them, if that makes any sense at all. So this is a really active situation with these storms. So the Weather Service out of Jacksonville continuing the tornado warning for Coffee County. And that storm near Snipesville, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Zoom in on that, get back in there. It's a small little warning polygon, but it does what it needs to do. And if this storm stays on track, this could be heading, let's see what kind of northeast turn it's got. Yeah, I think this sort of misses Hazelhurst, but it's going to be pretty close to Denton. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued down to the south that's going to cover Douglas. So now we're getting into the southeast Georgia scope of things, which we knew was going to happen. So this is going to be Coffee County. This is going to cover Douglas as well as Nichols. So National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for, that's pretty much all of Coffee County. I'm just kind of looking here. Everybody's covered. Broxton and Ambrose, Douglas, Nichols, West Green in there as well. And this is calling for possibility of 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's going to be our strongest wind gust on our warning here that we received so far. And this is being called a destructive storm. Even though this is not a tornado-warned storm, this is a destructive storm. So we're going to follow this one just as close as our tornado-warned storms. This is for Coffee County, all of Coffee County. You need to go ahead and treat this like a tornado with 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. This goes well into hurricane strength. And this is where mobile homes will be heavily damaged, considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles, and tree damage. We're going to see some extensive power outages with this as well. So again, this is covering all of Coffee County, and this is going to be moving into Douglas. Let me put a storm track on this. It's going to be in Douglas in about 23 minutes, the center of the storm, but I'm looking at some significant wind on the leading edge of this, so that wind's just going to continue to pick up. And also a lot of strong wind, showing the gradients pretty strong on the southern end of the storm, so that's going to be hitting southern Coffee County. So everywhere in Coffee County, you just need to be ready for this destructive storm that's going to be moving through Douglas, Ambrose, and eventually heading toward Nichols. And if it holds together, obviously next stop will be in Bacon, Bacon County, heading toward Alma, and possibly into northern parts of Ware County. So that's part of the storm that did have some spin on it, but still producing some very strong winds, possibility of 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. All right, we'll get back to our tornado-warned storm heading into Worth County, and still showing that strong but somewhat broad rotation southwest of Sylvester. We're going to be about 10-15 miles southwest of Sylvester, showing that strong inflow notch here. Let's see if we have any debris, and it helps if I put this in motion. And I don't see any debris as of yet, but just know that we have the rotation, and this storm looks like it's going to be passing just to the south of Sylvester. Let me put some streets on here. So there's McCarty Road. That's kind of ahead of this. Right now, looking at rotation. Let's grab this road here. Gentown Road. There's Evergreen Road. Heading over toward Highway 33. Let's see, we know that's 33. Let's see if we can get a hold of this road. No, some of these roads don't have names, so you can click on it all day long and do what you can. Douthit Road, that's east of 33. And even getting up here closer till Sylvester, we need to call out P.T. Salter Road. That's going to be pretty close as well. So this is an important storm. You need to be in your tornado-safe place. If you're in Sylvester and Sumner, be in that tornado-safe place right now until this continues to pass through. Got another core up in Peach County, so now this starting to get a little bit more north. Peach County, we call Middle Georgia. That's getting up into the Macon area. And let's see what we got here. All right, we'll may have to come back to that. Not seeing any significant rotation up in Macon area or Peach County area right now, so we'll revisit that if it starts to spin up a little bit more. But that's a cell right now that the Weather Service out of Atlanta is keeping a close eye on. All right, our two main storms of concern off to the east in Coffee County. This is all of Coffee County, including Douglas. We have a destructive storm with the possibility of 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. And this is pretty widespread, so this is going to cover a good portion of Coffee County. So treat this almost like a tornado warning, because this is going to do some significant damage, especially to manufactured homes. And 80-mile-an-hour winds, I mean, that can flip a car over. So this is a serious storm moving in west to east. And see a little inflow notch. Let me see if we have any rotation coming out of Irwin County. Yeah, we do. Kind of hard to see with all the polygons on, so let's get rid of that. There you go. There's rotation right there. So still rotating supercell. And yeah, there's our inflow. And let's overlay. We're kind of building everything back on the map again here. So I think we may end up getting a tornado warning extended into Coffee County with that rotation. We'll see. That's not up to me, but with those straight line winds, I want you to treat that as a tornado warning, even though it's not yet. Back to the Albany area, severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun, Clay, Quitman, and Randolph County until 6:30. And that has not popped up yet, so I'm getting ahead of this just a little bit. But that will come up here momentarily. Severe thunderstorm. It's going to be a pretty good size polygon on this one. And let's see what we got here. So this storm, it looks it's actually multiple storms there, but they're all kind of coming together. This is going to impact Abbeville, Cuthbert, Fort Gaines, Morgan, Carnegie, Edison. Some of the same spots we've already been talking about. Thomas Mill. And again, this is going to be for northern Henry County in Alabama, Clay County, Randolph County, northwestern Calhoun County, and Quitman County. And there it is. It just popped up. So that's a big one. This is a cover your bases severe thunderstorm warning, covering a couple of cells there that all are at severe threshold. Let's check back in on our tornado warned storm moving into Worth County and see what we got. Yep, still showing that strong rotation. Still staying south of Sylvester. It's cross 112 heading toward 33. And maybe, let's see, are we getting a bookend vortice? I don't know. Here's what I'm looking at. So our main vortice right here, and then sometimes you'll get a second one, what we call a bookend, It looks like a little bit when we look at velocity, but looking at reflectivity, that's a little iffy. Either way, we're going to watch it. We're here, so we may as well watch it anyway. And if that starts to spin and do something, that will be around the Sumner area heading toward Tai. But for right now, our main concern is going to be southwest, southwest of Sylvester, continuing to move through really south central Worth County and continuing toward Tift County. So just be on standby in Tai, Omega, even Tifton, as this storm could be heading it is heading your way, could hold together and head your way. All right, still no tornado warning issued for Coffee County. Still watching that storm with a little bit of spin on it, moving right across, heading out of Irwin County toward Coffee County, right across the county line there. But as for right now, still looking at that severe thunderstorm warning. But they're serious about this one. This is a destructive storm that will be heading toward Douglas and Ambrose with those 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Okay, we're just going to take a little reset here and look at the composite radar. Once again, northwest Georgia is totally in the clear. Some showers in North Georgia, nothing really significant. We have a line of significant storms cutting through Macon, and we're watching one storm up in Peach County. So that's southwest of Macon in the Fort Valley area. Let's see if we can get that, maybe take a high-res look at it. Let's see what we got here. And not really showing any spin on that. That's a decent cell there. Moving through East Peach County, heading in toward Houston County and Warner Robins. So that's going to produce some heavy rainfall. That storm may go severe. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect down to the southeast of all that in Macon, down and around Terrytown, just above Mount Vernon, heading into northern Montgomery County. So this is for northern Wheeler County, southern Treutlen County, and into northern Montgomery County. And again, Mount Vernon, you're in that. Terrytown, obviously, in that. And this is a severe storm as well, and not really showing a lot of rotation on that. So we'll keep that like it is. Not sure if that's going to go tornadic or not. Okay, we've just cleared off a few of our warnings. It's 5:15, so we can see what we're left with. That tornado warning remains in effect for eastern Irwin County, but I think that is going to be canceled here pretty soon because the bulk of that storm is now moving into Coffee County. So that's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning for all of Coffee County, including Douglas, and that storm is right over Ambrose. And still watching some rotation on this storm moving into Coffee County right here. Not enough to trigger a tornado warning yet, but something worth watching because that is moving toward Douglas. So, pretty impressive storm structure. Looking at some extremely strong winds associated with that storm. So we'll hang on to that warning until 5:30. We have our tornado warning until 5:45. This is for Worth County. And also eastern Dougherty County, including Albany. Let me make sure we've got that one up. That one may have just been extended on us a little bit. Yeah, okay. We got that one. That one came out 19 minutes ago, so that one's covered. So we do have a pretty good cell over Albany right now, but not showing any significant rotation on that. We do see a little rotation. Trying the spin. This is fairly broad, and guess what? South Dougherty County and Putney. Once again, this is going to be the third go-around for a rotating storm. So let's just keep an eye on that one. We may get another warning issued, but we'll wait and see. That's up to the fine folks at the Tallahassee office to let us know what they want to do with that. But that severe thunderstorm warning does overlay that cell over Albany, as well as our cell up to the northwest, up above Edison, and that heads up toward Randolph County. So that's an extreme, or, well, not extreme, but in the southeast corner of Randolph County, starting to head toward Terrell County. So those two cells are covered by the one severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 6:30. But I'm really watching out for kind of the bottom end of that cell, which could be trying to spin. It's doing what it can, and we'll see what happens. All right, so back up to the Macon area, that little cell we were looking at a second ago, it is going to go severe. So there you go, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 o'clock. This is for Houston and Twiggs County. And that storm moving toward Warner Robins, heading toward 129. We'll just give it another little peek here, not showing any rotation. So this is just going to be a standard severe thunderstorm. As standard as they get, which is to not say at all. They all are unique in their own way for sure. So Doppler radar indicating potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. This will impact Warner Robins, Centerville, the Air Force Base, Marion, Alberta, Bullard. District path is in line for this storm. So this is going to be moving through extreme northern Houston County, heading into middle of Twiggs County and heading very close to the radar site. So hopefully this will miss the radar site because we need that Jeffersonville radar. That is a critical radar site, and unfortunately it has been offline over the last 10 years a bit, but they did a big upgrade to it. It's been good ever since. So I don't want to talk too much about it because something may happen. You know, things like that happen when you brag on the radar for all of its uptime. Something can happen. So let's get back down to Coffee County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30. Heavy rain, hail core over Ambrose right now, and again, still trying to see that spin. That's starting to weaken. When you look at the reflectivity, you got the inflow, so you know that this storm is trying to do something, and it's being well fed by that warm, unstable air. Get back to the velocity, and not showing really any strong rotation. So probably, I think that the Weather Service is pretty safe to go ahead and keep it the way it is. If that tightens up at all, we may see a tornado warning out of that, which would include Douglas. But for right now, severe thunderstorm warning for all of Coffee County. So that's every city, every community, every neighborhood in Coffee County under that severe thunderstorm warning, which goes until 5:30. And that damaging wind, that's going to be the main concern. Back over to Worth County. Our storm just passing south of Sylvester. Rotation is still there, but pretty ragged. Hail core is there. And let's look. There's our probability of severe hail. I think we're going to be pretty much 100% right there, yeah. So severe hail south of Sylvester, heading toward Highway 33. And that's going to be moving in pretty close to Ty in Tift County. All right, it is 5:20. This is the Georgia Weather Net with live severe weather coverage. Been live in one way or another since, I believe, 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. And we're going to keep it here live as long as we have these active tornado warnings. And we can see numerous storms are continuing to move in from Alabama. And I'll tell you what, if you we'll just check out a couple of things really quick here. Severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not sure if we've gotten to this one yet or not. Yeah, we did. Okay, that's the one for Clay, Randolph, Calhoun, Quitman. That goes until 6:30. So somehow we've kept track of every single one of these warnings that have been coming through today, and that's good. But look at that big line of warnings out to the west. So we still have a ways to go before we're all said and done. We can take a look at the modeling. Again, this has been changing a lot throughout the day. But if you want to see kind of what the timing is on the modeling, we can do that. We'll just clear all the layers off of here, and we'll get back to the live radar in just a second, I promise. But let's take a look at, because I haven't been able to look at this since I started live this morning, and a ton has changed. So we'll just start with 7 o'clock this evening, and then go through tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, and load this up. So just sit tight 1 second. We'll get all the data loaded up, and then we can walk through this hour by hour and see what we have left to deal with through the state of Georgia as we move through the evening and overnight hours. All right, I think we're there. So, all right, here's our modeling for 7 p.m. I'll tell you what, let's do one more thing. Let's load it up at 5 so we can see how well it's initializing. And while we do that, got a report of 2 to 3 inch hailstones falling at the Albany Marine Corps Logistics Base. So that report came in about 20 minutes ago. How about that? So just east of Albany, 2 to 3 inch in diameter hail. And we saw that hail core. We knew it was there. All right, so here's the modeling. So this is not the actual radar. This is our weather model, our high-res rapid refresh model, the HRRR model as they call it. And I'm just kind of comparing to our current radar, and this is pretty close. So we know this is initializing fairly well. So we can kind of take this to the bank. So let's go ahead and advance through. We head towards 7 p.m. You see still a cluster of thunderstorms over Atlanta, but then things are pretty quiet outside of that up in north and middle Georgia. Thunderstorms still organized in South Georgia, and then they continue to push down toward the Florida line. So this is a little bit different than some of the modeling I looked at this morning that pushed everything mainly to the east out toward the Atlantic. This is pushing it down into Florida. So still going to be dealing with these storms. This goes to 11 p.m. Looks like mainly along the counties bordering Florida. And now we go to about 12:30 overnight tonight. Yeah, still storms. Now we get that west to east motion kind of moving in. So again, some of these could be strong to severe. And there's another line coming in from Alabama. We head into 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And there we go. Still some strong to severe thunderstorms as we get started from Macon down to Albany, starting to cross I-75 after 8 a.m. and moving into southeast Georgia by 10, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And this takes us all the way up until noon tomorrow. So I don't know if we just stay live until tomorrow afternoon. Maybe. So, all right, let's clear all that off. That's the modeling. So hopefully you got a little bit of a sense of where these storms are coming from and what they're doing, and things still could change. Now we're back to the live radar. Those moderate thunderstorms stretching through the mid-state. We do have one severe thunderstorm warning up in the Macon area. That's in Warner Robins. That's heading into Houston County, Twiggs County. And then we head down into South Georgia, and we have our numerous severe thunderstorm warnings and still our one tornado warning that is on the board. And we'll go back and take a look at our radar. All right, head over to Coffee County again. Here's our latest sweep. So that core is moving right over Douglas. So heavy rain, possibility of some hail with this. Hail core probably going to be between Douglas and Ambrose right now in this area. And we could be seeing golf ball size hail. Could be larger. As I mentioned, we had hail that was 2 to 3 inches in diameter fall just east of Albany at the logistics base. That's pretty amazing. Hopefully nobody was hurt. And we're still showing a hail core right there. So the report that we had came in 26 minutes ago, but we still have a hail core that's very close to the logistics base right now. So still a possibility of that occurring. And then another hail core that is in southeast Worth County, beginning to move toward the Tift County line. So that could be producing some significant hail as well, moving in toward Ty in Tift County. So with the tornado warning, we just want to check back and see what we have. Our rotation remains right in here. And the reflectivity kind of backs that up. So we have a little inflow notch right there. It's starting to level out quite a bit. But if you're in Norman Park, where the college campus used to be there at Norman Park, I think that area sold. If you're familiar with it, if you're not, you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you know Norman Park, very interesting story about a really nice college campus that they sold the whole thing. And anyway, some gusty winds moving through Norman Park right now and through said college campus. I'm maybe a little behind the times. Maybe somebody bought it and did something great with it. I don't know. But still watching that core move east of Albany, past the brewery and the logistics base, and continuing to track toward the east, heading toward Worth County. So another round of very strong thunderstorms, hail, gusty winds going to be moving in toward Worth County. And the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the rest of Dougherty County, and then on out into Calhoun County and stretching up into southern Terrell, Randolph County, and also getting a little piece of southern Lee County there as well. So South Lee still under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. And then that other large block on out to the west that covers Randolph County up to Quitman, Clay County, and another little portion of Calhoun County as well with the line of those thunderstorms. You can see it just keeps on coming, doesn't end, coming in from Alabama. So maybe we can get this tornado warning to expire soon enough. That inflow notch just continues to deteriorate. Still looking at strong straight line winds and hail. But if we can get that to expire, then we're going to take a break here on the Georgia Weather Net. But I think we're still going to get some more, there's probably more tornado warnings pop up before it's all said and done through the evening hours. All right, so we'll wait for our next scan, zoom out a little bit, take a look at what's going on around the state. Some decent thunderstorms in East Georgia and the southern CSRA, getting down into Burke County. Thunderstorms heading into Waynesboro. Pretty strong thunderstorm here on the Washington-Johnson County line around the Harrison community, heading toward Wrightsville. And that's probably going to be showing some gusty winds. Have a cell here, eastern Treutlen County. That was a severe thunderstorm warned storm, but that is now just a strong thunderstorm as that moves out of Treutlen County, heading over toward Oak Park. And this looks like some pretty stable conditions right here, which is kind of the spread out moderate rain heading down toward the Georgia coast. But again, we do have that tornado watch in effect till 10 o'clock for Waycross down to the Georgia coastline, Savannah, Brunswick, and St. Simons. And I can actually overlay that while we're waiting on our latest radar sweep. So we have two blocks. Our latest tornado watch right here. This goes until 10 p.m. So again, that takes you all the way to the Georgia coastline. And then our older tornado watch, which has not changed at all other than they added 2 counties to it, Telfair and Dodge. But the rest of this, all this goes until 7 o'clock. So hour and a half to go. And then we'll see what happens there unless it gets extended. All right, so I think that's enough time that we can go back and kind of check through everything. We'll take a look at a little closer radar for this storm moving in toward Tift County and from Worth County. Our tornado warned storm. Sylvester, you're in the clear. Yeah, still got a pretty good notch on that. Let's look at the velocity. Yeah, still looking at that rotation. I don't think this one's going away before it hits Tift County. So Omega, be ready. You may get a warning issued here soon. And Tifton may be in that as well. So just waiting to get the word from the Weather Service But that rotation is still there, still a pretty strong storm. And I could be wrong. They may just let this one go, but that rotation is still showing up. All right. Now we're getting some significant storm warnings, and here we go. Yep, tornado warning has now been issued for Tift County, as well as portions of Berrien, Colquitt, Cook, and Worth counties until 6:15. Storm is about 7 miles north of Norman Park, 11 miles southeast of Sylvester, moving southeast at 40 miles per hour. So moving a little bit quicker than the storms were before, but this is just an extension of that of that storm. There's your inflow notch. There's Norman Park, as we mentioned. So this storm is moving toward the southeast. So this is going to be moving into Omega at about 5:42, continuing down into northern Cook County. And it should be there about 5:55. Adel, you are in the warning polygon, but I think this is going to miss Adel and Sparks, but it will be very close to Lenox in northern Cook County, and then be moving into northwest Berrien County. Nashville, you're not in the warning polygon yet, but if this storm holds together and continues on its current path, it could be moving toward Nashville. So, Adel, just be very close. I don't think you need to hunker down. I think that the storm's going to be just a little bit north of you. But certainly be ready to be in your safe place if this storm gets a little bit closer. And if that happens, again, that's about 35 minutes away from right now. But Omega, that storm is going to be knocking on your door in less than 10 minutes. El Dorado, which is on the interstate, it's going to be right... where are we? About right here. So that's going to be in El Dorado in about 20 minutes or so, so about 5:55. Tifton, you're not in the warning polygon. Heavy rain, though, and some hail will be happening in Tifton. It's already happening. The rain's already picking up, and some wind. But Omega, you're right there in the crosshairs as the storm is crossing out of Worth County, moving into Tift County. In Worth County, with all that rain, flash flood warning in effect until 11:30 tonight. Another hail report coming in, close to 2-inch in diameter. In Irwin County, in Irwinville, golf ball size hail on that one. And, the tornado warning for Dougherty County has been canceled. That's, pretty obvious. That one dropped off the board, but the severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect and still looking at that strong thunderstorm. Let's take a look at the velocity on that storm near Putney. And that's not going to do it. Let's reset. Yeah, there's rotation there. We're going to watch that. So east of Putney, now moving out of Dougherty County. We may get another warning prompted on this one. So let's just keep an eye on it. Yeah, that's plenty of rotation with that. Let's see if we have any debris with our storm coming out of Worth County. Okay, not seeing any debris at the moment, but that's an ugly looking storm right there. Plenty of fuel to feed this one, so I think it stays alive until it reaches I-75 at least. Could be further. Okay, so South Georgia, again, that's the place where all the activity is going on. One severe thunderstorm warning up in the mid-state. This is going to be moving just through Warner Robins and continuing toward Jeffersonville. Going to be getting pretty close to the radar site that gives us very important information. I think it's going to pass just to the south of that, but continue on through Twiggs County, southern portion of Twiggs County, heading toward I-16. So once again, blinding rain, ponding of water on I-16 will be expected here over the next, looks like the next 45 minutes or so. But if you're just joining us, this is something I pointed out a second ago. Let me turn off the radar, and you can just see this line of severe thunderstorm warnings. Just above Meridian, Mississippi, all the way down into southwest Georgia now, heading toward Tifton. And right at the front of that line are tornado warnings. Specifically one storm prompting that tornado warning. But we still have a long way to go. A lot of severe weather, a lot of energy, a lot of convection there in the atmosphere ready to go. Tornado warning has been issued for Colquitt, Dougherty, Mitchell, and Worth County until 6:15. So that's going to come up momentarily. And, yep, that's as a result. We were just looking at that cell just a second ago and wondering about that with that spin on it, what was going to happen. And so the Weather Service agrees that that one is worth putting a warning out there for it. So tornado warning is in effect for southeastern Dougherty County, northeastern Mitchell County, northwestern Colquitt County, and southern Worth County until 6:15. The storm is moving southeast at 55 miles per hour, so yeah, picking up a little bit of speed. This will be in Doe Run at 5:50. Other locations include Livingston, Bridgeboro, Funston, Minton, Powellton, Parkerville, Tickner, Minnesota. The community of Minnesota. So another tornado warning in that general area. It looked like the spin started just as it was passing through Putney. And we'll just kind of put this in motion again so you can see the big picture of what's going on as we get this information posted to the social. Or the socials, as they say. All right, just taking just a quick little break here as grabbing this information from the National Weather Service. All right, we'll get back to it in just a second here. Just want to make sure we have everybody covered, and we do. So 2 cells prompting, well, now 3 tornado warnings. The one there at 5:45, that's going to go away as that cell has now moved well into Tift County. And let's see what we got. Yeah, this is just right over Omega. So I hope if you know anybody in that area, get them to their tornado safe place right now, because this is ready to drop. I haven't seen any indication that it's dropped a tornado at the moment, but we have had plenty of storms today that started out looking just like this and then dropped the tornado. And I don't want to say without warning, because we've had plenty of warning with these storms, lots and lots of warning. So I'm hoping everyone is heeding all of that information. So no debris shown at this time. A couple of more storm reports. Golf ball size hail in Albany. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's out of the logistics base. Already mentioned that. Hail that was 2 to 3 inches in diameter. And yeah, all these we've already covered, but just in case you're joining us, we've had a couple of confirmed tornadoes visually. One has been up in Turner County, up around Ashburn, right just north of Ashburn on Highway 41, which is near I-75, and haven't heard anything about I-75 itself. It's very possible that we had a tornado cross I-75 just above the Ashburn exit. And a tornado report out on Quail Country Road in Early County. So that's around the Nicholasville area. And then we had another hail report in Blakely with tennis ball size hail a little bit earlier this afternoon. So there you go. That's the very latest on the storm reports. And what a busy weather day. We knew it would be from, started talking about it 2 days ago. And the forecast, about the best that we could do with the forecast is just say be prepared all day, mainly in South Georgia, Southwest Georgia, just because we're dealing with multiple rounds, and one round has something to do with the next round. But we've had plenty of instability out there to deal with. And flash flood threat continues. We've had reports of over an inch, close to 2.5 inches of rain in some spots in 1 hour. Up around LaGrange and Greenville, in that area of really south of Atlanta. And we also have the possibility of 3 to 5 inches of rain possible through, let's see, what's that going to be, about 9 o'clock tonight. So, yeah, so some spots have already seen a couple of inches of rain. It's possible that some areas could see up to 5 inches of rain over just over the next few hours. So that's going to be a big flooding issue as well. So that's just something else to deal with. Lightning is a big concern. And, of course, these tornadoes that are spinning up. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our rotation. Yeah, I'm still showing that strong rotation. Pretty broad, but strong over Omega. Crossing 319, continuing toward I-75. And be worth looking at the debris tracker. Don't see any debris. But, yeah, that's a strong storm right there, and with significant rotation. And then our other storm, we looked at this together, and we saw the rotation. It's still there. Well southeast of Putney, continuing to move in toward southwest Worth County. And I think we've got an update. No, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Lee and Terrell County. So we'll go north of Albany now again. And let's see what we got. Yep, here we go. So this is pretty much, I know this looks like a jungle gym. There's a lot going on here. But we had a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern portions of Randolph and Lee County. That stretched out to Randolph County. But this is really covering the northern side. It says, all right, let's get the rest of the county in there. So severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County and Terrell County until 6:45. So that just goes along with the additional warning. So all of Lee, all of Terrell, and, yeah, all of Randolph County is covered by a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Dougherty County is covered by a severe thunderstorm warning as well. So that's just a result of that cluster of thunderstorms that continues to move from west to east. So we'll just call them all severe and call it a day. Let's zoom back out again, put the radar in motion. And I'll tell you what, this is a little bit deceiving because we're not showing, we're using a radar out of Valdosta, so we don't have coverage up in North Georgia. So let me overlay the composite just to show you where everything is. And there you go. Not much happening in Atlanta now. That the clear skies. Yeah, looking at the cloud cover. I mean, that's clear skies. Cherokee County, you can look up and see stars if you can believe it. But a completely different story, middle and South Georgia. So moderate thunderstorms continue through the mid-state, through Macon. We have that severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Twiggs and Houston County. That goes until 6 p.m. Thunderstorm stretching south of Augusta down into Waynesboro, beginning to move into Millen and Jenkins County. Light to moderate showers in Statesboro down to I-16. Some showers moving into Savannah. We do have that tornado watch for southeast Georgia till 10 o'clock tonight, so everything's not done yet. I do like to see that rain, though, just coming down moderate like that. That does help stabilize the atmosphere somewhat. So that can be our friend. We'll see what happens. Southwest Georgia, that instability is still there. And let's take a look at one more thing. We'll take a look at our dew point readings, see what's going on in Bainbridge. I don't like seeing the clear skies down there. Yeah, 73. Got that dew point at 77. South of Moultrie, still at 79 at the Thomasville Airport. So high dew point. It's a lot of humidity. So that's the fuel for these storms. Mary Beth, sorry, that's 10 minutes ago. Again, I can't keep up with all the comments, but I do my very best. But Pridgeon, the great town of Pridgeon, we had some storms out there a little bit earlier. And let's just kind of zoom out just to give you the big picture so you can pick out where you are. Still another round of showers, thunderstorms are going to be moving in, but everything is pretty quiet for the most part. Once you get up, again, north of I-16 and north of I-20 for sure, everything is much quieter. All right, so let's check back out to Southwest Georgia. Again, appreciate your comments. I unfortunately can't check in with every city, but we can kind of give you the general view of what's going on. And when we have these big outbreaks like this isn't about one cell that we track that goes from county to county. This is about multiple cells. I mean, I can't even count how many cells we have talked about. We've had warnings on as we move through the day today. But just, it's important just to know your general area. For example, if you're in Tifton or you're in South Tifton County in Omega, yeah, things are rough right now. You got the tornado warning. It's going to move through, but then look back to the west. Back in the Worth County, you got more coming. And then you keep going west up in the Dougherty County, Albany. There's another cell up there. So, just kind of knowing your general location and then kind of looking off toward the east in Cook County, down to Adel, and even heading down toward Lakeland, Lanier County, Berrien County, and Nashville, you know that those storms are on the way. We can't give you the exact time to the second. We'll do our very best, but just be prepared and know that they're coming and know what they've been doing over the last several hours. And in the case of these two storms, they have been continuing to show that spin. So there you go. That spin still over Omega. And then looking up into right along the Dougherty, Worth County line, still showing a little bit of rotation on that one. That storm, still got the inflow notch there. That can hang on for a while. I think this storm holds on well past I-75. I called it till 75. I think it's going to go past I-75. So we're going to be watching Berrien County and Nashville. Could be next in line. If that rotation stays the way it is and that storm continues to look like that once it crosses I-75, I think for sure we get a warning extended into Berrien County. So just know that is on the way. All right. Time is 5:50. We have been live here on the Georgia WeatherNet for 5 hours and 5 minutes, and we'll keep going as long as we have tornado warnings that are active. And both of these are set to go till 6:15. Again, I think that at least the one to the east, moving through Omega, heading into northern Cook County, is going to hang on. I think it's got what it takes to go. I'm not so confident about our storm out to the west, but who knows? It could start to shape up as well and get that momentum going as it continues to move down toward Colquitt County. He's getting close to Colquitt County, southern Worth County, and it looks like it's going to be moving into Doe Run here in the next couple of minutes. Pretty close to Sigsbee in Colquitt County. Moultrie, I think, is just going to be picking up some gusty wind. And Norman Park, that wind is going to continue to whip through. And the rain and hail possible in Norman Park as well. All right, so just waiting for the next scan. We have talked about, well, let's go ahead and take a look while we're waiting on that. We can at least look at the severe weather outlook for the next couple of days and what this means. So for today, this takes us till 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We have that level 4 out of 5 risk of severe weather for southwest Georgia. That does cover Albany, Dawson, Leesburg, Blakely, Quitman County. Richland, Americus, Schley County, Ellaville, Columbus, all in there. And then the level 3 out of 5 risk, that's the orange color all the way out to the coastline. So we can see some nasty weather in level 3. We can see some nasty weather in level 2. That's the yellow. So that covers a good part of the state. And then level 1 out of 5 risk up in the North Georgia mountains. So this severe weather risk, the entire state of Georgia through tomorrow morning. Then as we go past 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, we have a level 2 out of 5 risk for South Georgia. That does reach up to Albany. So another round of strong to severe thunderstorms as we move through the morning hours. Level 1 out of 5 risk, LaGrange, Columbus, and Macon. And then just looking ahead to Friday, still have that level 1 out of 5 risk in South Georgia. North Georgia, I think we see a mix of sun and clouds and should be an okay day as we move through Friday. So there we go. Just a little quick roundup of what's going on for the next couple of days weather-wise. And as for right now, we are concentrating on southwest Georgia. We'll take a look at our current radar sweeps. Just got a new one in. And, yep, that storm with the rotating updraft continues to move toward I-75 away from Omega. And let's just take a look at the debris tracker just in case. And I don't think we have any debris. So that one should have stayed up in the air. That'd be a good thing. But that is continuing to move toward Lenox along I-75. Going to be pretty close to Adel, but I don't think it's going to reach there. I think we're going to see some gusty winds in Adel, certainly in Sparks. But the rotating portion of the storm should stay to the north in northern Cook County and then continue in toward Berrien County. And our second cell with some pretty ragged rotation here around Doe Run, but rotation nonetheless. We're going to continue to watch this storm, tracking down into southern Worth County and hitting the northern portion of Colquitt County. And then our severe thunderstorms, a whole packet of them. So we have, to match with the thunderstorms, we have a whole packet of severe thunderstorm warnings. So it covers all of Lee County and Terrell County, Dougherty County, Randolph County, Calhoun County is in there, and then back out to Clay County and Quitman County with our severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's take a look at our hail tracker. Yeah, we have several hail cores. So there you go. And Randolph County, up above Shellman, once again, looking at that into a Terrell, western Terrell County. Lee County looks pretty quiet, but maybe a little bit of hail starting to fall on the west side of Albany, out around 8 Mile, moving in. Big hail core here, moving toward Doe Run. Again, this storm is rotating. Big updraft, so that's why we have a big hail core. And then also some hail beginning to reach parts of Tifton on down I-75 toward Lenox. All right, so I'm just going to look around for some more storm reports. Before we do that, we've got a flash flood warning for Dougherty County until 9:30. No surprise there. Tornado warning for Dougherty and Mitchell County has been canceled. All right. So I'm not sure what's going on with the radar. We'll get that back up. There we go. So the polygon there in the middle of your screen, that's going to be chopped off just a little bit. So Dougherty, Mitchell County, you're clear of the rotating storm, but the tornado warning does continue for Colquitt and Worth County until 6:15. That storm near Doe Run, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. So what we have is Storm 1 and Storm 2. Both of them moving in the general direction. And again, flood warning up here in Dougherty County. I think we're going to continue to see these flood warnings be issued on down line with this heavy rain that's just training one storm right after another going over the same area. So flooding is going to be a big concern, and that's going to be a big concern as we move through the evening and late night hours tonight. It's 5:56. I'm going to see what happens with these warnings here at 6:15. I do want you to have a plan ready to go in Berrien County, as this storm system just crossing over I-75 around Lenox, northern Cook County. It's not really showing any signs of weakening. Still a good inflow notch, still plenty of rotation, so that is moving toward Nashville. And let's see if we can get a track. Nashville should be right here. Going to be in Nashville at about 6:19. So about 22 minutes to go on that. Going to be over toward the Weber community at 6:27. No warning yet, but I think we may see one. Actually, just got a note here from the emergency manager in Berrien County, asking about what's coming their way. So we may see something here shortly coming in. So no signs that either of these storms, one or two, have dropped a tornado in the last, quite a few scans. We've been keeping a close eye on it. Everything's been radar indicated, just that rotation. Just know that there is the chance that it could happen. And right now, just crossing over I-75, there is that possibility that this storm could drop a tornado as it moves over the interstate just above Lenox. And, yeah, this rotation around Doe Run, this is becoming a real mess. I mean, got something here, maybe something down here. Could be wrong, but I don't know if that one's going to get extended. If we get a warning extended, it'll probably be this tornado warning out of Cook County and then into Berrien County. And did something just come through? Let's see what we got. Okay, so yeah. So that does extend into northern Berrien County, but again, doesn't cover Nashville. If we see anything, we may get this extended into east central and eastern Berrien County. So just be on standby in Nashville and Weber. If you know anybody in that area, let them know. Send them a text, give them a call, and just say, hey, got some big storms moving your way. You're in the clear, clear of any warnings at the moment, but it could be heading in toward Nashville here pretty soon. But this storm is past Omega. We're going to see the rain start to lighten up a little bit, but then another cell moving in. And quite honestly, this next cell has that strong hail core there. So we could see some significant hail start to move in to Tift County once again. And that is, again, just above Doe Run, still showing that notch. Still showing the rotation there. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's still all right. Looking right here, just to the northeast of Doe Run. Put some streets up. So, well, I have to turn off the telestrator to do that. And so there's Evergreen Road. Highway 33 is just to the south of that. Just showing you where, yeah, it's 270, but 33. There's Doe Run Road. We already mentioned Evergreen Road and Southwood Road. So this is where we have some rotation where a tornado could drop. No signs at the moment. Go back and look at the debris tracker, not showing any debris. And trust me, we've seen a couple of storms already through the afternoon hours that the debris signature was significant. All right, going to pause just a moment here, and I'm going to zoom out, just kind of give you the big picture. We'll put this in motion, and just going to pause for just a second, and we'll be back with our coverage in about 30 seconds. All right. Back here on the Georgia Weather Net, I'm meteorologist KJ Allen in the Georgia Weather Net 24/7 Storm Center. We're live on Facebook and on YouTube. And you can follow our YouTube page, subscribe, and get updates when we go live. And we do anytime we have severe weather through the state of Georgia. And also like and follow the Facebook page for updates. Every morning, send out a morning weather update video. We can talk about what's going on. We had a lot to talk about this morning for sure. And the storms that we knew were coming, they are here, and they're going to continue as we move through the evening hours. We have another round of storms that will be coming in overnight tonight, even some storms up in metro Atlanta, and storms tomorrow morning. So just remain weather aware. Be sure to have a way to get these warnings through a weather radio or have those wireless alerts enabled on your smartphone. And that will be something you'll need. Got a report there of power outages just north of Tifton. Yeah, those strong winds for sure. And we're going to have numerous power outages throughout the state. Just kind of been looking at the Georgia Power outage map. And, yeah, we have numerous power outages. We had some very strong winds that moved through Troup County. Quite a bit of damage there. Trees down, power lines that were down. And also a bunch of reports coming out of Dodge County and reports out of Telfair County as well. So throughout the state, widespread power outages, trees down, and power lines, and that's going to take a while to restore everything with it being as widespread as it is. So just be patient, and they will get to you ASAP. All right, so let's check in on our two storms here, tornado-warned storms, and look at the velocity. Yeah, we're still showing that rotation starting to move out of, well, really just across I-75, and that's northern Cook County. Then we start to get into Berrien County. And, really, actually, we're starting to see, some up here. Let's line this up with the reflectivity. Yeah, that lines up perfectly. There's your inflow. No debris, so that's good. But we're going to watch that storm. That's probably the most aggressive storm that we have right now that we're tracking in the state, moving through northern Cook County, beginning to cross into Berrien County. So we're going to watch for this warning possibly to be extended. And if it is, it will probably be covering Nashville and Weber. So just be ready to go in your tornado-safe place if that's the case. And our storm up around Doe Run, it's still rotating. We still see our fairly pronounced couplet. Hail is very pronounced just north of this, north of Doe Run, beginning to head toward Highway 33. And so, again, that's going to be right along the Worth-Colquitt County line. And those strong, gusty winds moving into Norman Park. Everything looks quiet and moultry, but that wind is going to be kicking up right now for sure, being as close to this supercell. I don't think that this is going to quite make it to Moultrie. I think, if anything, it stays on track and splits Norman Park and Moultrie, but it will be very close. But those winds are going to be noticeable for sure. Let's zoom out, take a look at what's going on around the state. So nothing up in the mid-state anymore. That warning we had up in Twiggs and Houston County, that's been allowed to expire. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that take us all the way out to Clay County, Quitman County, all the way into Dougherty County and Albany. Got Randolph and Terrell, Lee County, all under a severe thunderstorm warning, all that going until, looks like the latest one, until 7 p.m. And then our two tornado warnings. But they are hanging on for sure. Not the one that's just above Lenox has not shown very much in terms of weakening. And this is an extreme northern Cook County. This is about as far north in Cook County as you can get before you get back into Tift County and into Berrien County. So eventually we'll be able to give the all clear to Tift County. But for right now, El Dorado still going to be pretty close to where this rotation is. And Lenox, you're very close as well. So just stay in your tornado safe place for right now. And out in western Berrien County, Minnie Giddens Road, County Road 357, Highway 1, County Road 120 out in Berrien County. You're in the tornado warning polygon, so just kind of buckle in for right now. And we'll wait for this to pass through. Significant thunderstorm for eastern Jeff Davis County and Appling County. So getting a little bit more into southeast Georgia. So that's not a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's the next level below that. So that's been placed until 6:15. So watching a strong thunderstorm to move through Jeff Davis and Appling County. We'll watch our tornado warned storms, wait for our next scan. And there we go. So we've activated our live scan. We just get the, maybe incomplete, but we can get it just a little bit sooner. And I think the storm, the rotating portion of the storm is pretty much across I-75. And let's reload what we have here. There we go. Yeah, that notch is still very prevalent. There it is. And this should line up with the rotation, and it sure does. It's right on there. So this is going to be east of Lenox, continuing right into Berrien County, heading toward Highway 125. This is Highway 125 right here, going into Nashville. And this is going to be pretty close to Nashville. I'm really going to be surprised if we don't get a warning extended into the rest of Berrien County to cover Nashville, because this storm is still rotating and is still pretty vicious looking. And our storm moving toward Norman Park is also hanging on as well. Still showing that rotation on that one. But this one's going to be a big hail producer. That's going to be the biggest deal here with that hail in southern Worth County. That could be 2-inch in diameter hail with that particular core. And talking about one of those storms that moved in from Alabama out in Haleburg, and if you've been watching this broadcast long enough, I mentioned hail in Haleburg, and now we have an official report of close to 3-inch diameter hail. That's baseball-size hail in Haleburg, Alabama, just across the state line. So there you go. Trees and power lines down on a home in northern Colquitt County. That's coming to us from the emergency manager's office there. J.P. Perry Road in northern Colquitt County. And there you go. So that storm report just coming in just a few moments ago. All right, 6:10. Got another 5 minutes to go on both of these tornado warnings. I'm not going to try to guess what the Weather Service is going to do, but I would be very surprised if we don't get some sort of an extension, even if it's a severe thunderstorm warning, further into Berrien County and possibly in the portions of Atkinson and Lanier County. And there you go. So they are going to extend that tornado warning, and there it is. Going to cover the rest of Berrien County. Going to hold off on Atkinson County for now. And this polygon just cuts right through Nashville. So Nashville northbound on 129. You need to be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And yeah, that's not a surprise that that has been extended out. So this storm is moving east at 30 miles per hour. We have the possibility of quarter-size hail. And, of course, the tornado in this storm. And we can see the rotation without any problem here. Now moving well into Berrien County. We're about, how close are we to Nashville from here? Let me get a little measurement on this, about 10 miles northwest of Nashville. So there's Nashville. There's the storm. So this is going to, again, it's going to push just north of Nashville over 129. And I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a look at some streets. Tell you what we're looking at. So there's Marie Prince Road, County Road 11. That's still County Road 11. And what do we have up? Let's see. We'll kind of get into the middle here. So there's County Road 8. North Coffee Road is in there. These are all locations that are in line for this storm that is capable of producing a tornado. So if you know anybody in this area, Garrett Road, we still in Berrien County. Yeah, we're still in Berrien County there. And going to be, if it holds together, going to be moving toward, looks like south or central Atkinson County, just south of Willacoochee. Could be heading toward Pearson next. Let's take a look at the track. So we're talking about just north of Nashville, crossing 129. My goodness, about 4 miles north of Nashville at 6:26. So about 13 minutes to go. If it continues and holds together, we'll be at the Atkinson County line in about 33 minutes. So still some time to plan if you are downstream there in Atkinson County. Even northern Lanier County need to just be on standby. Put this in motion so we can, yeah, you can see, look at that twisting, turning. Very, very obvious that this is a storm that's capable of producing a tornado. So we'll take a look at the debris tracker. Yep, not showing any debris at the moment, but that storm has certainly got that spin on it. It's got that twist. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one as it moves into Berrien County. And we don't want to forget about our storm. Keep calling it the Doe Run storm because it's been out there for a long time. And we have that portion of Mitchell County that's been canceled, and Dougherty County was canceled a little bit earlier, but still have the tornado warning for northern Colquitt County and southern Worth County as that storm is continuing to move in closer to Norman Park. And we're still showing some rotation on this, and that looks like that just tightened up a little bit right here. So 10 miles west of Norman Park. No sign that this has dropped a tornado, no debris, but still a pretty good inflow notch there. And even with that, looks like they're going to go ahead and cancel, or yeah, that warning has expired here at 6:15. So we'll see if that gets replaced. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7:30. This is for Cook County, Berrien County, Lanier County, Colquitt County, and southern Tift County as a result of that storm. So they may just stick with that. Don't know if we'll get another tornado warning out of that storm up near Norman Park, or if we'll just keep it covered with this severe thunderstorm warning. It's a pretty large area here. You can see, I know this is yellow on yellow, but I'm just trying to show you what I'm looking at. With numerous counties there under that severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30. So tornado warning in effect until 7 o'clock. This is going to be for Berrien County, northern Berrien County, right at Nashville and north. So if you're in Nashville, it just depends on what side of town you're on. If you're on the south side of town, just stay close, be alert. If you're on the north side of town, may want to go ahead and be in that tornado safe place. And also just on standby as well. But I think this is going to pass just slightly to the north of Nashville and just cruise right across Highway 129 and into eastern Berrien County. But then Atkinson County, northern Clinch County, just be on standby, ready for the possibility of these storms moving in. Another hail report. This is the largest hail report we've received so far. So this is going to be near Putney and Dougherty County. Nearly 3 3/4 of an inch hail. And this was actually measured. So this isn't just a report that came in. Somebody took a photo of this with a measuring pipe. And, wow, almost 4-inch in diameter. So what is that? It's going to be about the size of, a large grapefruit. That's pretty incredible. So that's down in the Putney area, down in southeast Dougherty County. And we saw that hail core pass over. And that came in about 5:40, so about a half hour ago or so that report came in. But nearly 4-inch in diameter hail in Putney. That's incredible. So I'll tell you what, just kind of zoom out for just a second, take a look at the big picture once again. All the activity in southwest Georgia, that's where all that unstable areas. And we've got a little storm here popping up just northeast of Lake Seminole. That's starting to move in toward Bainbridge. And that's hitting some very unstable air. I'm surprised. That cell is pretty small right now. That's sitting right on the Decatur County line, just east of really one of the eastern legs there of Lake Seminole, but that's hasn't really been doing a whole lot. We'll put this in motion, and this came up over the lake, but that's kind of interesting because that's some very unstable air down there, and that's having a hard time getting going. So we'll keep watching that. And this cell out in Lowndes County, west of Hayhira, that's another one that could get going as well. It looks like that is starting to get a little bit of juice as it moves up past Hayhira. So we'll keep watching that. I'm just really fascinated with Mitchell County, Baker County, down into Colquitt County, down toward Cairo, Thomasville, Quitman, with not a whole lot of precipitation, but we know that theirs very unstable. So it's not going to take much to set off the thunderstorms down in that direction. But for now, everything is pretty much north of that, stretching from Eufaula, Alabama, Georgetown, and then down through Albany, and now into Tifton, and heading into Nashville. Let's revisit our storm once again. Lenox, you're going to be in the clear. Still heavy rainfall along I-75 in Lenox, but the rotating portion of the storm has passed by and is now moving north of Nashville. So here we are, edging closer to Highway 129. It looks like this is going to stay at least 5 miles north of downtown, of the center of Nashville. But still going to be pretty close. So those gusty winds are still going to be a factor. And right now, no rain because Nashville's in the inflow. But there's certainly a strong wind coming in from the south right now. If you are standing in the middle of Nashville, that's very noticeable for sure. And that's feeding that supercell up to its north. All right, tornado warning has been extended now. And there it is going into Atkinson County, western Atkinson County until 6:45. So the potential for a tornado and half-dollar size hail with this storm. This is going to be arriving in Willacoochee at around 6:40. And once you go east of Willacoochee, until you get to Pearson, it's pretty rural out there. So hopefully we won't have a lot of damage if this storm produces those strong winds and possibly a tornado as it moves toward Atkinson County. So, yeah, another extension here. Again, the storm not showing any signs of letting up as it's moving north of Nashville. And now the Weather Service is going ahead and planning on continuing this on into Atkinson County, which includes Willacoochee and Pearson, until 6:45. This is the Georgia Weather Net with live severe weather coverage. I'm meteorologist KJ Allen. It is 6:21. We've been tracking the severe storms all day today. Went live a little after 10 o'clock this morning and then able to break away for just a little bit. And then the next thing you know, we've just had one tornado warning after another for the past 5.5 hours. And we appreciate you listening in, watching. Got the green screen activated over here, but just so much going on, I haven't really been able to get up and walk over that direction. So I apologize that I have not made an appearance on the screen. I may make one here shortly if we can settle down just a little bit and show you what all we're looking at. But for now, I'm just kind of watching everything coming in from the Weather Service, watching the radar, the satellite imagery, so we can keep you ahead of the storm. New severe thunderstorm warning just came out. This is going to be for Baker, Calhoun, Clay, Doherty, Early, Mitchell, Randolph, and Worth County. Another big one that's kind of a catch-all because these storms are kind of colliding together and making just a big, massive storm. But this does include Abbeville, Fort Gaines, Newton, Morgan, Blakely, Putney, Headland, Sylvester, Camilla, Albany, Edison, Arlington, Baconton, Columbia, Ty, once again, the Marine Corps Logistics Base, Walker, and Douglasville. Not the Douglasville up near Atlanta, but the community down in South Georgia. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are expected with this storm. So Doherty County, Clay, Randolph, Mitchell, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Southern Worth County. That's a big one. But just a sign that these storms just keep on coming, and we're going to see more of these warnings. I mean, just looking out to the west into Alabama, you got plenty where this came from. So what we're trying to do is at least get these storms to stop spinning. That would be a good thing. And just looking at the storms now in Doherty County, I'm just going to kind of look through. I don't really see a lot of spin right now, so that's why they've decided to go with the severe thunderstorm warning. But we still have some spin here on our storm just above Nashville. And I'll kind of draw this out once again here and look at the reflectivity. That lines up. So and we'll check out the CC. We have no debris, and that's good. It's been a while since we've had debris showing up here on radar. With this cell, we haven't seen it, so let's hope we keep it that way. But for right now, County Road 125, again heading toward 129. There's a Griffin Whitney Road. Once it crosses 129, going to be heading toward Mack Henley Road. There's North Coffee Road. And we'll just kind of look upstream a little bit more just to get you ready to go. County Road 8. So going to be to you in about 5 minutes from right now. There's Giddens Road. And June Henley Road. So just a couple of roads here to kind of look at so you have your bearings. And Jane Henley takes you right out of Berrien County and into Atkinson County, and that's pretty much where that storm is going to be going. Looks like it's going to be heading right toward Willacoochee, and we'll put a storm track on that. Should be to Willacoochee by 6:46, so a little more than 20 minutes from right now. And if it holds together, we'll be at Pearson just after 7 o'clock at about 7:07. So that warning polygon may not do the trick. With the speed that this storm is going, 6:45 may not be long enough to get it all the way through Atkinson County, but hopefully we'll get it to start to loosen up a little bit here and settle down, and maybe we can expire both of these a little bit early. All right, let's take a look at our storm here northeast of Moultrie. Starting to show a little hook on this. Let's take a look at the velocity at Norman Park. Still there. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get another tornado warning out of that or not. But certainly some strong winds coming in south of Norman Park now. Just heavy rain, some hail. The wind is not as much of a factor now in Norman Park as it has been for the last 25 minutes or so. But looking at that heavy rain coming in. And for now, not seeing a whole lot of spin. So I'm not sure if we're going to get another tornado warning out of that or not. So we're just going to continue to monitor our tornado-warned storm north of Nashville, Berrien County, moving toward Atkinson County. All right, 6:27 is the time. If you're just joining us, this is the Georgia Weather Net with live severe weather coverage on Facebook and on YouTube. We be very happy if you like the Facebook page, follow or subscribe to the YouTube channel, and that way you can get these severe weather alerts anytime, around the clock. And maybe you're watching from somewhere in North Georgia. Just know we have you covered too. Anywhere in Georgia, we're going to have you covered. We do have a couple of tornado watches to want to tell you about, and let me take off our current warnings. We'll get back to those in just a second. But for southwest Georgia, got a couple of counties that got dropped off of that up toward LaGrange, but still all of southwest Georgia and then stretching up in the parts of middle Georgia under a tornado watch for another 33 minutes. So we'll see what happens there. And then a tornado watch has been extended up into Statesboro, Sylvania, and Millen, and that goes until 10 o'clock tonight. And I'll tell you what, while we got you here, let me just go ahead and update that with the additional counties that have been added. So still the conditions are favorable for tornadic activity as we move into the late evening and into the nighttime hours tonight. So bear with me just a second. Just want to get this graphic together so we can post to our radio partners. And here we go. So again, we added just recently further north. The tornado watch did cover Claxton, but then Bullitt County, Candler County, Screven County, and Effingham was added, as well as Jenkins County, all until 10 o'clock tonight. So the Statesboro area under that tornado watch, in addition to the rest of southeast Georgia, all the way down to the coastline. So we'll get back to our active weather now. And take another look here at our tornado warned storm, now northeast of Nashville, about 6 miles northeast of Nashville, continuing to move into eastern Berrien County. And taking a look at the velocity, and that rotation's still there. It's strong, but it's broad. So northeast of Nashville, this continues to track toward the east, heading toward Atkinson County. Looks like it's going to be very close to Willacoochee, just slightly to the south, if anything at all. But if you are in Willacoochee or know someone there, make sure they are in their tornado-safe place. And Pearson will be next in line. I think we're going to get this warning extended in order to cover Pearson. And then what happens after that? Well, we may be talking about getting into Clinch County, possibly back in the Coffee County again with another warning. Ware County could be next in line. But we'll take that one step at a time. And we'll all right, just getting our post up about the tornado watch that's been extended to cover up into the Statesboro area. Until 10 o'clock tonight. All right, there we go. I'm really impressed with our severe thunderstorm warning that we have. That it's a big one, and there's a reason for that. It is covering multiple cells. I mean, it's really hard to count all the cells in here. Maybe it's certainly one there. There's got to be something up in here, and maybe one back here. So, yeah, that's a lot of cells that are kind of all bunched up together. So that's why we have one big severe thunderstorm warning that covers portions of Henry County, Alabama, then here in Georgia, Dougherty, Clay, Randolph, Mitchell, Baker, Calhoun, Early, and Worth County. And it covers a lot of time, too. Got an hour to go, all the way until 7:30. So just a big catch-all severe thunderstorm warning It stretches all the way into southeast Alabama and then cuts all the way over to Worth County, Sylvester, here in southwest Georgia. And then severe thunderstorm warning till 6:45, which covers Terrell County and Lee County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Colquitt County into Cook County, parts of Lanier County, and southern Tift County and Berrien County. That's the yellow polygon. The red polygons, those are two warnings issued by different out of different Weather Service offices. So that's why we didn't have one continuous warning. The first polygon that covers all of Berrien County here, that comes out of the Tallahassee office. Then Jacksonville issued our next warning here, tornado warning for Atkinson County, which covers Willacoochee and Pearson. It goes till 6:45, although that storm may not have made it to the county line by then, so we may see that extended out. And let's just see how the rotation's looking. Yeah, it's starting to waver a little bit, and also not really seeing that inflow notch anymore. Just a little bit right there, but I don't know if this storm is going to hang on for the long haul. But we're going to stay right here and watch it nonetheless. All right, just checking out if we have any more storm reports that have come in. Got one out of Terrell County at 6:05. Numerous trees and power lines down across Terrell County. So that's looking up there into Dawson and other fine communities in Terrell County. Sasser and Braunwood, Parrott. Tornado warning continues for Atkinson County. We've already talked about that. Storm report, another one out of Terrell County. This is out of Dawson itself, with water covering the roads in Dawson. And we have other roads around Terrell County that the flood water. So already that flood warning that we have up there is for good reason. And then out to the west of Terrell County and Randolph County, got a report of power lines down throughout the county. So, yeah, a lot of power outages in Terrell and Randolph County and throughout the state of Georgia. Got a report right here through our Facebook page, a power out in Worth County. And Tift County, rather. I'm sorry, in Tifton, just north of Tifton in Tift County. And let's see what we got. Any more warnings here or any other storm reports? Okay, back in Randolph County, several cars stuck on dirt roads due to the flooding. And that, dirt roads turn into mud roads in a hurry when you get 1.5 inches, 2 inches of rain over the course of an hour. And 1 inch hail reported up in Byron and Peach County. That was a severe storm that we tracked a little bit earlier as well. Okay, so we're now going to look in a little bit closer into Berrien County. We had a report possibly of tornadic activity. Going to wait to get that confirmed, so I'm going to wait for the Weather Service to check into that. One more storm report coming out of Lee County. So all these counties north of Doherty. I've had some huge hail reports out of Doherty County, but a lot of trees, power lines down, and this is on Mossy Dell and New York Road in Lee County with reports of trees down. So let's see if we have anything indicating tornado down. Yeah, I'm not seeing a debris signature here, but we're going to keep watching this. That there was a report of a tornado in Berrien County, but that's unconfirmed, and I'm not really going to go and talk about where the specifics, because that again, unconfirmed, and I'm not showing any radar and that radar data backing that up. But we do have a storm that's capable of producing that tornado, moving through Berrien County, moving toward Atkinson County. So there is that possibility there. So just another warning for Willacoochee to be in your safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. You got to be in a site-built home, site-built business, gas station. That works. Don't be in a car. Don't be in a mobile home. That's the worst place you can be, or a manufactured home. All right, another tornado watch is going to be coming out. And this is going to replace 292, which I think was the one for Southwest Georgia. So we'll see what that's all about as soon as that data starts coming across. I'll tell you what, we'll just go ahead and pull that up. All right, I don't see any differences yet, but this will go until midnight whenever we get the data that comes out. So I think the Weather Service is still working on that. And I'll show you the map as soon as it is available, but we're going to have another tornado watch that'll take us until midnight. And that's going to modify, looks like probably the watch that we have in Southwest Georgia. So probably going to drop that down to the south, keep it down to the counties that border Florida, probably still be in the Albany area. And as soon as that updates, I will put it up on the screen, I promise. Pretty significant thunderstorm now moving through northern Bullitt County up in Portal, and hope you like it. Yes, that's the name of the intersection there below Portal. And some strong gusty winds moving into Statesboro and the Georgia Southern campus right now, so expect some heavy rain. We'll put this in motion and kind of see how these are moving. Yeah, these are moving east-southeast. So heavy rain, some lightning will be moving in the Statesboro, but for right now, that is not a severe thunderstorm. But driving on I-16, that is a real mess between Register all the way up to the Dublin exit. Can only imagine what that's like with that ponding on the road on Interstate 16. So we'll go back in and follow our storm here on the Berrien-Atkinson County line. And see if we have any new information. All right, let's see if we can line some of this up. So looking at a couple of, let's see. All right, so bear with me just a second. I'm just going to kind of mark these two areas and see how this lines up with the reflectivity. And it doesn't really. So probably looking at some sort of contamination there. I'm not necessarily thinking that that is significant rotation. Probably what we're looking at is going to be right in this area. So let's line that up with the reflectivity. Yeah, maybe so. So could still be seeing some rotation in the upper levels right through here. So this is going to be east of Nashville, along 135, near where 135 and 168 intersect, and then just below Highway 76. But that inflow is really starting to break down, and I'm not sure if this rotating storm is going to make it all the way to Highway 441 in Atkinson County. But yeah, getting a little bit of weird noise there in the middle of that storm. Let's see, that could be from hail. Let's take a look. Yeah, I think we're just getting some hail contamination. So that's some pretty significant hail east of Nashville for sure. Could be 2-inch in diameter, and that is moving right toward the Atkinson County line. We do have some hail up in northeast of Willacoochee in northern Atkinson County. That's going to be just to the northwest of Pearson. But the most significant hail that we're seeing with this particular cell still in Berrien County, east of Nashville. So yeah, with that hail, that can do some really wild things with the radar and send back all kinds of weird returns. And you have to be careful that you don't confuse that with a tornado. All right, so just getting a little bit more information in from Berrien County. We did have a report that came in about 10 minutes ago. And again, we don't have radar confirmation to go along with this, but this did come in from the EMA office that a report of a tornado at Highway 76 and Weber in eastern Berrien County. So that's going to be, let me see if I can get this drawn on here as close as I can. Right around this area, a report of a tornado about 10 minutes ago. So I'll tell you what we'll do. I'm gonna draw that circle back up here one more time. Let's take a look at the debris tracker, and we'll put this in motion. Could have been in there. Just could have been kind of covered up by some of that noise from the hail. But that one will certainly have to be confirmed by the Weather Service if that was indeed a tornado. But they're going to go ahead and issue that as a confirmed tornado warning that goes till 7 p.m. for eastern Berrien County. And we may see Jacksonville follow suit for Atkinson County and call that a confirmed tornado warning. But, reported that tornado in the Weber community east of Nashville, East Berrien County. And that's going to send our tornado warning into a confirmed tornado warning. And that remains in effect until 7 p.m. All right, so zoom out just a second. Take a look around at what's going on. Pop up the composite radar, and wow. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this with this line of severe thunderstorms. And now this is actually going out further west than what we were looking at before. They were cut off at Meridian. Now this is going to be almost down the Natchez, Mississippi. This is an incredible line of severe thunderstorms, and only a couple of breaks in there. Let's see if we can measure this. I think I have something that will measure that. So if we go from the western edge all the way to the eastern edge, that's 488 miles of almost continuous warned storms. I know we got a couple of breaks there in southeast Mississippi around Laurel and Hattiesburg, but overall, that's 488 miles of storms, of severe storms. That's pretty amazing. I had to just take a screenshot of that because I don't know if I'll ever see that again. Yeah, a couple breaks there in southwest Alabama as well. I didn't really notice that, but all in all, you get the drift. That's a one continuous line. And if this were moving north to south and had a couple other little requirements in it, that would be called a derecho, but that's not really going to be considered that for multiple reasons. But anyway, so let's get back to our storms here at hand. We've had enough gawking going on. We can talk more about what's happening here at home. And the National Weather Service office out of Jacksonville, they are going to go ahead and upgrade that tornado warning and increase the coverage time there to 7:15. So this is going to be a confirmed tornado warning for Atkinson County. Tornado producing storm near Willacoochee moving east at 35 miles per hour. In addition to the tornado risk, there is a risk for ping pong ball size hail and damaging straight line winds. Willacoochee it's right nearby. It's going to officially be right over the top of town about 6:50 and continue on to Pearson at about 7:10. So this is a confirmed tornado warning as a result of someone spotting the tornado out in Weber in eastern Berrien County. So we're going to take this very seriously and know that this storm is not only capable of dropping another tornado, but has dropped a tornado. Have a few counties being dropped from the tornado watch. Is going to be up around the Columbus area, including Muskogee County, which is where Columbus is located. And may be able to get an updated view of the watch area now. Yeah, there we go. So let's turn off the radar for just a second and turn off the warnings and show you what we have here. So tornado watch, still going to be covering Albany, Leesburg, Dawson, and then obviously down to the south, Thomasville, Cairo, Blakely, and Valdosta still in there. And this should be extended. Let's see what the time says on this. Maybe 298. Yeah, so this goes until midnight. So that's what we were told, that this was going to be a replacement watch, and this goes until midnight. So if you would just bear with me a second, I'm going to update this graphic. Again, I appreciate your patience. Kind of doing multiple things here, keeping the video going as well as our graphics and our social media and our reports for the multiple radio stations around the state that we cover. And it's a real privilege and an honor to be able to provide weather data to some really, really great radio stations around the state of Georgia. I won't mention them all because I'll leave somebody out, and you know how that goes. So let's see. All right, so our tornado watch for Southwest Georgia is going to go until 12 a.m. And our other watch goes until 10 p.m. Yeah, going to be a long night. It's been a long day. Be a long night. And more going on tomorrow as well, with more severe weather moving into essentially some of the same places. All right, so there we go. All right, that should give us enough time to get a new sweep in, and there it is, right on time. We have a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended, it looks like, into Lanier, or has that already been there? Yeah, that was already there. So that severe thunderstorm warning down in the Lanier County still in effect. Tornado warnings for our storm near Willacoochee now crossing the county line, burying into Atkinson County, and that is moving toward Pearson. As we take a look at the velocity, yeah, I think this is going to be right on the county line. So right here, south of Willacoochee, and going to be pretty close to Pearson. And this warning polygon, not only is it a confirmed tornado, not only does it go to 715, but this is also going to extend all the way out to the eastern edge of Atkinson County. So this is all of Atkinson County, not just the western half. This takes us all the way out to the Ware County line to the east, which means we can kind of look at who would be next in line if this storm holds together. And I'm starting to show it losing some definition, so I'm not 100% sure it's going to hold together as it heads toward Ware County. But if so, it will be heading into that western edge around Millwood, Manor, possibly hitting in the northern Clinch County around Cogdell, maybe in the Argyle. And if it stays together, it could be to Waycross. And I'm just putting a storm track on one of my other tracker tools here. And give me just a second. And yeah, if it holds together, we'll be in Waycross in about an hour. So still a lot of time to go and a lot of time for the storm to fall apart. And we're hoping that it will. But confirmed tornado just east of Nashville, out in the Weber community. And so that's why our storm has been issued a confirmed tornado warning. And we're right here. Let's see how long we've been on the air live. Yeah, over 6 hours now. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, and I don't know if we're going to get a break anytime soon. So wherever you're watching across the state of Georgia, I appreciate it very, very much. Things are pretty quiet. Let me just go ahead and overlay the composite radar once again. Yeah, things are really, really quiet in North Georgia. And just if you're wondering about any cloud cover, I mean, we have some breaks in the clouds up over Gainesville, up toward Clayton in the North Georgia mountains, even east of Atlanta. It looks like Conyers has clear skies. So look at that. I mean, just a completely different story from North Georgia to South Georgia, where all this activity just continues, and it looks like there's really no break in sight. And let's give us some time to kind of look through some more storm reports. Tornado warning. Did we already get to this one? Okay, yeah. That's the one for Atkinson County. All right, so that one's covered. And so I think we're going to get Berrien County in the clear possibly before 7 o'clock because the bulk of that rotating storm is now in Atkinson County. So it has moved east. Let's take a look. Let's look at the reflectivity again. And that rotation's starting to really fall apart. Let's take a look at some of the upper levels. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna really struggle to see it, and I'm looking up pretty high up into the atmosphere here. So maybe right in here, again, just inside Atkinson County, now southeast of Willacoochee, some rotation in the upper levels. So when I go back down to the surface, it's just not really there. So this storm is really becoming unstacked. It's losing its phase. It's just coming apart. And I don't mean to be critical about the storm, but it is what it is. And that may be a good thing, and we could get this warning out of here. The tornado warning for Berrien County has been canceled. The storm has moved out of Berrien County. Tornado warning for Atkinson County remains. It's been reduced down to a regular tornado warning now, no longer observed tornado. And I don't know if this hangs on to 7:15, but we'll see, because the rotation's gone. I mean, pretty much. There's some upper level rotation, but as far as anything down at the surface, I don't see anything screaming at us right now. So let's still remain vigilant. If you're in Pearson and Axon, just hang on. Willacoochee, you're fine now. The heavy rain, but no tornado threat up in Willacoochee anymore, or northwest Atkinson County. But Pearson and Axon, I just want you to still be somewhat on alert. This whatever rotation is left in the upper levels is over Kirkland right now, moving toward Pearson. So I am keeping my fingers crossed for an all clear from the Weather Service. If they're listening right now. Looking off to the west, again, we got that big line of severe thunderstorm warned storms, but this is, the tornado is possible with some of these storms. I'm just kind of looking at some of these tags, and actually that big one that we're looking at that goes all the way out into Alabama and then stretches across through Blakely and Albany to Tifton, almost to Tifton. I not really even seeing the tornado possible tags on this, so these are just going to be severe thunderstorms. We have to take them seriously. You got the strong straight line winds. You got probability of some hail, especially this one further to the east, up above Doe Run, heading into Worth County. But a lot of our helicity and our spin is really starting to not show up with these storms, and that's a good thing. So it's possible that if we can get this last storm to unwind out near Pearson and Kirkland in Atkinson County, that could be it for a while. Now, understand, we still have the tornado watch in effect for southwest Georgia till midnight. We have it in effect for southeast Georgia until 10 p.m. So those conditions are still there, but we're just not seeing it really happen out here on the backside and even stretching into Alabama. See, no tornado warnings through Alabama or Mississippi. So that could allow us to sleep a little bit easier as we move through the late night hours tonight. We may have lost the stream for just a second. I think we're back up. Good. So I'm being optimistic here, but try not to downplay these storms in any way, because this is still a pretty serious round of storms that we have coming in. But if we can get this one warning to expire, that could be it for a little while. And again, we may see a few more pop up later tonight through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning, especially South Georgia along the Florida line. But it's been pretty refreshing to not see any tornado warnings back in the chain. So right here at the front of the line is where all of our tornadoes warnings have been occurring, and then on back here behind of all that, it has not necessarily been the case. So that's good. So I'm basically just saying that if we can get this warning to expire, we're going to close out the broadcast for a little while and come back if necessary. But just stay with me for right now. I'm just not seeing a whole lot going on and waiting for the word from the Weather Service. While we do that, we can look at some more storm reports. Golf ball size hail at the 911 center in Adel in Cook County. So luckily, Adel and Sparks dodged the tornadoes. They had enough of that earlier in the spring, late winter, early spring, and but hail was certainly something that they dealt with in Adel within the last couple of hours. And we got dime-size hail reported just northeast of Sylvester. And it looks like that the cell that we're looking at right now that has moved into Atkinson County possibly spun up multiple funnels. So remember, funnel cloud, that's when it's up in the air. When it hits the ground, that's a tornado. If it's up in the air spinning, it's not a tornado. So interesting enough that that cell, and it looked like that could happen. I think if you were with me just a little while ago, we looked at some of the rotation product, the velocity, and it looked like we could have had multiple funnels in that, and the Weather Service agrees that as it was approaching actually down near the Lanier County line in Atkinson County, and then also another one up around Willacoochee. So that does happen from time to time. That really bad tornado that happened up around Griffin a few months ago, it looked like there was 4 funnels at the same time that came down with that particular cell. So that's pretty amazing, and that's why the damage was just so difficult to survey by the National Weather Service, because it was just a very odd storm. You have 4 funnels come down, and some of them turn into tornadoes. You just get all kinds of weird damage out of that. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. All right, this is in Alabama, so we'll leave that to them. That's out in Coffee and Dale County. That's well in the lower Alabama, so not in our jurisdiction. And we are just simply waiting out this last tornado warning that we have on the board for Atkinson County and watching the sweeps, and I just don't see the rotation anymore. Not in the lower levels. Go up higher, maybe a little bit. Yeah, I don't see an inflow notch. This storm's really starting to spread out, so the intensity is starting to loosen up. But, I mean, it's still producing some heavy rainfall. Don't get me wrong. This is still a severe storm without a doubt. But this is not what it was as it moved out of Cook County into Berrien County. This is a very, very weakened storm without a doubt. All right, let's take a look at some of the outages, power outages across the state. From our friends at Georgia Power, they always do a great job keeping us informed of what's going on and getting out there and in some pretty bad weather conditions. But most of our outages are south of I-20. We have actually a big outage out at Jackson Lake, and that's about as far north as we go as far as a real big widespread outage. And then looking in South Georgia, yeah, we got a big one covering all of Baconton, DeWitt, right up to Putney. Down in Mitchell County there, heading up toward Dougherty County. We have some power outages in Dougherty County around Albany State University. And, I mean, they're just spread out all over the place. I'm just looking for some of the big ones. And pretty decent power outage here. Down southeast of Waycross, heading toward Folkston. Got a few hundred customers out. But statewide, I mean, we have a lot of customers out, but they're just very, very widespread. Willacoochie's without power, about 561 customers without power. And it looks like pretty much all of Willacoochie and certainly west. And that could be from those straight line winds or possible tornado. Did have the report of a tornado above El Dorado and a few power outages there. Tifton with some power outages. Yeah, again, just widespread. Just kind of looking for any, if we have some entire cities without power. And it looks like Willacoochie's the winner of that contest. Big power outage in Waycross, south of town. About 812 customers without power there. So there you go. All right, 7:04, and we are linked up directly with the National Weather Service, and they are going to continue the tornado warning. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for Baker, Brooks, Colquitt, Cook, Decatur, Early, Grady, Miller, Mitchell, Seminole, and Thomas County. That's another big one. Wow, look at that. That's a lot. That's a lot. I'm looking at this polygon right here. That's a big one. But it's going to do the trick as those cells are continuing to slide down from north to south. They're moving east, but also kind of moving in a southerly motion as well. And the models have indicated that very accurately that we looked at just a little while ago. So the tornado warning remains in effect for Atkinson County until 7:15. That severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado about 8 miles southwest of Pearson, moving east at 15 miles per hour. And based on the radar, it appears that a secondary tornado may have formed in the southern part of the county, and that northern may be weakening. So let's see if we can find that. I'll tell you what, let's turn off the boxes. Here's the best I can come up with. It's going to be right here. So that's northern Clinch County. That's right on the Atkinson County line. West of 441, east of 221. And let's see if that matches. I mean, that's it. I see a little bit of an inflow here. So I think what the Weather Service is looking at, and again, they're just kind of giving some basics, talking about north and south and all that, is we had a funnel that was up closer to Pearson. That has faded out, which is obvious, and it looks like a secondary funnel has appeared more in the Clinch County. So do we get a tornado warning for Clinch County? We'll see. Not so far, nothing. So far, they're hanging on to the tornado warning for Atkinson County, and we'll see what the next plan is. If so, we could see something for northern Clinch County. Could include Homerville, Cogdell, Argyle, possibly extending into parts of western Ware County. But for now, no warnings in that area, even though that's where we see the best chance of any rotation, right along Highway 221. They may be giving this another scan or two just to see if it develops a little bit more. But as far as that northern rotation that we had closer to Pearson, it's gone. I mean, there's just not even a sign of it left. So we'll hold tight. A lot of times what happens with these tornadoes that are confirmed, the Weather Service will just give a little extra time, and I don't blame them for that one bit. I think that's a good strategy to have. Nothing wrong with that. If we didn't have confirmation on this tornado as it moved through Weber over there in eastern Berrien County, then this warning may have been expired a long time ago. They'd give it a few scans and then call it a day. But anytime you get a confirmed tornado, it's usually pretty good practice just to hang on a little bit longer before expiring or canceling the warning early, or just let it play out to the end. And that may be what's going on here. So 7:08 is the time. We're going to wait for a couple more scans and wait for word from the National Weather Service. But they are obviously watching the southern end of that storm now as well, so we may get a little something else out of that, and we'll see. While we wait, tell you what, we'll take a look at just a couple of things. We'll look at the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center. One of those very rare days that we have that level 4 out of 5 severe weather risk, and you can see the severe weather is stretching all the way across that level 3 risk, which is the orange. The red is the level 4. We don't get that very often in Georgia, but sometimes we do. And then the orange is the level 3 out of 5, yellow level 2 out of 5, and level 1 out of 5 up in the North Georgia mountains. So not as much going on up there, but still a chance of some strong to severe thunderstorms as we move through the overnight hours. After 8 a.m., we hang on to the level 2 out of 5 risk for South Georgia. Albany's included, Cairo, Thomasville, Valdosta, Waycross, just right in there. Northern Ware counties in the level 1. And then level 1 all the way up to Macon, covering Columbus, LaGrange, over to Savannah, Brunswick, and the Georgia coastline. And there's a general thunderstorm risk tomorrow for North Georgia. Friday's not going to be all that bad. We still have a level 1 out of 5 risk of severe weather in southwest Georgia. But I think things are going to be significantly more settled than they are today. And we'll take a look at our tornado watch again. 2 of them. Southwest Georgia goes till midnight. So that's Albany and Blakely, Moultrie. Southeast Georgia goes until 10 p.m. And that stretches all the way up to Millen and in the Springfield and Sylvania. Statesboro in there. They were added a little bit later in the game, but then coastal Georgia and then moving inland toward the Okefenokee, all in the tornado watch until 10 p.m. All right, so that brings us back to our current storms. And we have that big line, we'll just call it a squall line there that's moving east, but also kind of moving toward the south. So that's why we have those severe thunderstorm warnings down for the counties that border Florida. And here we go, new severe thunderstorm warning. That's as a result of that rotation that we saw down to the south. So that is going to be for southern Atkinson County and northwestern Clinch County until 7:45. So the storm about 8 miles west of Cogdell, moving east at 30 miles per hour. We can expect 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail with this storm. So locations impacted will be Homerville, Argyle, and Cogdell. And don't forget that tornado watch, as I mentioned, remains in effect till 10 p.m. So still conditions are favorable for the tornadoes. And that tornado warning to the north is gonna have to expire at 7:15. If not, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at if they continues on. But it looks like the most severe portion of that storm has shifted south. It was shifted down more along the Atkinson Clinch County line. and that's a somewhat common occurrence. You'll see the cells that'll be close together, and then sometimes that shift will occur. It almost looks like it sort of is a leapfrog kind of a deal, and I think that's what happened with this. The center of the most intense part of the cell is up near Pearson, and then it just kind of shifted down and moved its momentum more toward the south. Probably got a little more favorable air down there to feed the storm, even though I'm still not showing a significant inflow notch. So they'll go with severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45, and we'll hang on to our tornado warning until 7:15. Another 3 minutes to go. And I appreciate everyone watching, listening, and carrying on. Again, I couldn't get in front of the green screen this evening just because so much going on here in front of the computers. But, maybe next time. We'll see. So we're just going to wait it out. Another 2 minutes to go. There it goes. It's expired. All right. So the Weather Service has expired our tornado warning for Atkinson County. And that's going to be the first time in 6 hours and 28 minutes that we have been tornado warning free. No, boy, no, we're not. So we got another one here, and this is going to be up in Statesboro area, Bullitt County, moving into Effingham County. So let's get Charleston radar on this. And hold with me just a second, because this we need to get over on our Statesboro weather page. All right, I thought we were clear, but we now have a new tornado warning that's been issued far away from our other warnings we've been tracking through the evening, and this is for Bullitt County, eastern Bullitt County, and Effingham County until 7:45. Radar indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Lee Field, moving east at 55 miles per hour. So this is a pretty fast-moving storm, and it is trying to quickly move out of Bullitt County and move toward Effingham County. So if you are in the tornado warning polygon area, you need to seek shelter right away, lowest level, most interior room, not in a car, not in a manufactured home. And just timing this out, this is going to be near Springfield in about 11 minutes, so at about 7:26, around Guyton at 7:21. So we're just looking at southeast Bullitt County, moving through Brooklet. And let's see, there we go. All right, so we are live, Georgia WeatherNet and Statesboro Weather, with a tornado warning in effect for southeast Bullitt County and portions of Effingham County. And this is in effect until 7:45. So we are going to take a look at the velocity, and we can see some rotation here just to the east of Brooklet. So this is about 3 miles east of Brooklet, just above Highway 80. And this storm is moving to the southeast. So this is going to continue to move towards Springfield. And before it gets to Springfield, going to be near the Guyton area in Effingham County. And if it stays on track, it'll be moving toward Rincon. So I do not have any indication that this has reached the ground, so no debris signature on this at the moment, but we are looking at that rotation just to the east of Brooklet. So Statesboro, heavy rain right now, but you're not in the warning polygon. You are in the severe thunderstorm warn polygon, and register as well. So heavy rain, but the main focus of this storm has moved past Statesboro, move through Brooklet, and is continuing to move down toward the southeast. I'll put this in motion so you can see how this storm is going. So there you go, moving out of Bullitt County, moving toward Effingham County, and moving toward Guyton. Looks like it could be just slightly to the south of Springfield, but if you're in Springfield, Guyton, Stillwell, even in Arcola at this point, be in your tornado safe place, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, and just wait for this storm to pass. Brooklet, I think you're going to be all clear. Let me just go ahead and stop the radar one more time and take a look at the velocity. Yeah, it's going to be past Brooklet. So while you're still in the warning polygon, you're in the clear. But Arcola, it's very close to you, just north of Arcola, beginning to move in toward Effingham County. And Guyton, again, is going to be right there in the crosshairs. So take cover right away, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows until this storm has passed. Our severe thunderstorm warning also goes until 7:45. And that is going to be covering a line of storms stretching on up into Oliver and Newington and up into Screven County. So heavy rain up that way, but not really looking at any rotation on that particular part of the storm. But what we're looking at moving past Brooklet, just past Arcola, is going to be our main concern right now. So in this area, rotation is becoming a little bit hard to see, but it is there. And we take a look at the reflectivity, and yeah, this storm is kind of running into a little bit unfavorable conditions to keep its strength. But it's still there. I'm showing a little inflow notch that's wrapping around. And yeah, that does match up with our velocity. So showing that rotation. So Brooklet, you've been canceled out of the tornado warning, all clear. But very close to Arcola, northeast of Arcola, Guyton and Springfield, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. We'll time it again. Going to be arriving in Springfield in about 16 minutes. Going to be in Guyton in about 7.5 minutes. Or, I'm sorry, in about 9.5 minutes. So at about 7:30, 7:28, 7:30 is when the storm will be arriving into Guyton. So if you know anybody there in Effingham County or right along the Bullitt County line with Effingham County, let them know they need to take shelter and be safe from this storm. This has the potential of dropping a tornado. And we've been following severe weather throughout the state, throughout the day today, and hoping that things are going to start to settle down just a little bit, but we still have plenty of energy there in the atmosphere. That's why we have our tornado watch that's in effect for, well, actually 2 watches. The one for southwest Georgia goes until midnight. Southeast Georgia, including Statesboro, which was added on a little bit later with this watch, goes until 10 p.m. So those conditions are still favorable as we move into the late night hours tonight, and even overnight tonight. Some more strong to severe thunderstorms are possible, and into tomorrow morning as well. We'll throw the radar back up and get back to our tornado warned storm, which is, again, right along the Bullock-Effingham County line. And I can actually pull up a couple of streets to show you what we're looking at. And before we do that, it's going to take a look at the velocity. Yeah, so it's still there. So here's what we're looking at. Maybe if I can get in a little bit closer here. All right, so there's Old River Road, heading toward Riverside Drive. There's Old Louisville Road. And now we're getting over toward Highway 17 there, so getting into Effingham County, obviously. If you are in this area, know anybody in this area, let them know that there is a dangerous storm. Could produce a tornado. We haven't seen a sign of it yet, but we are seeing that rotation, and it is still there with this latest sweep. So tornado warning remains in effect till 7:45, and it is heading toward Guyton. Going to be very close to Springfield, and if it continues on that path, it'll be moving into Rincon at about 7:41, give or take. So about 20 minutes from right now. Rincon, you're not in the warning polygon, but just know that that storm is going to be moving your direction. Springfield, Guyton, you are in the warning polygon. Arcola, I think you're about clear of everything. That's moved past you now, and that is really starting to move right toward the county line. Kind of see where the county is. I know it's not marked on this map, but where the roads don't connect, that's where you know the river is, and so that separates Bullitt County from Effingham County. And the bulk of that rotation is, again, it is right there at the county line right now. So we're just about ready to give Bullitt County the all clear, but we'll stay here live and follow the storm as it moves through Effingham County. So very close. Guyton is right there. Of course, there's Springfield. So this storm is moving in fairly quickly, 55 miles per hour. So not a whole lot of time to get ready for this, to get to your tornado safe place, but hopefully you are where you need to be right now. And if you know folks in that area, you've let them know that they need to be in their tornado safe place in Guyton in Effingham County. Really, the central portion of Effingham County is going to be under the gun right now. Just kind of pull back here a little bit and see what's going on. South Georgia still looking at numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of the tornadic activity has settled down quite a bit down in South Georgia, which is good. But we have this one storm that is really trying to spin. And so this storm is doing, we just followed another storm a little bit ago that ended up finding a new rotation point. And that can happen sometimes. Take a look at going to the upper levels of the atmosphere. We still see a little bit of spin and rotation there with that meso as it moves in closer to Guyton. But we may be getting a little bit more just north. So we're going to start watching this area as well. And if that starts to spin up, we could see another tornado warning issued. And that's also going to put a little bit more emphasis on Springfield if we get a rotation point a little bit more toward the north. Our preference would be for this storm just to completely settle down. But what we have on this storm is what's called a rear flank downdraft. So right in here, this is wind kicking into the back of this storm very rapidly, kind of at the mid-levels, and it pushes the storm out. If you notice, it's kind of got this snake S shape. Well, that's as a result of this wind. You have some really strong wind coming in from the northwest, and you can tell by this area of weak reflectivity, and that's that rear end flank, the RFJ coming in, the rear inflow jet. It's pushing this storm, and so that gives us some really strong winds out ahead of this. I'm going to get all my sketches off of the board here, but just understand that that can give a little bit of spin to the storm itself and also creates those strong straight line winds. So very possible that we have 60 mile an hour, possibly greater straight line winds associated with this storm because of that rear inflow jet that's coming through and pushing that storm right along. And that is just about as textbook as it comes when it comes to that particular weather feature. So we'll get out of the meteorology lesson and just get back into focusing on this storm, and still showing some rotation now. We're very close to Guyton at this point. I mean, right at the Guyton city limits on the north side. And this is this is very, very close. And it will be moving close to Springfield as well as it continues tracking toward the southeast. I'm going to take a look at our hail. If we have any hail. Yeah, not a whole lot of hail with this storm. Not as much height. We've been tracking storms throughout the evening. They've been reaching up to around 60,000 feet up in the atmosphere. That's pretty incredible. So about the highest this storm is reaching is about 40,000. That's still pretty good. That's still just a little higher than the airplanes fly, the commercial air jets. But some of those storms down along closer to the Florida line have really, really been impressive as we move through the day today, and that's why we've had some significant hail reports. One report we had of hail close to 4 inches in diameter, if you can believe that. It's enormous. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Candler, Evans, and Tattnall County. So let's see what that's going to do. All right, yeah, that's probably going to be associated with this cell. Yeah, there you go. So it just popped up. So that goes until 8:30. Radar indicating that severe thunderstorm along a line from near Pulaski to near Santa Claus, moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. We're looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gust associated with these storms. So this could bring down some trees and power lines. It's kind of just moving through Cobbtown, backside of that through up in Oak Park and Vidalia, but Cobbtown's going to be picking up some of that strong wind, and the heavy rain's going to be picking up as well. So Reidsville, Cobbtown, Claxton, you are in your severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. Let's just look for some spin. I don't see any spin. Let's keep it that way. But this little, I mean, this is a snake kind of a storm. I mean, the way, just look at this shape. So, again, that's just an indicator that we have some strong wind coming in on the backside that's causing this this shape to form. And that means strong straight line winds, and that also means that some of these cells can spin up as a result of that strong air coming in from the backside of the system. All right, so let's take a look at velocity. So showing some broad rotation. Immediately north of Guyton, we'll even just call it over Guyton because it is so close that it's not funny. No indication of debris. I'm just looking at our debris tracker. We have no debris showing up, but still showing that rotation. And we go in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and yeah, it's there. This storm is not terribly stacked, but that's no surprise given that strong rear inflow jet that's just kind of pushing the storm completely out of whack. I mean, this would have been a straight line coming through, but as you can see, it's not because of that RIJ coming in, rear inflow jet. Up to the north, up into South Carolina, we've got a little bit more stable air. It's raining pretty heavily, but Jasper County and Hampton County, mainly just heavy to moderate rain, not really seeing any severe threat in that direction, but our severe weather remains here in southeast Georgia and then moving toward the coastline. So another 15 minutes to go on this tornado warning. We'll see if it makes it that long. Still showing some circulation starting to approach Springfield. And, it's possible as long as we're seeing any sign of this right here that we're going to hang on to this tornado warning. So Springfield, important to be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows. And if this continues on, it's going to be really close to Rincon, could be just slightly to the north of Rincon in about 8.5 minutes. I'm hoping that we'll see this begin to dissipate. And we have, okay, yeah. All right, wind damage report coming in from the airport, the Statesboro Airport. And this is not a damage report, but this is a wind speed report. Gust of 53 miles per hour at the Statesboro Airport. How about that? So no surprise there. I'm sure everybody, almost everybody in Bullitt County experienced that strong wind as it started pushing through. And no damage reports yet, but if you want to know approximately how strong that wind was, it looks like it was gusting over 50 miles per hour. So that is, that's respectable for sure. All right, so in Statesboro itself, just looking at the rain pouring down. It's kind of going light rain. It'll go heavy again. With this snaking pattern right here, it's we're gonna push through a little bit more. of that moderate to heavy rain. Rain really coming down over Highway 80, down into Stilson and Brooklet. And then the heaviest rain now into Effingham County with that circulating storm moving in closer to Springfield. Time is 7:32. Watching this tornado warning for mainly Effingham County. There is a tiny little piece inside Bullitt County, but Bullitt County, you're in the clear from the rotating storm. Still have more rain to deal with, more gusty wind, but the tornado-warned storm is out of Bullitt County and is in Effingham County now and moving in closer to Springfield. Yeah, that rotation's still there. And, yeah, this actually on the lower levels looks a little bit more pronounced than the last couple of scans. Moving out of Guyton, now moving in the Springfield, south side of town, and making its way toward Rincon. And we may end up with a tornado warning extended into South Carolina. We may get this extended to cover the rest of Effingham County and then head toward Jasper County, South Carolina. Not sure if this is going to make it toward Savannah. I think this is going to stay pretty well north of Savannah. If anything, head closer toward Hilton Head Island in South Carolina. But we'll let the South Carolina folks deal with that. And we'll continue to watch this as it stays in Georgia. But it is starting to approach the South Carolina line, the Savannah River. And we're going to hang on to it until it either reaches the river or 7:45 arrives or they cancel it, whichever happens first. So if the Weather Service now indicating that if there is any sort of warning for Chatham County, it's going to be the extreme northern parts, probably not going to affect Savannah, the city itself, down in town. It will be up pretty far north, maybe Port Wentworth or north. But I'm not so sure that's going to happen. But we'll keep an eye on it. So Savannah should be okay. Going to see some rain, heavy rain and strong winds and lightning moving in your direction. But the tornado-warned storm should stay north of you and move into Jasper County and then eventually into Beaufort County, South Carolina. So let's take another look at the velocity. Yeah, it's still there. It may be worth looking at the debris tracker, and I don't see any debris. We put this in motion. Yep, nothing there as far as debris. But that rotation is certainly there. I mean, right over Springfield now. That latest sweep indicating right in the Springfield. There's your inflow. So if we have anything happening, I mean, it is going to be right there over Springfield or just slightly to the south of town. And there you go. Tornado warning has been extended. And that's not a surprise given that rotation there has stayed pretty consistent. So this is going to cover Rincon. So Rincon, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now, lowest level, most interior room, away from doors and windows, especially if you are north. Now, I know there are a lot of homes and developments from Rincon south heading towards Savannah. Still need to be in your tornado safe place, but our main risk is going to be Rincon and north, all the way up to the 21275 intersection. And then that will continue to push on toward the Savannah River and then get out of the state of Georgia, and that'll be that. So we're going to stay right here and keep it live on the Georgia WeatherNet and statesboroweather.com. And follow this storm as it continues to move through Effingham County. Just to reiterate, Statesboro, severe thunderstorm warning. That stretches all the way to the west out to Metter. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. I mentioned just a few minutes ago that is covering Reidsville, Cobbtown, Claxton, into Evans County. That goes until 8:30. So this is kind of a mix of multiple cells here that's being covered by a couple of large severe thunderstorm warnings, but just no, we're not really showing a whole lot in terms of rotation. I'm just doing a quick scan on the line, on the snake there, and I don't see a lot, except when we get over here into Effingham County. And here you go. So this is passing Rincon. Guyton, you're in the clear. But we're still looking just south of Springfield for that rotation. Pop up a couple of roads. So there's McCall Road. And let's see. There's Ron Station Road. So that's right between Springfield and Rincon. And then if this continues on, there's Lexington Avenue extension. There's 4th Street in Rincon. So I mean, this is moving right in the middle of Rincon, as it is beginning to clear Springfield to the south. So Guyton, you're in the clear. North of Springfield, west of Springfield, you're in the clear as well. But our hot spot's going to be between Springfield and Rincon, and moving into Rincon. Heavy rainfall, and I'm just kind of looking at the lightning tracker. Most of the lightning is to the north. I mean, I see a few lightning strikes, not many around Springfield, but going up toward Clio and Shawnee and Kildare, up to Newington, getting into Screven County, a ton of lightning strikes there. Very recent strikes, just within the last 20 minutes, really between Sylvania and Shawnee, moving toward the Savannah River. So not a lot of lightning from Springfield south. Not saying there's none at all, but if you want the lightning show, you got to go north. But the rotation is down here to the south, and there it is. It looks a little ugly. Let's go look at some of the upper levels. All right, so this is mainly just going to be lower level rotation, but that's what it takes. So I'm just going to continue to watch this area in between Rincon and Springfield along Highway 21. Here's a new scan. Not much has changed there. Still showing the rotation. And we're starting to see the storm move out of the original polygon and now taking ownership of the new warning polygon, which takes us till 8 p.m. I'm going to zoom out in case you're just joining us. We're going to look around the state very quickly and then get back to our storm heading into Rincon. All right, so our composite radar looks like this. Nothing happening in North Georgia. You go above I-20, there's actually some breaks in the clouds. Some sun, I would say sunshine, but the sun's not out anymore. Stars are out, and it's actually pretty nice up in North Georgia. We do have some showers in the mid-state, and then South Georgia, plenty of activity with those severe thunderstorms that continue to push toward the east, but overall have kind of a southern push to them. So they're going to continue down toward Florida. And it's going to take a couple hours to get it completely out of Georgia and into Florida, but they are moving out. Things get fairly quiet for a few more hours, and then we'll have some more thunderstorms start to move in from Alabama, from the west. You can see them. There's a line of those severe thunderstorms. We're going to get more of that. And then more thunderstorms will be moving into middle Georgia and even up in the Atlanta area through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. So a lot of things happening here in southeast Georgia. We have that tornado watch in effect till 10 p.m. So that just means those conditions are still favorable to get some tornadoes to spin up through 10 o'clock tonight. In southwest Georgia, tornado warning goes until midnight. And severe weather risk remains intact through the overnight hours into tomorrow, all the way into, well, really Friday morning for southwest Georgia. So the fireworks are not over yet. We've gone a long time without a big severe weather outbreak like this, so we are certainly paying our dues at this point. All right, let's check back in and take a look at our rotation. Still in there. Springfield, you're in the clear at this point. Let's see, probably still raining. Yeah, still raining, cats and dogs, but the rotating portion of the storm is out of Springfield and it's not coming back. And it now heading in toward Rincon. As I mentioned, the north side is where we have our main threat. So the Lexington Road portion heading up into northern side of Rincon, but really all of Rincon. You need to be in your tornado safe place until this storm passes. And then call out a couple more roads here. There's the Rincon-Stillwell Road. There's Nelly Road. And this road may not have a name. Yeah, probably not. We're starting to get out there by the river, out in the hunting land up there in eastern Effingham County. But, yeah, so central Effingham County, and this obviously stretches into Jasper County, South Carolina as well. And not sure if it's going to stay organized like this. I'm starting to see a few little signs of some structure of the storm beginning to break down. But if it hangs on, Hardeeville, South Carolina is in the warning polygon, and then it continues on toward Hilton Head. Not in the polygon at the moment, but it is possible. So I know we have a lot of Georgia people that do vacations in Hilton Head, and you may know somebody staying out there right now. It may be worth just giving them a text or a call and just say, hey, nothing to, panic about, but just know that we've got a pretty strong thunderstorm that we're going to kick out of the state of Georgia and push down toward Hilton Head and could be moving your way in the next couple of hours. Actually, let me see if I can give you a decent time on that in case you do want to call somebody and let them know. Yeah, that's not going to do it. Let me try. Yeah, it could be in Hilton Head in 45 minutes at the speed that it's going right now. So there you go. Right now, things are pretty quiet out there. There's not a drop of rain. Maybe a little windy. It is quite humid, but these storms may not be as severe as they are right now by the time they get there, but it'll be something. Flip back and take a look at our velocity. Rotation still there. This is really lingering and hanging on for dear life, without a doubt. So this is now just to the northeast of Rincon, middle of Rincon. Still need to be in your tornado safe place, but just know it is departing. And this is moving at about 55 miles per hour, so we're getting this out of here. And there's the old tornado warning that has expired here at 7:45, so we still have our warning until 8 p.m. This is Effingham County, southeast Georgia, just above Savannah. I'll zoom out just to give you a picture of where we're looking at. So I don't see this impacting Savannah directly. The tornado warning polygon takes you right to the Chatham County line, but does not impact Minehart or Port Wentworth or Garden City or anything. And Savannah itself, just going to be some rain, thunderstorms, but I'm not seeing any sort of tornadic activity with this particular cell anyway reaching Savannah. Hilton Head may be a different story, but Savannah going to be all right. Springfield, you're all right. All clear. Let's see what we can say about Rincon. Yeah. Just hang tight one more second. Actually looking at a couple of vortices, and this has been pretty common with these storms. Maybe looking at something here and looking at something kind of dropping back down toward Rincon again. So that's pretty embedded in the storm. I don't know if we have great concern over that one, but our main concern is right to the northeast of Rincon, about 5 miles northeast of the center of Rincon. Yep, and that is in line with our inflow. So this storm is still being fed, and we'll be departing Georgia in just a few minutes. Let's see if I can get a decent track on this, maybe. Yeah, about 3 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. 3 to 5 minutes should be out of Georgia and into Jasper County, South Carolina, heading toward Hardeeville. All right, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect out to our west for Statesboro, Register. And now we do have an upgrade on our tornado-warned storm. This is going to be observed. Confirmed tornado over Ebenezer, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So let's zoom in a little bit closer here. And take a look at our velocity. I'm going to just look at a few tools here to see if we have any debris. And I don't see debris. So Ebenezer's right on the river. Let me go back to the reflectivity again. So with that, probably going to see this tornado warning get extended further in the South Carolina. We're not going to cover that. We will leave that to the South Carolina media. But again, as I mentioned, if you know somebody vacationing at Hilton Head, maybe worth a call just to let them know that they've got a pretty big storm heading that way. And with this being a confirmed tornado, that will probably get extended further into Jasper County and into Beaufort County, South Carolina. So the confirmed storm, I'm just going to look a little bit closer here. Yeah, that's probably going to line up. So right here along the Savannah River, that's about where Ebenezer is, give or take. I mean, this is close. So this is where Ebenezer is kind of up here. So this is where we have the rotation that's still showing up on radar. And so that lines up with the report that we just received of that confirmed tornado in the Ebenezer community beginning to move across the river. And then another report, as we mentioned, seeing some multiple vortices on this. Spotter reporting tornado along Highway 21 near Rincon. So it'll be interesting to see if that's north side or south side of Rincon, because I'm seeing a little bit of choppy rotation here, maybe some in here as well. And we did see, again, we were together and we talked about it just north of Rincon. So this looks like another multi-vortice storm. Probably had a couple of funnels going at the same time. And that's not the first time we've seen that tonight with these storms moving through South Georgia. But either way, we're going to get this out of Georgia, moving across the Savannah River right now, moving into Jasper County, South Carolina. And let me see if we can do an all clear. These multi-vortices are kind of make you a little bit nervous, because just as soon as you think you're tracking where the storm is, it'll pop up a twin sister nearby, and then you're tracking another storm just like that. So we're still in Georgia. We're still looking at some rotation right in here, just inside Georgia, south of Ebenezer, east of Rincon. But I think Rincon is going to be in the clear. Certainly to the west of Rincon, you're in the clear. West of 21, all is clear. So we have 9 minutes to go until 8 o'clock. We'll just hang out right here until 9 o'clock or something else happens. And turned off the radar for no particular reason. Let's get back to it and look at the reflectivity. Still looking at that cluster of thunderstorms. Now moving through Claxton, stretching down from Register all the way to Claxton, and then kind of making that southwest turn toward Reedsville. So 3 severe thunderstorm warnings all cobbled together there to cover all those storms. And that covers everywhere we want to be, really. Claxton, Statesboro, Metter, right on the edge of it, up to Oliver. And there's that tornado warning extension, and it does cover Hilton Head. So there you go. I figured that would probably be the case with that observed tornado. And it appears that maybe we had 2 observed tornadoes, one very close to Rincon, the other up around Ebenezer. So the Weather Service not playing around with this one and extending that tornado warning on into Beaufort County and including Hilton Head. So not a bad idea there at all. And you can see that storm is just really aggressive as it heads toward I-95. So once again, I mentioned, 10 minutes ago, if you know anybody spending time at Hilton Head, give them the heads up. Now for sure, give them the heads up because we got a tornado warning for Hilton Head Island. This all stays well north of Savannah. We'll have some gusty wind and some heavy rain getting ready to pour down in Savannah over the next 10-15 minutes, but don't see anything in terms of tornadoes spinning up. And let's see, tornado watch. We've mentioned in southeast Georgia, coastal Georgia, our tornado watch in effect till 10. And I'm just looking through our weather discussion if we have any additional information on that. Yeah, it's just going to be kind of a mess overnight tonight and tomorrow morning. So just stay close to your weather radio, have those wireless alerts on, know what to do if you get under a tornado warning, and know what to do if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. I had a report of one of these storms near Douglas, Georgia, that had potential of 80 mile an hour wind gusts. Now that is beyond hurricane force. I mean, that can do some extensive catastrophic damage, 80 mile an hour wind gust. And we've had storms like that moving through South Georgia through the afternoon, evening hours, and they will continue as well. So let's see if we can give an all clear to everybody in Effingham County. I believe we can. Rincon, you are good to go, and it looks like the main focus of this rotation is just inside Jasper County, South Carolina. So this is across the Savannah River, which is right there. Pardon my artistic skills. So, yeah, I got 5 minutes to go on the warning for Effingham County, but it stretches into Jasper County, South Carolina, so that's probably going to just stay on the board until 8 o'clock. But we can give you the all clear in Georgia. Effingham County, Georgia in general, all clear of the tornado threat. And we have no other tornado warnings on the board, which is a relief. But if another one pops up, let's just take a little peek over here at what's going on with this cluster of storms, see if we have any rotation going on. I don't see anything to be terribly concerned about. The faster these storms get moving, the less chance we're going to get a spin. So let's just hope we get these moved through pretty quickly. As a matter of fact, the bulk of that main storm has already passed through Statesboro. So things are going to be pretty quiet now in town. Georgia Southern Campus, just some light rain. But everybody's on the backside in the borough. And some clearing actually up in the northwest corner of Bullitt County. So that's good. But still some heavy rain stretching down through Brooklet down into Evans County, Claxton, Daisy with some heavy rain and gusty wind in there as well. So I think that's going to do it for our broadcast. If you've been watching us on the Georgia WeatherNet, appreciate it. And on statesboroweather.com, thank you as well. And Teresa, if you're still tuned in, you want to know about Blackshear before we go, we can talk about Blackshear anytime. Let's see if we can get in there. I may have to switch our radar over to get a better shot. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go ahead and switch this over because things are getting a little bit muddy as we get down into southeast Georgia. So we'll take a look at Jacksonville radar just to see what's going on. So a line of thunderstorms. We'll just kind of get all around the area there, and we have a line of thunderstorms stretching from Jessup down through Screven, the community of Screven, not Screven County, Blackshear, Waycross, and down into Homerville. Things are pretty quiet on the front side of that, but that is going to change as those storms continue to move in your direction. And just kind of looking up toward the north, still looking at that moderate to heavy rain, and then stretching all the way up into Statesboro. So hopefully I got just the entire area there, Blackshear and everything around, just to show you where the storms are and where they're heading. But remember, we're going to have several rounds of storms as we continue through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning and even through tomorrow afternoon. So we're not completely done with the severe weather. Once things get quiet, that's not going to be the end of that. Things will still get busy once again. So again, looking at Blackshear, got that heavy rain, so that's stretching all the way down US 84, but then that passes through, and then we'll see just some moderate rain down that direction. So hopefully that answered that question, Teresa. Hopefully you're still hanging around and watching, and we appreciate that. All right, so that's going to do it. Going to break off our broadcast now. It's been a good 7 hours and 13 minutes, so I think it's time to get a drink of water, and we'll be back live again here on the Georgia Weather Net if we get another tornado warning. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but if it does, we're here live. Thanks.